Chapter 18, Prophecies and Protectors. In his complete and unexplainable paranoia, Alexander had forbidden me access to any mode of communication all night. That, in addition to his interspersed ominous remarks, had reduced me to a bundle of frayed nerves. By the time we left my building, I was ready to rush into Marcus's arms like a blubbering schoolgirl, which is exactly what I did. "Little Ivanov, what's wrong?" Marcus asked, wrapping his arms around me and resting his chin on top of my head. I knew the exact moment he noticed Alexander because his entire body stiffened. To my surprise, he didn't let go of me. Instead, he tightened his hold. The complete oddness of dating, if that was what we were doing, a man more than twice as old as my ridiculously ancient grandpa, hadn't gone unnoticed by me. Neither had the fact that they were exceptionally close friends. In my many anxious thoughts throughout the long night, I'd worried about the confrontation that was about to happen almost as much as I'd worried about whatever Alexander refused to tell me about Set, about my father, about me. Hesitantly, Marcus released me until he was holding only my hand, and then he bowed his head to Alexander. "For my failure, I submit myself to you," he stated, sounding grim and formal. "I release you and forgive you. Not that I should," Alexander said. "Thank you, my friend. I did what I could. He will never hurt her again," Marcus said. Are they talking about me? And Mike? "Yes, well, we have more important things to worry about now. Alexandra and I discovered something last night. It's something you and your team will want to hear," Alexander said. Marcus studied us both before nodding. During the 15-minute walk to Denny Hall, he maintained a strong, reassuring grip on my hand, even in the face of my grandpa's narrow-eyed glares. Alexander was not happy about our familiarity. I thought it was because of the whole ancient mythical god meets granddaughter thing, but worried it was something else, something worse. When we burst through the door to the pit, the three Negerettes already in the room started. Alexander entering with us could only have meant one thing. I knew about Negerettes. Usually that would have been good news, but from my grandpa's expression, everyone was aware that we were in a bad news scenario. "Meeting, now," Marcus barked. Josh and Dominic cleared artifacts and books off a long table in the center of the room, and we all settled around it like medieval knights planning for war. "Welcome to the club," Dominic whispered with a smile. It was the friendliest expression I'd ever seen on his face, but he lost the smile at a glare from Marcus, who was sitting at the head of the table. I was seated to his right, with Alexander directly across from me and Josh by my side. Neffy and Dominic sat beside my grandpa. "Alex has some important information. Heed his words," Marcus ordered, succinctly passing the ball to my unusually serious grandpa. Under the table, out of the view of the Negerettes, Marcus twined his fingers with mine. "Last night, Alexandra took me into the Ott to show me the man she believed to be her biological father," Alexander began. I could feel Marcus's eyes burning into the side of my face, and I turned my head to meet them. "She was unfortunately correct. The man she believed to be her father is indeed her father. I am convinced." Alexander paused for a deep breath, suspense piling on the table like centuries of dust. "It's Set." I would have paid more attention to the three Negerettes on my right, who burst into simultaneous, horrified objections if I hadn't been staring into Marcus's black-rimmed, golden irises. His pupils dilated until only a hair-thin line of gold marred the unrelenting black, and under the table, his hand clenched mine painfully. "Silence," he ordered. Alex, are you absolutely certain? Alexander nodded and explained what he'd witnessed in the Aut less than 12 hours earlier. It was decided that I would quickly show Marcus the echo to confirm Set's identity. Again, it took me longer than usual to enter the echo, almost like the Aut had thickened and was more difficult to move through. But soon, both Marcus and I were in the echo of the clinic the night before I was conceived. A string of incomprehensible syllables burst from Marcus's mouth as soon as he saw the man in the lab. I didn't need to be able to understand what he was saying to get the general idea. He was enraged, stalking around the echo of the lab and glaring at Set's frozen form. I should have known, should have seen, he growled, finally speaking in English. Marcus, how could you have known? What's the big deal? I asked, desperately trying to reel him in. Gently, he held my face between his hands and whispered, I can see pieces of him in you now. Here. He brushed the pads of his thumbs lightly over my eyelids. And here. He let his thumbs rest on my high cheekbones. I'm so sorry, Lex. I'm so unbelievably sorry. He kissed me tenderly, with so much sadness painted across his face that I would have done anything to lift his mood. Marcus, return us, he said gravely, and I did. It's true, Marcus confirmed, again sitting to my left at the table in the pit. To my complete and utter astonishment, Neffy's eyes were filled with sympathy, and she was looking at me. Oh God, if Neffy feels bad for me, then this is worse than I ever could have imagined. How can you be so sure? Dominic asked. Just because you've seen him. You of all people should know that is exactly the reason we know it's true, Marcus said, cutting Dominic off. His anger from the echo had changed from hot rage to icy fury, a far more terrifying version of the emotion, and the chill coated his words. She took Alex into one of Set's echoes. She took me. Only one of his bloodline can ever break through the cloaks to catch a glimpse of him in the Aut. And how many times have you found him, Dom? Twice, 3 times. And each of those after thousands of failed attempts. Lex has tried at least 3 times to see him and succeeded each time. She is the daughter of Set. Marcus shifted his intense gaze to Alexander, and his voice broke when he added, and the great-granddaughter of Ivan. He closed his eyes and bowed his head. This is so not good. Overwhelmed, frustrated, and really scared, I blurted, Can somebody please explain what's going on? Why is being Set's daughter such a bad thing? It's not all bad, sister, Dominic said. His bloodline is very powerful. I gaped at Dominic, absolutely dumbfounded. I'm sorry, did you just call me sister? He nodded. It would seem that we share a father, though I am not also of Ivan's line, so... An inhuman hissing, more serpentine than feline, interrupted his statement. It was coming from Neffy. You will let my father explain. I looked back at Marcus in time to catch a heartbreaking play of emotions cross his face before his austere mask slid into place. Something about the development bothered him deeply, beyond whatever he was about to explain. For Marcus, it was personal. Because he really cares about me? Or because of Set? Staring straight ahead, Marcus explained, Set went rogue a few decades after Nuen's death, when Osiris, my father and the leader of the Council of 7 at the time, was murdered. The council chose me as his successor over Set, who was also Nuen's grandson, but was older. He was furious and power-hungry, probably already somewhat insane at that point. Though he hid it well. The day the council made the decision, Set declared war on all who opposed him, and the nothingness first appeared. It spread throughout the yacht, either hiding or destroying the echoes of the distant future. We still don't know what the nothingness is exactly, just that it is fast approaching and that, starting on the solstice, all future possibilities are hidden from us. Marcus looked down at the table, then finally met my eyes. When Nuin died, he sealed his power, what is known as the Ankh-At, an impenetrable chest, which we kept in the council's vault. Set managed to steal it and hide it from us, even in the yacht. The corner of his mouth turned down in the barest of frowns. We don't know how they are connected for certain, but we do know there is a connection between the Ankh-At, Set, and the nothingness. I started to ask, how? But Marcus cut me off with a sharp shake of his head. He took a deep breath, then continued. There is a prophecy, Nuin's prophecy, which tells of the coming of the only one who can save us. Senenmut's second tablet, the one you haven't seen, is the only record of the prophecy. Nuin uttered the words roughly 4,000 years ago, just before he died, but that echo and all others relating to the prophecy were destroyed, as well as all physical record. Only one of Nuin's wives, the only Nezeret wife he ever took, Set and I were present to hear Nuin make his prophecy, but Marcus shook his head. Something I never understood happened, and though I remember being present during the recitation of the prophecy, neither Set nor I could recall Nuin's words. His last words. We searched for his wife, the only other person who had heard it, but she'd vanished. For over 1,000 years, I searched for her, but I never did find her. The ghost of a smile touched his lips. Then, shortly after Nefurer was born, a recently manifested Nezeret, Senenmut, came to me with a tablet he'd inscribed. He said the words had just come to him, and that he knew he had to write them down and bring it to me, but he didn't know why. I recognized the words inscribed on the tablet as soon as I laid eyes on them. It was as though a veil had been lifted from my memory. They were Nuin's final words, the prophecy. And then Marcus started to recite, She will be the girl child of Set. She will be the girl child of Ivan. She will acquire the Ankh-At, or mankind will wither under the weight of the nothingness. She will obey Set and destroy mankind, or she will defy Set and mankind will prevail. She will decide, and either mankind or Set will be destroyed. I was shaking. Obey Set? Defy him how? Make what decision? Destroy mankind? I interrupted. There must be other descendants of those two lines. This has to be about someone else. You don't even know if it's real, I exclaimed. But Marcus just continued, shifting his hand so his fingers were again entwined with mine. The girl child of Set, the girl child of Ivan, will be born. Nephi looked at her father sharply, opening her mouth to interject, but the glare Marcus shot her would have silenced even the toughest, bravest, dumbest person. The girl child of Set, the girl child of Ivan, must be protected. The girl child's death will be the death of the world. No, this doesn't make any sense, I declared, looking into the eyes of each of the people seated around the table. It's wrong. If I die, I die. The world won't die with me, I cried, my voice breaking. Silently, a tear slid down Nephi's perfect cheek. Many have tried to open the chest containing the Ankh-At, including Set, but none have succeeded, and since Set hid the chest away, None have been able to even find it. Until now. The next verse seems to highlight your importance in accessing Nuin's power once we enter the temple. Marcus said, coolly, ignoring my outburst. I, Nuin, make inaccessible my power, the Ankh-At. The Ankh-At must be accessed or the world will wither. No person except for the girl child shall be able to access the Ankh-At. And finally, Marcus said, he leaves a message for you, Lex. Girl child, know yourself, and you shall know the gods. Girl child, trust yourself, and you shall trust the gods. So it ends, from start to finish, as found in writing. In the hush that fell over the room, I stood and backed away from the table. 5 sets of pitying eyes were trained on me as traitorous tears poured down my cheeks. Hollow, numb, and nauseated, I wanted to scream. No, it's wrong. My voice was weak, trembling. It's a mistake. It's not me. I have a life. I have things I want to do, to discover. I have people. This can't be about me. I'm just Lex. I'm nobody special. Finally, feeling the door handle behind me, I twisted it, opened the door, and fled the room. In the empty hallway, the sounds of my panicked flight resonated off the walls like bats flapping in a cavern. I heard footsteps behind me. I had to get away. I made it through the heavy metal door, to the stairwell and down 1 flight of stairs, before a body crashed into me from behind, catching me up in an unyielding embrace. I wanted to struggle, to fight my captor off and run away, but he was too strong. Calm down, Lex, Marcus whispered near my ear. No matter what you believe, this is real. You must be protected. Seth could come after you at any moment. You cannot go wandering around on your own. He paused, breathing heavily. The future of humanity, of our people, depends on your safety. No, I thought, but I had no choice but to comply. Marcus was too strong, and if he was right about Nuin's prophecy, about me... Okay, I breathed under his constricting hold. With that single word, he released me. Gasping, I staggered forward and rested my forehead against the wall while I caught my breath. I could feel myself shutting down mentally, blocking out everything, thoughts, emotions, so I didn't have to face what might be real. You're going home and I'm coming with you, Marcus stated. Alexander? I asked, hollowly. Alex is going to visit Ivan. The others need to know the prophecy has been enacted. Come on, Marcus said, taking my elbow and pulling me away from the wall. In a numb fog, I let Marcus guide me outside, settle me into his car, and safely and swiftly deliver me to my apartment. Thora greeted our entrance with the utmost seriousness, meowing somberly and rubbing against our legs. I would have stayed standing in the middle of the apartment, focusing on the normalcy of my cat's body twining around my ankles, if Marcus hadn't led me to the couch and forced me to sit. He made food, though I had no idea what, and I ate it. It tasted like cardboard. Lobster would have tasted like cardboard. I don't understand, I said, watching Marcus remove the empty plate from my lap and carry it to the sink. It was the first time I'd spoken since we left Denny Hall. Marcus washed the plates and set them on the drying rack, the perfect image of domesticity. I would have smiled if I'd remembered how. I know, he said. He was standing in front of me, looking down with the fierce expression of a man who had once been believed to be a god. How could you understand? You are so incredibly young, so innocent, so naive, he sighed. We've been working on circumventing Nuin's prophecy for thousands of years, but in the end, everything falls into the hands of a relative child. I still think there may be a way to nullify it altogether. But you don't need to worry about that right now. You need to rest. On the very edge of my numb mind, faint traces of annoyance danced. True as they were, his words were also demeaning. He'd called me a child. Regardless, I let him pull me up by my hands and walk me into my bedroom, like I was his puppet to manipulate. He guided me to the bed, helped me lay down, then tucked the covers around me. He turned to leave. "Wait," I whispered, surprised by the speed with which my hand struck out to grab his wrist. "Stay with me, please," I pleaded. The unquenchable longing coursing through my body permeated my voice. Marcus's eyes widened, and he frowned. "Lex, I don't think—" "Stay with me, Marcus. Just stay, please," I said. The unreality of the world threatened to wash me away. I needed something to tether me to what was real. I needed Marcus. Silently, he struggled for a few seconds before removing his shoes and belt and joining me between the sheets. With assured strength, he embraced me, wrapping an arm around my middle and pulling my body back against his. I was asleep within minutes. "Lex," Marcus hissed, his arms tightening painfully around my ribs. "Wake up." I did instantly. "Marcus?" I whispered. "What?" "Shh," he breathed almost inaudibly. In a smooth, silent motion, he had me out of bed and cradled in his arms like a small child. Setting me down on the cold bathroom tile, he whispered, "Stay in here." And then he was gone. What? I slunk back out into the bedroom and cracked open the door, peeking into the living room. What's going on? Two black-clad men entered the apartment and were struck solidly in the neck by small silver knives before they'd taken more than a few steps. Knives that Marcus had thrown. Who walks around with knives hidden in their clothes? And where was he hiding them? And in the furthest reaches of my mind, I thought, I just watched him kill two people. Two more knives replaced the originals in Marcus's hands as four more men rushed into my small living space. Like a comic book hero, Marcus leapt at the lead man, flawlessly flinging his left knife into the eye socket of the next intruder. He sliced the first man's neck cleanly, while the second was still falling to the floor. The third and fourth men, one tall and one short, lunged in unison, dodging Marcus's blade as they danced gracefully around him. Marcus stood still as stone, simultaneously looking like he might never move again, and like he might strike at any second. He was, I truly realized for the first time, a very dangerous man. The shorter intruder feinted a kick, but Marcus remained still. The taller intruder pretended to slowly circle behind Marcus, attempting to divide his attention. With a cobra-like strike, Marcus slashed his remaining knife across the taller intruder's throat. The instant Marcus moved, the shorter intruder lunged only to have Marcus wrap his arm around his neck and twist it until it snapped a fraction of a second later. Marcus fought with the grace of a dancer, making the whole minute-long fight beautifully macabre. "You are hiding yourself from me in the future art," said a velvety male voice. It had an aristocratic British accent. When the owner of the voice stepped into the glow of street lamps streaming through the blinds, I nearly gasped. It was Set, my father. "You've been keeping secrets, cousin. I didn't know you had the talent to cloak future echoes." "I don't," Marcus admitted. He stood in a relaxed position, looking about as harmless as a tiger. "You lie," Set hissed. "I couldn't see this possibility. I couldn't see my daughter. You hid her." He came momentarily unhinged, exposing the maniacal, power-maddened man he truly was. The image of self-possession, Marcus replied, I do not, and I did not. I'm disappointed in you, old friend. 6 men, for me, and not one carrying a gun. I would have expected more from someone so paranoid. You weren't supposed to be here. And yet, here I am. Set's countenance changed abruptly, becoming mild and pleasant. Where is my daughter? In the bedroom, perhaps? Were you in there with her, helping the prophecy, my prophecy, along? I wouldn't have expected to find you wearing so... Enough, Marcus barked. It's not your prophecy. Set laughed joyously. It's as much mine as it is yours, or hers. Remember that, Heru. He stepped further into the apartment, looking around the living room with apt interest. Does she know about you? I'm sure you'll tell her everything you can to paint me the evil monster, if you haven't already, but try not to admit your own morbid colors. Red and black, blood and death. That's what you are, cousin. It's what you'll always be. I am what I've always been, Marcus said coldly. And if you'd just accept what you are, we could be out of this mess. You can end this, cousin. Just give up your god delusions. They are not delusions, Set roared. I cringed. There was no way the neighbors wouldn't call the cops after hearing that. I glanced at one of the bodies on the floor by Marcus, a puddle of blood slowly expanding around him, and swallowed a sudden rush of bile. I will not throw up. My breath started coming faster, and I choked on a sob. Calm down, damn it. But the bodies were still out there, as was Set. What will he do to me if he gets through Marcus? Set turned and marched toward the front door. I know you, cousin. You're still trying to find a way to sidestep the prophecy. It will happen. She will choose, and, one way or another, she will obey. Now I must depart before these pesky little law enforcers arrive, as I'm certain they will. I'm sure that once they leave, you can find some pleasant diversion to occupy your minds and to help my prophecy along. Good night, Heru. He raised his voice and called toward the bedroom. Good night, daughter. After Set had been gone for at least a minute, Marcus said, You can come out, Lex. I know you watched and listened. He studied me closely as I emerged from the bedroom. I wasn't sure if he was waiting for me to run screaming, to faint, or to throw up, but he seemed surprised by what he saw. I've never seen a real dead person before, I said numbly. I stopped as my feet reached the nearest one and gazed down at him. It was the short man with his grossly twisted neck. Marcus moved closer to me, but halted when I held up my hand. No, I need a moment. His hands, his lethal, sensual hands, rose in a momentary display of supplication before falling to his sides. Would I finally understand him? Understand what he was, like he'd demanded on our date? Would I understand him and toss him away in disgust? When I finally spoke, my voice sounded hollow, as though the inside of my body had been carved into a living cavern. Who were they? Did they have families, wives, children? Did you just destroy dozens of people's lives? It was the wrong thing to say. Moving more quickly than a regular human, Marcus rushed me from behind and forced me to my knees with him. My bones banged onto the wood floor, and I knew I would bruise, at least for a few hours. What? Turn his head. Look at the back of his neck, Lex, Marcus ordered angrily. No, I don't want to touch him. I tried to rise, but Marcus's strength far surpassed mine, and his hold on my arms was absolute. Do it, he growled. I started to shake, one of my telltale precursors to ugly, heaving sobs. Before the police arrive, preferably, Marcus urged, tightening his grip. I doubt they'd take kindly to you messing with their crime scene. My throat clenched involuntarily as I reached toward the man's unnaturally bent neck. I had to adjust his head to a more normal position in order to see the tattoo. In thick, black ink, the back of the man's neck was marked with a pointy-eared, fork-tailed set animal. I pulled away like I'd been burned. Mike. He'd had the same tattoo, in the same place. With a chilly wash of realization, I knew with absolute certainty that Set, my father, had been the man urging Mike to drug me, to rape me. But why? These men were from Set's cult, Marcus explained, releasing me so I could stand. I didn't. Marcus had just fought 6 men devoted to my psychopathic father and defeated them easily. I had no idea what method Set would use to ensure my obedience, but considering my stubbornness, I doubted the process would be pleasant. I did not doubt, however, that Set could find some way to force me to obey. I had no romantic delusions about my ability to withstand physical torture. I leaned back against Marcus, finally noticing how entangled we were. My knees were between his, my socked feet between his ankles. He wrapped his arms around my middle, holding me tightly against him. Unexpectedly, a sob bubbled up from my chest, closely followed by another and another. I don't want this life. I don't want dead bodies in my home, or a psychotic father. I don't want to decide the fate of humanity. Tears streamed down my face as tremors racked my body. I can't do this. I'm not strong enough. I want things to go back to the way they were. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. I know, Lex. I know, Marcus said, and I realized I'd been repeating my final thought aloud. He still held me, reminding me that I wasn't alone. We have to go. We can't stay here. The police will be here soon. I nodded, still sniffling and shaking, and Marcus helped me to my feet. Thora, I managed to mumble. Miraculously, Marcus understood. Within minutes, we had my cat tucked into her plastic carrier. I'd thrown a few essential items into my messenger bag with my computer, and we were hustling down the stairwell. In the distance, sirens wailed. We were out the back door and disappearing down the street just as they pulled up to my building. Am I a criminal now? Will they think I killed those men? Should I go to the police station? It wasn't like I'd done anything wrong, but Marcus... I couldn't tell the police that Marcus had killed 6 people to protect me from my insane, inhuman, as in of a different species, father. Should I call someone? But there was no one I could call. Not really. Is this my life now? As we sped away, I watched the red and blue police lights fade into the distance in the side mirror. All I could think was, only the guilty run. Chapter 19. There and Gone. Life, I was quickly learning, is very similar to war. The latter, it has been said, is filled with years and years of relentless boredom, routine, and monotony, interspersed with brief moments of sheer terror. In the case of life, the boredom is broken up by spikes of excitement morphing from joy to despair, hatred to love, and from passion to disgust. I had been in the boredom phase for the first 24 years of my life. I wasn't anymore. Unfortunately, life and war decided to converge and throw everything they had at me all at once. I had more excitement than I knew what to do with. My father was a psychotic, evil megalomaniac. An ancient prophecy placed the fate of humans and Negerettes in my hands, and I was falling for an ancient and volatile God-inspiring man. The life I'd worked so hard for was disintegrating all around me. I didn't think things could get any worse. So, am I right in assuming this is the place you mentioned at dinner the other night? Your line's, compound? I asked. My voice felt appropriately unused. Neither Marcus nor I had broken the thick silence since leaving my apartment, and we'd been in the car together for over 2 hours. Yes. Unlike mine, his voice was perfect, smooth as silk and deep as the ocean. I watched classically constructed stone and brick buildings pass by my window. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought we'd entered a nearly abandoned Ivy League college campus. And we're here because you'll be staying here until we leave for the excavation. You want me to stay here for 4 months? I spluttered. I don't have a car. The university's 2 hours and a ferry ride away. How will I get there? How will I help with the excavation prep? And Jesus, Marcus, don't we need to talk to the police about what happened in my apartment? I'll take care of it. I made a rough sound, part snort, part laugh. What about my life? Marcus stopped the car in the roundabout driveway of an enormous, chateau-like building constructed from pale gray stone. This is your life now, he told me. And if I don't want it to be? I asked through gritted teeth as I glared out the window. I was acting like a bratty teenager, something that had been happening way too often lately, but I didn't care. I figured the prophesized messiah of an entire species deserved a little leeway. Marcus reached out and clenched my jaw in his hand, turning my face toward him. Grow up, Lex. You don't have the luxury of an independent life anymore. You are our only chance. You are the future of our people. You are so much more than this childish facade. His touch softened, turning tender, but his eyes retained their fierce golden glow. I've seen what's inside you. When you work, when you flirt, when you kiss. You're a woman with the ferocity and cunningness of a lioness. We need you to be that woman. That, Lex. Wide-eyed, I stared at him. Now you may be happy to hear we are moving the pit to one of the meeting rooms in the main house. You will still be an active participant in the excavation and its planning, but you won't have to dodge assassination and kidnapping attempts like you would on campus. My eyes narrowed. Assassination attempts? Who? There is a small offshoot of our kind that believes Nguyen's prophecy could be averted by ending your life. I guess they skipped the part of the prophecy where my death is the death of the world, I grumbled. So it would seem. He agreed. Marcus exited the car and joined me on the passenger side to help me out. Come, Carlyle's staff will take your cat and bag up to your suite. There are some matters we must attend to before... He seemed to catch himself. Before what? Nothing, he said, dismissing my question. It's unimportant. But I recognized the look in his eyes as he turned away. Pain. Sorrow. He was lying to me. Whatever he was withholding was very important. Swallowing my desperate urge to badger Marcus until he enlightened me, I walked beside him into the exquisite building. For once, he didn't hold my hand. After we walked down a wide hallway, we entered an expansive, modernly furnished room in the back corner of the enormous home. The couches and chairs were all upholstered in various shades of black, gray, and white, and the square coffee table appeared to be a solid slab of polished granite. Black and white prints of people's faces and other, more sensual body parts decorated the walls, and there was an elaborate fireplace carved from some white-veined black stone on the far wall. Carlisle, Dominic, Josh, and Neffy awaited us in the room, along with 2 pairs of unfamiliar men and women. All 8 people rose and instantly fell to their knees with bowed heads. I live to serve Meswet. My life is yours, Meswet. May you live forever, they intoned as one. Meswet. Girl child, I translated in my head. It was from Nuin's prophecy. The girl child of Set, the girl child of Ivan. Even Neffy was kneeling in submission. My mouth grew instantly parched, my cheeks heated. What am I supposed to do? Marcus leaned in close to me and whispered, I accept your life and service, Nesheretz. May I prove worthy. Rise. I repeated his words with numb clarity, sounding cold and resolute. All 8 Nesherets rose when I commanded it and watched me with guarded expressions. Please sit, I said upon realizing why they were still standing. They did, though they didn't stop staring at me. I shot a furious glare at Marcus. He should have warned me. He smiled, a sad twist of his lips, and spoke to the group. As you all know, the Meswet, Alexandra, will be staying here until we depart for Kemet, he said, using the ancient Egyptians' name for their homeland in lieu of the Western world's modern label. After all 8 Negerais nodded in acquiescence, Marcus faced me. This group constitutes the core of your guard. My guard? I repeated, astonished, and then, when I didn't think my world could revert any further into an archaic, fantastical realm, Marcus explained each guardsman's role. Each Negerais present is of my line, more or less. I trust them above all others, and they will protect you with their lives. On that, you have my word. Marcus held his hand out toward the man and woman seated furthest left in the room, on a charcoal-swayed couch. Heimdall and Saga, he said, apparently telling me their names. Both were tall and slender, with crystal blue eyes and fair coloring. I would have wagered my trivial savings account balance that they were siblings, if not twins. They are 2 of the most talented seers alive. At least one of them will be scouring your potential futures for danger at all times. He paused and divided a sharp, agitated look between them. Which one of you should be doing right now? Why is neither of you in the yacht? Heimdall bowed his head in deference. Apologies, father. Apologies, Meswet. We have been having difficulty. Finding her future in the art, Saga said, finishing his explanation fluidly. It's being hidden by someone. Perhaps her father? No, Marcus said thoughtfully. It's not Set. She was hidden from him as well. Lex. He looked at me. You aren't, by any chance, concealing your future in the art, are you? Baffled, I shook my head. Not that I know of. After a hesitant pause, I said, but is it possible to conceal myself without meaning to? Damn it, Lex, Marcus growled, earning a chorus of hisses from the women and an admonishing Heru from Dominic. Appeasing them, Marcus modified his statement, though his eyes sparkled with irritation. Meswet, if anyone could do such a thing, I have no doubt it would be you. You might just bring Nuin back from the dead and save us all the trouble of dealing with this inconvenient prophecy. He took a deep breath. Heimdall and Saga will work with you on removing whatever kind of cloak you've created. Vali and Sandra, Marcus said, motioning toward a muscular man and a svelte woman on the opposite side of the room from Heimdall and Saga, will take turns heading your bodyguards. Don't let Sandra's size fool you. She's as vicious and clever a warrior as ever lived. Thank you, grandfather, the slight woman said, Pale, dark-haired, and pretty, she had a childlike quality to her features. When I am away, Carlyle runs the entire Heru compound, including the guards covering the perimeter and grounds. If you intend to leave this building, you must let him know. Marcus stepped in front of me, holding my stubborn gaze with his own. I mean it, Meswet. You may leave the main house and explore the grounds and other buildings as you wish, but you will tell Carlyle first. Do you understand? Yes, Heru, I said, and he flinched. His eyes seemed to plead with me to understand, to forgive. Nephi and Josh will remain in your vicinity whenever their excavation duties allow. Dominic has volunteered to be your chief bodyguard and attendant. He will keep a room adjoining yours and remain near you at all times. Anything you need, you can get through him. It was utterly insane. All of it. I was overwhelmed with the sudden significance of my existence and my position among my people. I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it. 2 weeks earlier, I had been Alexandra Larson, archaeologist, sperm donor baby, and possible lunatic. 2 days earlier, I'd been Alexandra Larson Ivanov, archaeologist, Nezharet, and Marcus Bahur's potential love interest. But those had all been eclipsed by my current identity. Alexandra Meswet, prophesized savior of the Nezharets. Who would I become next? What would I become? And you? I asked the tall, striking man who held my heart in his deadly hand. What's your role? I am Heru, he stated simply, his 3 words squeezing my heart until it ruptured. Are you? Overwhelming bitterness and disappointment colored my next words. My apologies. I mistook you for someone else. For a man. I won't make the same mistake again. Heru. With each syllable, traces of my Marcus chipped away, revealing the arrogance and coldness, the blood and death of Heru. I could no longer tell if my Marcus had ever really existed. I cleared my throat, a vain attempt to shove away my heartbreak, my desire to cry, and turned away from him. Blinking away tears, I said, I thank you all for your service, and I look forward to getting to know each of you better. Now, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like to rest for a few hours. It's been a long night. Dominic earned my instant and immutable love when he rushed to my side, saying, I'll show you to your suite, Meswet. He draped a comforting arm around my shoulders and hustled me from the room. I wasn't far enough away, or they didn't speak quietly enough, when the argument started. What the hell are you doing? Nephi hissed. What must be done, came Marcus's reply. You are trying to go around it, to void it with your idiocy. You cannot stop it from happening. You cannot prevent her from being the Meswet by pretending, she yelled. It's too late! The last was a shriek worthy of a banshee. Marcus's cold voice responded, like a whiplash. Remember your place, daughter. And you remember yours, father. She is already too far gone for what you're about to do. It won't work. And you, I've never seen you so affected. You're in deeper than she is. For her sake, if not for yours, don't do this. Mark my words, Heru, Nephi said, spitting her father's name like a curse. You will ruin us all if you persist with this charade. Their argument continued, but Dominic and I were finally far enough away that only the muffled sounds of angry voices reached my ears. I reveled in the release from their harsh words. I didn't know why Marcus was behaving so coldly toward me, and I was hurt enough that, at the moment, I didn't want to find out. Dominic tightened his hold. Don't worry, sister. Everything will work out in the end. I know it. An incessant rhythmic vibration on the bedside table woke me from dreamless sleep. Dominic had settled me in an enormous, unfamiliar bed and given me some water and a small orange pill, promising it would bring true rest rather than the fitful half-echoes that frequently plagued our kind's dreams. I fumbled for my buzzing cell phone and tried several times to touch the screen's answer button before succeeding. "Hello?" I croaked. Coughing softly, I cleared my throat. "Lex? Is it really you?" I groaned. "Hi, Kara. Yes, it's me." "Oh my God! I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever. How are you? Are you okay?" Did she hear about the dead bodies in my apartment? Was it on the news? "I'm horrible, lost, broken-hearted, pissed off, scared, worried, overwhelmed. I'm fine. How are you?" Uh, good, I guess. Worried about you. What's been going on with you? I haven't been able to get a hold of you since New Year's." Kara whined. "Oh, yeah. Sorry. I guess she hasn't heard about the dead men. With my mom here and then the quarter starting, it's just been kind of crazy," I explained, repeating the excuses I'd given her days ago and withholding pretty much everything else. "Great. I'm becoming just like my parents, Grandma Sue's, Alexander, and Marcus." Picturing Marcus, I squeezed my eyes shut, willing away my sudden, roiling despair. "Okay, well, I'm glad you're okay. Thanks." I rolled over at the sound of a door opening and waved at Dominic. He was standing in the open doorway, joining our 2 bedrooms. "I'm fine," I mouthed, and he slipped back into his space, leaving the door ajar. Privacy, I noted, was quickly becoming a thing of the past. I really, really missed it. "So, could we meet up for lunch or something? Soon?" she asked. "I miss you, Lex." "No, but I wish we could." "Kara, it's only been 2 weeks. We've gone way longer than this without speaking or seeing each other before." "Yeah, well, we've never gone so long after one of us almost died," she screeched. "I'm fine, I swear," I told her. She scoffed. I was quickly wearing down her thin veneer of patience. "Come on, Lex, when can we get together? Annie's worried about you too." Frantically, I tried to think of an excuse. I could hardly tell her the truth, that I was being held captive for my own good because I was the subject of a millennia-old prophecy. "I don't know. It's complicated. I'm out of town for the excavation for a while." "For how long?" "A while," I repeated. "Which is?" "A while?" I offered again. "Nice try, Sugar Lips. What's going on, really?" "I'm out of town for the excavation for a while." "Is it a guy?" she asked. Sometimes I could have sworn she was part bloodhound. "Kara, I'm out of town." "Geesh, repeat much. So when are you back?" she asked. "Honestly, I don't know. The director is kind of a dick," I explained. I heard Dominic snort loudly in his room, and I smiled. "Oh, well, do you think it'd be possible to get my dress back?" The dress I was almost date raped in? Who wouldn't want that? "Sure, it's at the dry cleaners." I hadn't had the balls to pick it up. "Oh, which one?" "College Suds on the Ave. It should be ready by now," I told her. "Great, thanks. I have a date next week with this totally hot younger guy. He's a personal trainer, aka Yummy." "That sounds awesome, Kara." I tried to sound enthusiastic, but the emotion refused to form to back my words. "You sure you're okay?" Kara asked, suspiciously. "Yeah," I replied, "just tired." "Oh, well, I'll let you go then." She's definitely getting pissed. "Okay, thanks. But you have to promise to call me soon and tell me everything that's going on in your crazy Egyptologist life." Maybe not too pissed. I laughed. "Okay, I promise." "Good. Bye, Lex." "Bye." I mumbled as the line disconnected. I stretched, wondering if I could fall back asleep. A knock at the door to the sitting room, adjacent to what was now my bedroom, ruined my plans. Marcus hadn't been joking when he said I would have my own suite. My cluster of rooms consisted of a sitting room, which also had the only door out to the second-floor hallway, a bedroom with an adjoining full bathroom, and a smaller bedroom, Dominic's room, with doors to both my bedroom and the sitting room. It was all very medieval. I heard the door in the sitting room open, and Dominic say, "I don't know if it's best to tell her about this right now." A few seconds later, Sandra followed Neffy into my new, lavish bedroom. The curvaceous beauty waved the smaller, deadlier woman away. "She'll be fine with me, my dear. I promise. Though you may remain if the Meswet wishes." Neffy looked to me for my opinion. When I shook my head, my petite bodyguard left the room. "My niece is diligent, but can be a bit overzealous at times," Neffy said as she approached my bedside. She shot an irritated glance at Dominic's open door, but dismissed it with a roll of her luminous amber eyes. Darker, but so much like Marcus's. I sighed. Not Marcus. Haru. "Please, sit, Neffy. What is it?" I asked, propping myself up with pillows. I wasn't used to receiving guests in bed, but I considered it one of the issues accordant with being a messiah. It was annoying. I didn't want to be a messiah. "He's my father," she said, pulling a burnt orange suede armchair nearer to the bed. "He's being unreasonable. More so than usual, and you deserve to know what's going on." "Okay, what's going on?" "Don't get me wrong. It's not like I like you or anything," she told me bluntly. I took a slow, deep breath. "Right, so... but I do love my father, even if we tend to fight each other like scorpions, and he's done something that will hurt you both, and I really don't think it's necessary." "Neffy, just tell me." "He left," she explained, without explaining anything. "Marcus left? Where? When? How long will he be gone?" I asked. Was it me? Did I drive him away? I'd only intended to give as much cold bitchiness as I got, and it had been coming off Marcus in waves, but I now feared I'd gone too far. "Precisely," Neffy said, sounding so much like her father that my heart ached. "He's being an idiot, by the way. He's been focused on Nguyen's prophecy for so long that the real world rose up and bit him in the ass without warning. Except it wasn't the real world. It was you and his precious prophecy. I should have realized what was going on earlier. How was I so blind?" "Neffy, you know I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." "I know," she exclaimed. "I think that's why I find you so infuriating. You weren't raised like us, and you don't know our customs. So why are you the Meswet?" "Because Set decided to impregnate my mom," I offered dryly. "I suppose you are correct. It's not really your fault. I know," she said, looking sort of ashamed. "But my father, he's going to ruin everything." Right. That explains so much. I was getting the impression that Negeray minds worked quite a bit differently from that of regular Homo sapiens. I sighed, not doing a very good job of hiding my exasperation. "And how exactly is he going to ruin everything?" I asked. "You must understand him. He's past. He's been trying to work around Nguyen's prophecy for thousands of years. His vehemence, that it could be avoided. It's started wars. It's split the council down the middle. And he left now because," I urged, "because of the part of Nguyen's prophecy that he left out when he was explaining it to you," Neffy said sadly. She started reciting. "Heru, will look after the girl child, and she will trust him. Heru will set his heart on the girl child, and she will trust him above all others. Heru will make her his she-falcon, and she will bind herself to him." "What does it mean by she-falcon?" I asked. According to my father and everyone else who knew him, Nguyen was quite the wordsmith. By she-falcon, he was referring to Heru's match, the woman who would bring him to heel and force him to remember certain deeper pleasures. Not just sex, but companionship and love. In modern terms, I suppose it would be called his soulmate. I was just a little girl, but I remember my father being furious when he read the prophecy on Senenmut's tablet for the first time. She shook her head, her dark as night waves brushing back and forth over her shoulders. Perhaps it was because he loathed the idea of being bound to anyone. For so long he's been arrogant, cold, and frustrating. Her amber gaze sharpened. But with you, he's so vibrantly alive, so completely engaged. It was unexpected. I'm sure you can understand why I was so upset the day you overheard our argument." "Yes, I understand," I said, in truth understanding very little. "And now he's gone away?" Neffy looked down at her hands, which were clasped discreetly in her lap. "Yes, Meswet. He thought going away would dampen the feelings between the two of you, prevent the binding, and nullify Nguyen's prophecy. Without one verse, how could the others be true?" She shrugged gracefully. "At least, that's how he's looking at it." I turned away from her too familiar eyes. I understood why he'd left. It was an ingenious plan. Rather, it would have been an ingenious plan if I hadn't already fallen for him. A silent tear leaked from the corner of my eye and trailed down my cheek. "He wasn't trying to hurt you, Meswet. I know it," Neffy proclaimed, desperately. "My father didn't want to leave. He loved—" "That's enough, Neffy," Dominic said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "She needs rest, not troublesome thoughts. Leave us." Fury flashed across her face, but she responded, "Yes, my lord." To me, she pleaded, "Don't forsake him. He already has his heart set on you, whether or not he realizes it." Swiftly, she swept out of the room. "I feel like I'm being shredded into a million little pieces," I said to the ceiling. My voice was high and wobbly. Dominic sat in the same chair in which Neffy had been sitting, directly beside the bed. "I know, Lex." "How do I make it stop?" "You don't," he said quietly, grasping my hand. I curled into a ball around his arm and began to cry. Part 2. The Heru Compound, Bainbridge Island, Washington. Chapter 20. Enemies and Friends. Sandwiched between Dominic and Josh at the plaintiff's table, in a courtroom on the 8th floor of the King County Courthouse, I waited anxiously for the jury to emerge and share their verdict. Marcus had been gone for nearly 2 months, and though every minute of every day had been filled with learning how to be the Meswet to my people, honing my Negerette skills, preparing for the excavation, and attempting to get Mike an extended stay behind bars, I never stopped thinking about him, missing him, hating him, possibly even loving him. It was the 12th day of the trial, and I couldn't wait for it to be over. Regardless of the verdict, the entire time it had been impossible to ignore one particularly sharp gaze digging into the back of my skull. Set was sitting in the front row on Mike's side of the courtroom, and I refused to look at him. Not that it had been brought up during the trial, but he, my own biological father, had been the one who sent Mike the text, ordering him to use the drugged lip balm. I consoled myself, thinking that Mike, who had entered the courtroom every day using a cane and walking with an obvious limp, wouldn't be at peak raping performance for a long time. Unfortunately, his miserable-looking physical state seemed to earn him sympathetic looks from jury members throughout the trial. "You're positive that last witness is your friend?" Dominic asked, referring to Kara. I thought back on her testimony and scowled. The defending lawyer, with the black lines of a conspicuous set animal peeking out above the back of his collar, had asked her, "And you're certain the plaintiff was excited about the date with the defendant?" "Yes, very," Kara had responded. She'd refused to look in my direction. "Did the plaintiff talk about having sexual relations with the defendant?" "Yes, she was excited and nervous." "Why was she nervous?" "Because she hadn't been with anyone for a long time," Kara had explained, helpfully. I'd never wanted to disappear more in my life. My parents, Jenny, and Grandma Suze were sitting less than a dozen feet behind me. "Is there any additional reason she was nervous?" Kara had bit her lip before answering. "Yes, she had a dream that the date ended in rape." The audience gasped. Her words had been like sharp, invisible daggers stabbing into my back. Why would she ever volunteer that information? Why? I'd wondered, feeling unbearably betrayed. "And do you think it's possible that the plaintiff wanted her disturbed fantasy to play out?" "I don't. No, nobody would want that." Kara had seemed to suddenly wake up from the spell of disloyalty that had her in its thrall. "The plaintiff went to a great effort to entice the defendant, did she not?" the attorney had asked. Kara had sounded defeated when she replied, "Yes." "What did she do to entice him?" She borrowed a dress from me, and our other friend helped her do her hair," Kara had answered. "No further questions, Your Honor," Mike's lawyer had said, shooting me a smug grin as he'd returned to his seat. I shook my head, dispelling the disturbing memory of Kara's testimony. I used to think she was one of my best friends, but I don't know anymore, I told Dominic. "Had you been considering confiding the truth of your nature to any humans? Might I suggest avoiding her?" he whispered. "Thanks for the tip," I whispered back. Some of the heightened Negeray ears in the audience had heard us, and Set barked a laugh. Dominic, Josh, and I shared an irritated look. Alexander had called in additional bodyguards from our familial line as soon as my deranged father appeared on the first day of the trial. Filled with slightly too large and undeniably perfect people, the courtroom looked like the setting for a cheesy primetime legal drama. "Has anyone been able to get a hold of him?" I asked Dominic, referring to my absentee patron and the breaker of my heart. Dominic shook his head, and corners of his thin lips turned down. "He's ignoring us, at least before this farce started." He waved his hand, indicating the courtroom. "We knew he was alive. Every day included a dozen emails, calls, and texts checking up on you. Are you sure you want to get involved with him? He's proving to be a bit obsessive." "Dom," I warned. Ever since Marcus abandoned me in his secure compound, my half-brother had been slipping in little criticisms of his behavior whenever possible. It had been 2 months, and the reminders of Marcus's flaws were beyond getting old. They were mummified. But Dominic was also the one who comforted me every time I broke down, which, I was ashamed to admit, happened on a daily basis. Sometimes it was about Marcus, sometimes it was about being the Meswet, and sometimes it was just about feeling completely and utterly lost in what had become of my life. "Right," Apologies, Dominic said, letting his French accent deepen and flashing his killer smile. Just don't let him off too easy when he finally realizes his mistake and returns. Not a chance, I agreed. Josh whispered, would you guys mind saving this private conversation for somewhere a little more private? He hitched his head toward the rows of Negerettes with exceptional hearing packed into the courtroom. They were all sitting quietly, intently focused on something. On us. Heightened senses, it turned out, was just another genetic trait coded into our Negere DNA. My hearing and sight had been improved noticeably, though neither had yet developed the sensitivity of a fully manifested Negere, and it was proving to be less of a perk than I'd expected. Falling asleep was not as easy as it used to be, especially not when I could hear almost everything people were saying or doing in the nearby rooms. I opened my mouth to respond at the exact moment the door to the jury room opened, announcing the return of the jury. The 12 men and women filed back to their seats. None looked at me as the jury announced its verdict of not guilty to a half-outraged, half-ecstatic courtroom. I bowed my head to hide an inappropriate smile. I'd been doing something I wasn't supposed to do, peering into the possible futures to find out when Marcus might return. After the first time I'd done it, Saga and Taimdal had explained to me that not only was it against Negere law to look into the future aught without council approval, it was also a major faux pas. With our heightened senses and ability to peek into the past, we had little enough privacy, and looking into someone's future uninvited was a serious invasion of that precious commodity. Heeding their advice, I had continued searching for Marcus's return, but had stopped telling them about it. What I'd learned in the aught was the cause for my smile. In all of the futures I viewed, losing the trial signaled Marcus's immediate return. Come on, Lex. Let's get you out of here. The press is going to become more and more voracious the longer they have to wait, Dominic said. How my date rape case against Mike had piqued the interest of the mainstream media baffled me, but I suspected Set's meddlesome hands were pulling the strings. Anything to make my life harder seemed to tickle him pink. I really didn't like him. I'm not talking to the press, I told Dominic vehemently. Josh had signaled for Sandra, Vali, and 5 of my largest bodyguards to meet me in the aisle. After quick words, Sandra hustled away, corralling several dozen more Negere bodyguards with her. Nobody wants to talk to the press, Dominic said, guiding me toward the aisle, but they want to talk to you. We'll get you through the crowd as quickly as possible. The car's already waiting. Sadly, I nodded, and then I turned to my waiting family. Oh, sweetie, we're so sorry that cretin is getting away with what he did to you, my mom said, between sobs. I gave her a hug, unable to tell her that Negere justice would take over since the human version had failed, and Negere justice was far harsher. It's okay, Mom. I'm just glad it's over, I told her, and I meant it. Reliving the awful experience in the aught was one thing, but recounting every detail repeatedly before a packed courtroom was another entirely. Besides, I was tired of all of the character bashing and victim blame. My father wrapped his arms around us both. Someday, Laylee, that little shit will pay for what he did. I really didn't like the note of promise in his voice. I know, Dad. Someday he will pay. Just don't do anything stupid. Like personally getting revenge on your daughter's attempted rapist. It's wet, Dominic whispered, loud enough for me to hear but too quiet for my parents' human ears to pick up. It was time to go. I'm really sorry, Mom, Dad. I peeked over their shoulders to offer a tight smile to Jenny and Grandma Suze. But I absolutely have to get back to work. I'm lucky the director didn't kick me off the team for taking so much time with the trial, I said, squeezing them one last time. "I'm proud of you for taking this so well, sweetie," my mom said tearfully. "You've had such a rough few months." She was referring not only to her revelation about my parentage, but also to what Seattle police had deemed a freak gang showdown that had taken place in my apartment while I'd been out. I definitely didn't feel the need to correct that mistaken assumption, and, of course, the trial. I pulled away, my motions hesitant. I really did miss my family. "I'll talk to you soon, okay?" I promised. "Of course, sweetie," my mom said, closely followed by my father's, "We love you, Lex." Turning away, I willed myself not to cry. As Dominic sprang to my side and 6 bodyguards encircled us, I wondered, for the 1,000th time, how odd my entourage must have looked to my parents. How were they justifying the scene in their minds? They hadn't mentioned anything about it to me. Perhaps they thought the excavation director was a paranoid billionaire concerned with losing his ancient languages specialist. Or maybe they thought he was simply a billionaire who had become enamored with their little girl. "Lex? I'm sorry, Lex," Kara shouted from outside my cocoon of muscle. "Lex, please say you'll forgive me." I ignored her and continued out of the courtroom, across a wide marble hallway, to the elevators and down to the waiting throng of reporters. Stupid set. To my immense relief, Sandra and dozens of Negeray guards had managed to create a pathway from the courthouse door to my waiting car. I wouldn't have to speak into a single microphone about the injustice of the verdict. I wouldn't have to listen politely as a reporter badgered me into an emotional reaction or shocking revelation. I wanted to crow with delight or possibly kiss the small woman. She was a tactical genius and a killer chess player. I'd yet to beat her, and we played almost every evening. It was my favorite part of Meswet training, learning how to think strategically via chess. Dominic opened the black sedan's rear door, helped me into the back seat, and then took his own place in the front passenger seat. Neffy was already sitting in the back seat, grinning knowingly. "Neffy, you know that's not the appropriate reaction to losing a trial, right?" I asked her suspiciously. The more I'd gotten to know her, the more I'd grown to appreciate her oddities. And she had many of them. She raised a single arched eyebrow and said, "He's back. He's waiting for you at the compound." Relief flooded my body, and I finally felt like I could breathe. It's about time. Chapter 21. Hello and Goodbye. The 2-hour trip back to the Heru compound on Bainbridge Island had been torturous, as was the walk through the house and up the stairs to my suite, where I knew Marcus awaited me. Dominic was by my side, as usual, while Neffy kept pace on my left. Valley led our silent procession, and Sandra brought up the rear. Even with all the people around me, I felt completely alone. Valley pushed through the door to my sitting room, and I waited the usual 30 seconds for the all-clear, a 4-toned whistle. It put a serious dent in my day when I had to wait for my guards to search and approve every room I intended to enter. I missed being a nobody. I missed being able to relax, drink wine, eat cheese and popcorn, and watch comic book movies with Kara and Annie. Not like that'll ever happen again, I thought bitterly. Valley whistled. I took a deep breath, then another, and walked through the doorway. Marcus stood at the center window on the opposite side of the room, looking down on the immaculately manicured grounds. He was a king, surveying his realm, a god observing his creation. At the sight of him in his impeccable charcoal suit, my chest exploded with joy. He clashed with the sitting room's warm decor. Soft greens, oranges, and creams accented the oak furniture and papered the walls. I loved my rooms, felt comfortable in them, and Marcus didn't seem to belong. I didn't like that. "Leave us," he ordered quietly. Valley looked to me, and at my nod, ushered everyone back out to the hallway. Everyone except Dominic, who refused to leave. Dominic had become extremely attached to me, as I'd become to him. His constant presence soothed me when little else would ease my perpetual heartache. He would tell me stories of his early childhood in the Loire Valley, of his many exciting adventures across Europe over the centuries and what it was like to watch the world change around him while he remained, more or less, the same. I touched his arm, saying, "Dom, I'll be fine. He won't hurt me." Dominic peered down at me with sad eyes. "He already has," he said softly, though the glare he shot Marcus was diamond hard. Marcus watched Dominic leave, irritation tightening the skin around his eyes. "You two seem to have become quite close," he observed. I marched between a pale green sofa and a glass-topped coffee table, straight toward Marcus, and slapped his perfect face as hard as I could. "Ow!" I howled immediately after, shaking my stinging palm. He didn't even have the decency to pretend it had hurt. "You are such an asshole, Haru," I screeched, hitting him in the chest with my open hands. "And an idiot!" I hit him again. "And a coward!" Again. "And He reached up and caught my wrists in an iron grip. "I've been called many things, little Ivanov, but never a coward, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't use that name." "What name?" I spat. His hold on me was unbreakable. No matter how hard I tugged, I couldn't pull my wrists free. "Heru," he said with disgust. That caught me off guard, and I stopped struggling. "But it's your name. You made that very clear the last time I saw you." I didn't tell him that, to me, he would always be Marcus. His tiger eyes flashed with anger. "I told you once before that I preferred for you to call me Marcus. That preference has not changed." I raised my eyebrows. "What? So everyone else can call you by your real name, but I get stuck with your most recent pseudonym?" His grip tightened, and he raked his eyes over my face, shoulders, and chest. The anger lighting his gaze transformed into heat of another kind. Desire. I didn't know what he found so exciting. Dressed as I was in a cream silk blouse and tailored black blazer, I have no desire for everyone else to see me as I would have you see me. "And that would be as what?" I fumed. He answered without hesitation. "The first thing you think upon waking, and the last upon falling asleep. The man you call out to in times of unbearable pain and desperate pleasure, and the man who will do anything to keep you alive," he professed, his black-rimmed gold eyes burning through my anger. "Oh," I said softly. "I tried for 2 months, but I had to return," he said, sounding desperate. Marcus was evidently unused to being ruled by emotion. How had I sauntered into his world and ripped apart his rigid control and unfailing logic? What made me so special? I honestly didn't understand why I had such an effect on him, but I was glad I did. "Heru will set his heart on her," I said quietly, quoting Newen's prophecy. Marcus released me, bowing his head and turning away to face the window once more. "So they told you. I made them swear not to. Who disobeyed me?" Does it really matter if they did it for me? The person responsible is sworn to me now, not just you, I reminded him, hoping to spare Neffy whatever punishment her father might want to dole out. Grudgingly, Marcus said, "Fine, it is done." I hesitated, then spoke, picking my words carefully. "I understand why you left, Marcus. I really do. It was a clever idea. Idiotic, but clever. What are you saying? He asked, his voice rough. He continued to stare out the window. Just that I understand why you did it, why you tried to work around Nguyen's prophecy, but you need to understand something. I glared at the back of his head. You hurt me. At my words, or maybe the harsh anger laced through them, he bowed his head lower. The way you spoke to me in front of the others, I continued, and then you left, and it felt like you took a part of me with you, an essential part. Without warning, he turned and knelt before me. I said nothing, unable to form any sounds when faced with such a proud man kneeling at my feet. I desperately wanted to touch him, and I had to consciously stop my hands from reaching out. Holding my gaze with his eyes blazing like golden suns, Marcus spoke. I live to serve, Meswet. My life is yours, Meswet. May you live forever. I inhaled sharply. I'd heard those words dozens of times from all my guards and had accepted every offering, but hearing them from Marcus disgusted me. Falling to my knees, I stared at him. His eyes were liquid, molten, and challenging. I do not accept your service or your life, Nejere. I refuse to be the Meswet to you. He gazed at me, an unfathomable mixture of emotions altering his expression, widening his eyes, tensing his jaw, parting his lips. Heat and desire burned in his eyes, and I thought he might ravish me right then and there. I wanted him to. I wanted an excuse to experience every carnal thing he'd learned in his thousands of years, and beyond that, to be as close to him as possible, both physically and emotionally. Desperately, I wanted him to take the decision out of my hands. But Marcus was a master of control and desire, and anticipation. He rose and moved away so quickly that I almost fell forward. When I regained my balance, he was once again staring out the window. Holding my head high, I stood, but didn't approach him. Why return now? I asked. Why did losing the trial bring you back to me? Fists clenching, he explained, that little piece of shit had his hands all over you. He had his tongue shoved in your mouth, his hand up your skirt. I can't stand the idea of him getting near you again. Just knowing he has those memories, that he can recall the feel of your most intimate parts at will, makes me want to rip out his throat. He paused, then added, which I may still do. I approached him cautiously, hoping to avoid triggering the rage that boiled just beneath his surface. Gently touching his shoulder, I swallowed my pride and said, Marcus, I'm glad you're back. Marcus sighed, regaining his control. As am I. I let my hand slip down his arm and rest in the crook of his elbow. Come on. There's a huge banquet downstairs to celebrate the end of the trial. I think they're all just happy we don't have to go out in public en masse for a while. We really do draw the attention of the humans. They must think we're a pack of day-walking vampires or something. Shaking his head, Marcus almost smiled. Yes, I'll come down to your little feast. I have news to share with everyone besides. He gazed down at me in a way that made me want to melt into his arms. I'll use any excuse to touch you for a few more minutes. He was studying me intently. You've changed, he said, a note of sadness in his voice. Not where it matters, I told him softly, earning a faint smile. Arms linked, we made our way downstairs, acquiring Valley and 2 more bodyguards along the way. When we entered the dining hall, what could easily have been classified as the most tasteful of ballrooms, the Negerettes filling it slowly fell into an eerie hush. Marcus gazed around the room, his expression haughty. He was Heru, the falcon god, patriarch of one of the most powerful Nezhere familial lines. When he entered any room, he commanded the attention of everyone present, and like a celestial body, his gravitational pull required everyone to remain aware of him hours later. Over 100 pairs of Nezhere eyes were locked on him, riveted. Releasing his arm, I stepped back a few paces. My family and friends, I greet you, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. He touched his right hand to his chest. For taking such good care of the Mezwet in my absence. I assure you it is my intention to never leave her side again. Echoing the emotion in my chest, an enthusiastic cheer roared throughout the room for a few moments. They all knew the prophecy, and they knew what it meant for Marcus to make such a claim. I have news to share with all of you. My time away was split between Kemet and Ferenz, he stated, earning hushed speculation from nearly everyone. That he'd spent time in Kemet, the ancient name for Egypt, indicated he'd been doing something related to the upcoming excavation. Ferenz, Florence, Italy, I'd recently learned, was the auspicious location of Ivan's headquarters, and therefore the international center for his familial line, for my ancestral line. Was Marcus visiting Ivan? I met with many officials in our ancient homeland, Marcus continued, and am pleased to announce that the excavation has been moved up. We will depart on the 22nd of March. I glanced at Dominic and Neffy just in time to see them exchange a look of shared angst and frustration. Everything from the field school participants to the housing and travel arrangements was set up for a departure date roughly 2 months later than the one just announced. Marcus, who didn't care to dirty himself with such menial tasks, would no doubt leave the tireless job of logistical rearrangement to Dominic and Neffy. They were going to be a joy to work with for the next week. My second piece of news, Marcus said to the quieting crowd, regards this most recent unpleasantness. The 6 remaining members of the Council of 7 have met to pass sentence on the Set cult member Mike Hernandez. As you can all imagine, Ivan was quite distraught about the human's actions toward the Mezwet, his great-granddaughter. He felt the human justice system would likely fail our most important sister in her time of need. In anticipation of their failure, we found him guilty and sentenced him. The tyranny of council and their false prophecy will end with the Mezwet's death, a man shouted from the back of the room. Gasps erupted throughout the cavernous space as men and women turned to search the back of the dining hall for the speaker. Marcus's body slammed into mine, knocking me to the marble floor, just as 3 explosive cracks sounded in quick succession. I lay on my back, something warm and wet spreading across my torso. Is it blood? Am I bleeding? Marcus's ashen face was inches from mine, his black pupils constricting until his eyes were more golden than I'd ever seen them. I've got him! A woman shouted in the erupting cacophony. She sounded distant and hollow, like she was speaking through a tin can phone. Will you accept my life now, little Ivanov? Marcus rasped through blood-stained lips. I give it to you. Gladly. He rested his head on my shoulder and fell still. No! I shrieked. No! I won't accept it. I don't want it. No, take it back! I shouted, repeating variations of the same words over and over again. Why didn't I tell him how I felt? Why am I so stubborn? I'm always so stupidly stubborn. Is he dying? Is he dead? No! Hands were on me, gentle and firm, and 4 pairs of concerned eyes stared down at me from familiar faces. Alive faces. But none of them was the right face. Why wasn't Marcus looking at me the way they were? Why wasn't he looking at me at all? Why was he just lying on top of me, unmoving? Dominic asked me something, but his words didn't make any sense. They were meaningless. Everything was meaningless without him. Why isn't he moving? At my blank stare, Dominic growled, "Was she hit? Neffy, did any bullets hit her?" "I don't know. There's so much blood. I think it's all from my father. We need to move him," she replied. "Now." Marcus's body was rolled off mine, and Neffy's precise hands began examining every inch of my body. I stared at Marcus's blood-smeared face, at his vacant eyes, while Neffy searched me for bullet holes that weren't there. She was focusing on the wrong body. She needed to be working on him. A realization that snapped me out of my shock. I pushed her hands away. "I'm fine. Help him. Help him! If he dies! If he dies!" Somehow, Neffy read the desperation in my eyes, a desperation verging on insanity. Her resolve hardened, and she spun on her knees. "Valley, pick him up carefully," she ordered, pressing a wad of cloth napkins against her father's punctured, bleeding chest, while the huge, blond man lifted him off the floor. I followed as they took Marcus's body to a nearby room, one I'd yet to explore. I was surprised to find a well-stocked home clinic. I might have wondered what the hell it was doing in the main house of the Heru compound, but all I could think about was Marcus. He can't die. He's lived for thousands of years. He can't die. "Carlyle, find the 3 oldest Negerettes here and begin drawing their blood," Neffy ordered. "We need to transfuse." "Take mine, please," I begged. Quietly, Dominic explained, "His body needs stronger blood, more mature blood. The older the Negeret, the more developed their regenerative abilities. I'm sorry, Lex, but you can't help him." Until Dominic spoke, I hadn't noticed his arm around my waist keeping me standing. "Don't we need a doctor?" I asked, watching Neffy cut off her father's shirt. "Neffy has more medical degrees than any other living being, Negeret or otherwise. She's the best," Dominic informed me. I watched Carlyle herd in his 3 chosen ancient blood donors, one of which was Sandra. I hadn't known she was among the oldest of Marcus's line. "What about their blood types? What if they have the wrong kind?" I asked, panic and fear thick in my voice. "We might kill him." "Start the transfusion," Neffy told another Negerette I didn't recognize. "He's a B positive, a universal receiver," she explained as she cut an impossibly deep incision down the center of Marcus's chest. Blood, thick and incredibly dark, welled up and over the edges of the incision, and not once did Marcus flinch, because Marcus was dead. Chapter 22, Age and Wisdom. Neffy revived Marcus 3 times before he finally stabilized. One of the bullets had pierced his heart, and the other 2 his left lung. It had taken her 15 minutes to repair the wounds enough that his vital organs would mend themselves properly. Once she'd cracked his sternum open, I had to look away. "He'll live, I'm positive," Neffy told me as she shamelessly peeled off her bloody clothes in the center of the home clinic. I hit Dominic's arm with the back of my hand for his equally shameless ogling. "What? I've seen it all before, several times," he replied, his thin lips curling up into a sly, closed-mouth smile. Neffy rolled her eyes and shrugged. "Sometimes I get lonely." She motioned for me to follow her into the attached bathroom, where she stepped into the shower. Marcus's blood was all over her, even in her hair. I, on the other hand, only had it on my shirt. Shutting the door, I asked, "So what happens now?" I hopped up and perched beside the sink on the white tile counter. From beyond a fogged glass door, Neffy explained, "Now he regenerates. It could take him up to 24 hours to heal enough to regain consciousness. All of his body's energy is currently going toward repairing his vital organs. We'll move him up to his suite, and if you'd like, you can stay with him there. I just assumed that once he returned, the two of you would start sharing a bed. Neffy, he's your dad, I exclaimed. How can you even think about that? She laughed, and the sound reverberated in the increasingly steamy, confined space. You should ask around about his reputation. She paused. Actually, maybe you shouldn't. Anyway, he'll look different for a while, noticeably thinner and possibly sickly or older. His body will be focused entirely on healing what it needs to survive, not on remaining young or robust, she explained. But don't worry. He'll be the old Heru, Marcus, in no time. One of the perks of being so ridiculously ancient. After my mini-coma, I'd lost weight and appeared sickly, and I'd only been out for a handful of hours. Marcus, on the other hand, had actually died several times. How different will he look? After listening to the shower run for a long moment, I asked the question that had been troubling me since I became certain of Marcus's recovery. Neffy, what about the guy who shot him? Ah, yes. He is, by his own stupid announcement, guilty of attempting to assassinate the Meswat and nearly murdering a member of the Council of Seven. We don't kill our kind easily, but he'll be executed. After he's interrogated, of course. We must discover the other traitors behind the attack. Do you approve? Yes, I hissed, surprised by the venom the single word could contain. I wanted to tear the shooter apart with my bare hands. Wonderful, Neffy said, shutting off the water and stepping out of the shower. I tried to ignore her perfect, curvaceous body while she toweled off, but it wasn't easy. I frowned, knowing I would never have curves like hers. Unhurried, Neffy slipped into a soft white robe. Now, I have many things to do for the excavation if we are truly to leave next Friday. You should go upstairs and change, then go to my father. Sit with him. Your presence will bring him comfort. I did as she suggested, winding my way through hallways, stairwells, and corridors, Valley leading and Sandra trailing behind me. I stopped by my own rooms, just long enough to exchange my bloody silk blouse for a plain black t-shirt, and to wipe the crusted blood off my stomach before heading to the suite next door. Marcus's suite. The two guards at the door instantly let me inside, offering supportive smiles. Thanking them, I slipped through Marcus's sitting room without a single glance around me. I needed to see Marcus, not what he owned, but holy crap, I was terrified. Will I even recognize him? How is he? I asked Dominic, who was standing in the doorway between the sitting room and the bedroom. He's healing, my half-brother said, giving my shoulder a squeeze. Did Neffy explain that he would look different for a while? Yeah. Thanks, by the way, for everything you did. I probably would have collapsed if you hadn't kept me standing. Dominic lifted his hand and, with gentle fingers, tilted my face up so he could see it better. It was nothing. A faint smile softened his sharp, pale features. Someday, I'll tell you of our father. I'll tell you of his treatment of my mother and of me. Then, I think, you'll understand why I would do anything for you. The one prophesied to cause his destruction. Or the world's. Dominic's eyes shone with unshed tears, but before I could voice my doubts, he dropped his hand and said, I'll leave you two to your happy reunion. He left me in the doorway and sat in the furthest armchair. With an apprehensive sigh, I walked into Marcus's bedroom. It took me several breaths to fully comprehend that the middle-aged man lying under the covers in the enormous four-poster bed was Marcus. As I approached the bed, I took note of all the little changes to his face. His hair was salt and pepper instead of jet black, and there were faint wrinkles on his brow, at the corners of his eyes and around his mouth. Some of the precision of his bone structure had been softened. I let out a shaky laugh, thinking it was so typical of Marcus that he would look like a dapper older gentleman instead of someone suffering from a chronic illness, which had been my body's reaction to using regeneration to heal. I grasped his nearest hand, wrapping both of mine around it. "I will never accept your life in exchange for mine," I whispered vehemently. "Do you understand me, Marcus? I refuse to live in a world where you don't exist." I laid my forehead on the bed between my arms. To an observer, I probably looked like a woman deep in prayer. If I were, it was to a very old, very proud man who had once been considered a god. There, lying in supplication to Marcus, or Heru, whoever he was, I fell asleep. Thankfully, I didn't dream. "Wake up, little Ivanov," murmured a quiet, masculine voice. It was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. The hand I'd been holding when I'd fallen asleep was gone from my grasp. Instead, his fingers were gently stroking my mess of mahogany hair. I smiled into the comforter before raising my head. Though he was still the middle-aged version of himself, the sight that greeted me was breathtaking. Marcus was awake, smiling, alive. "Come here," he said softly, patting the comforter on the opposite side of his body. I yearned to cuddle with him, to feel his warm, solid body next to mine, but I shook my head. "I don't want to hurt you." "Come here," he repeated, demanding. I bit my lower lip in hesitation, but the yearning in his eyes won me over. I walked around the bed and carefully slid closer to him. "I'll recover, Lex," he murmured, and a rush of relief filled my chest. Part of me hadn't believed that he really was okay until that moment. I curled up against him and, voice wobbly, said, "I'm counting on it." He sighed and tightened his arm around my waist. I breathed in, eager for his spicy scent, but I was disappointed. "Why do you smell different? I mean, you don't smell bad, just different." His thumb began caressing my ribs as he spoke. "Well, as far as I could tell, I was shot in the heart. Am I correct?" I nodded against his shoulder, attempting to keep my breathing steady. The skin he was stroking burned with a pleasant fire. "Then I must have been given blood from another Negerais, possibly several. Until my own blood cells replace it, I'll smell a little bit like each of them. You're developing heightened senses rapidly, little Ivanov, if you could smell the difference. Did you know that in the most powerful of us, our sensation of touch is heightened as well? I am one of those. Are you?" He chuckled as his thumb continued its gentle stroking. "Marcus," I finally growled between uneven breaths. It just so happened that all of my senses had been slowly becoming more sensitive, including touch. "Ah, very well," Marcus said, ceasing his tactile ministrations. Lightly, he pressed his lips to my forehead, the hint of his stubble a pleasant scratchiness. "Pardon the interruption, Meswet," Carlyle said from the doorway, "but Heru should really eat now that he's awake. It'll hasten his healing process. There's a tray of food for you as well in the sitting room," he said as he wheeled in a multi-level cart heaped with a variety of dishes. Sitting up, I gaped. "That's All for him? Regeneration brings on a hearty appetite, was Carlyle's response. It made sense. I recalled my own increased appetite after waking from the coma. Why's my food out there? I pointed my thumb over my shoulder toward the sitting room. I'll eat in here, with him. Meswet, I'm not sure you want to watch him eating just yet. After recovery from such a fatal injury, the first few meals can be unpleasant, Carlyle warned. I tried to picture polite and proper Marcus shoving handfuls of food into his mouth, but couldn't. I clenched my teeth and stated, I'm staying. Lex, Marcus said, his voice laden with warning. Marcus, he sighed at my mulishness and followed up with a groan as Carlyle rearranged pillows and propped him up into a sitting position. If you let me eat my first 5 meals alone, I'll tell you the truth behind the contendings of Heru and Set myth. A glimpse into Marcus's past. A chance to see the man who'd inspired one of the most famous Egyptian myths was almost too much to pass up. Almost. 3, I countered. He narrowed his eyes. 5. 4. 5. I snorted in exasperation. Fine. 5 meals. But you'd better let me know as soon as he finishes, I told Carlyle. I really didn't want to leave Marcus's side, but I didn't want to make him uncomfortable either. Of course, Meswet, Carlyle said with a bow, and minutely shaking shoulders. I was pretty sure he was laughing at me. I left the bedroom and quickly ate my own food. Lemon and herb-roasted chicken, mashed potatoes and gravy, and glazed heirloom carrots, paired with a small carafe of a light white wine, at a small granite-topped dining table set in front of a picture window, staring out at the tree-lined horizon. I sighed. He really is okay. Daydreaming? Dominic asked in his smooth French accent. I'd been so lost in thought, I hadn't heard him enter the room. Sort of, I said, turning to look at him. He was sitting in an oversized steel-gray armchair on the opposite side of the room. His chin-length, nearly black hair was slicked back, as usual, but it looked wet. I figured he'd taken a break from chaperoning me to get cleaned up. Last I'd seen him, his clothes had been stained with nearly as much blood as mine had been, but his current attire, black-on-black pinstriped suit pants and a midnight blue dress shirt, was immaculate. You're very sneaky, you know. Amusement touched his handsome features, curving his thin lips and making his coal-black eyes sparkle. Precisely the reason your Marcus frequently employs me as a spy, he told me, and I prefer the term stealthy. All right, stealthy, I agreed. For the first time, I had a chance to examine the decor in Marcus's personal space. His house in Ravenna had been decorated generically, reflecting none of his actual taste, but his sitting room screamed Marcus as loudly as if he'd stamped his name on every chair, table, and trinket in bold, garish letters. Gray and black, the 2 colors that dominated his wardrobe, seemed to govern his home decor tastes as well. Every piece of furniture was sleek and elegant, somehow managing a level of subtle sensuality. Strewn about the room on shelves and tables were little bits of bright blue, orange, red, and violet, all in the form of priceless antiques, and they weren't corner shop and a quaint town antiques, but $1,000,000 personal invitation to a silent auction antiques. They were black market with a capital B. You can return, Meswet, Carlyle said, making me jump. I was glad I'd refrained from picking up any of the irreplaceable statuettes or vases. Otherwise, one might have been in pieces on the floor. Thank you. To Dominic, I said, maybe you should ask Neffy to come up and keep you company, if you plan to hang around. My comment earned a bark of laughter from the bedroom. "I think not," was Dominic's reply. "Go to him. Saga and Sandra will join me here soon enough." I nodded, thanking him silently for releasing me from the guilt of abandoning him. I hurried into the bedroom and shut the door. "I expected you to look different," I told Marcus as I crawled toward him on the bed. Locked on me, his irises bled from gold to black in an instant before his eyes narrowed, and he groaned. "What? What is it? Does something hurt?" I asked frantically, my hands fluttering around him. He squeezed his eyes shut. "No, definitely not. Definitely not." "Okay. Will you tell me your tale now, or do I have to actually wait until you've consumed all 5 of the agreed-upon meals?" I asked as I cuddled against him. "After I rest," he said, pulling me closer. With my head laid on his shoulder, I warned, "You'd better not back out of our deal." When he didn't respond, I looked up at his face. He was already asleep. Sometime during the next morning, I awoke and adjourned to my suite to brush my teeth and shower. When I returned to Marcus's bedroom, he was already awake and sitting up in bed. I gasped when I saw him. "Marcus, you look 10 years younger," I exclaimed. He didn't look his usual late 20s or early 30s, but he was getting there. "Do I?" he asked, unconcerned. "Are you going to tell me about the myth now?" I settled in the large, cushy chair at his bedside, dropping a leather tote stuffed with books and my laptop on the floor. "No," he said, smiling mysteriously. "I must eat again, and then rest. I hope you don't mind." His eyes twinkled. He was toying with me, seeing how far he could push me. We danced that little routine at least a dozen times over the next several days. Me asking for the true story behind the myth, him denying me, and then eating and falling asleep. I would sit at his bedside and watch him breathe, or I would read or hold quiet discussions with other Negerettes in his sitting room. It was simple and domestic, an easy routine to fall into. On the 5th evening after the shooting, while I was sleeping in my own bed for once, my ba found its way into the aught of its own accord. I was watching 5-year-old me play lackadaisically on the swings in my parents' backyard. A dark-haired and golden-skinned man, dressed in a colorful belted robe, was approaching the little girl version of me. Turning, he sat on the next swing over, and I inhaled sharply. For a long moment, I thought the man was Marcus. He bore a striking resemblance in both coloring and bone structure, but there were subtle differences. Marcus was slightly shorter, making his musculature seem bulkier, and he carried himself differently, more like a modern man. The familiar stranger had an alien grace, his movements too smooth, too quick, too fluid. Who is he? 5-year-old me giggled joyfully, like the tinkling of a dozen bells. "You're dressed funny." The man smiled back at her, but said nothing. I knew I was in an echo of something that happened when I was a little girl, but I would have sworn the interaction I was watching never actually happened. I couldn't remember ever meeting this Marcus look-alike. "I'm Alexandra," the little girl version of me announced, her swinging newly enthused. The man who wasn't Marcus inclined his head and repeated in a foreign, ancient accent, "Alexandra." It sounded like Alexandra. He pressed the fingertips of his right hand to his chest and said, "Nuin." "No way," I exclaimed, my voice hushed. "No freaking way. Nuin, the great father, the man who had started our species, visited me when I was a little girl? It wasn't possible. He was supposed to be dead. like thousands of years dead. Marcus saw him die. Alexandra. At hearing my name, I swiveled my head to the left and found another version of the same man standing only feet away. Shocked, I accosted him with words. You're Newen, but everyone thinks you're dead. Can you help us? Can you help me? The prophecy. Your prophecy. It must be wrong. Why did you choose me? Newen shook his head and said something incomprehensible, his words ancient and alien. I had to remind myself that, despite the resemblance, the man standing beside me was not Marcus. Newen pointed to another part of the yard, a place young me couldn't see. A now familiar and very pissed-off man was lurking behind a tree. It would have been comical, like a scene taken from an old Sunday morning cartoon, but for the identity of the man. Set. No! He might hurt her, I exclaimed. I realized the statement was moronic as soon as I voiced it. I hadn't been hurt by Set as a child. In fact, I'd never even seen Set until the first time I entered the Echo in the fertility clinic. Newen, ancient and radiating some otherworldly power, raised his hand to touch his first 2 fingers to my forehead. Instantly, I remembered everything. I remembered waking up to find Newen sitting in a chair in the corner of my room, watching over me as I slept, protecting me. I remembered catching sight of Newen in the distance while I rounded the turn of a slide at the park. I remembered repeating and practicing unfamiliar sounds as Newen taught me his language during long, sleepless nights. I remembered Newen dressed in modern clothes, sitting side by side in the bleachers with hundreds of parents and high school students at the homecoming game during my junior year of high school, watching me watch the game. I remembered the feeling of Newen's lips pressed gently against mine as tears dried on my cheeks. I'd been 16, horribly ashamed that a boy had yet to kiss me, and had just learned that my best friend was dating my crush. I remembered smiling down at Newen, who was clapping enthusiastically from the front row at my final ballet performance. I remembered Newen holding my hand during the entire 15-hour plane ride from Seattle to Minneapolis to Rome. It had been my first time flying internationally, and I'd been all alone. Thousands of memories bombarded me, exploding into and merging with my own, redefining my identity. In a young, naive way, I'd loved Newen deeply. I probably always would. I wondered if Newen had been the reason that so few boys, or as I grew older, men, had interested me. None could compare, in looks or substance, to the glorious enigma that was Newen. My Newen. Well, none until Marcus. In his ancient language, a predecessor to Old Egyptian, I asked, "Will you take them away again?" Every time Newen visited me, he left by sealing my memories, only to unseal them again on his next visit. "No, my Alexandra," he said sadly, a tear sliding down his chiseled face. "What's wrong?" Without hesitation, I closed the distance between us and wrapped my arms around his neck, standing on tiptoes to bury my face against his collar. "I am weary. I have lived for too long in this body, and my time is coming to an end," Newen whispered into my hair. "I have done the best I could, kept you safe from he who would use you until my grandson, Heru, could take over. He will protect you now." I pulled away and gazed into his color-changing eyes. Remotely, I realized that they resembled the swirling colors in the yacht. "Heru?" I asked, my mind taking longer than usual to register that he was talking about Marcus. Newen nodded solemnly. "I hope to see you once more, "But I will miss you, my Alexandra," he remarked, kissing me lightly on the forehead. "I don't understand," I admitted. With a humorless laugh, he said, "I know. If everything works out properly, you will understand soon. Sooner than you'd like." "You're going away? Possibly forever," I stated, making sense of his forlorn looks and cryptic words. "That's why I get to keep my memories of you, isn't it?" "Yes." Before I could wallow in the sorrow of losing him, a hidden constant in my life, he asked, "Do you love him?" "Do I love him? Who?" "Heru." I frowned and glanced down at the grass. "I don't know. I think so, but I barely know him." "Oh, my sweet Alexandra, love isn't about knowing. Love is about feeling." I thought about his words and about Marcus. I knew I loved Newen, but my feelings for Marcus were different, searingly raw. Newen had been my comforting, wise companion, while Marcus was rage and intelligence, strength and sex, all wrapped up in an enticing black and golden package. In the past few months, Marcus had made me feel more alive than I'd ever felt before. I craved taking the next physical steps with him, like a drug addict looking for a more powerful hit. Around Marcus, my emotions were unusually volatile. Anger, lust, joy, and frustration, all waiting eagerly for the chance to explode. So, do I love him? "I admit, he is young and inconceivably proud and ruthless, but I believe time may temper his rougher qualities. I must pass your care into the hands of another, and there is no better man." Newen looked around momentarily, as though he could hear something that I couldn't, and briefly smiled. "I must leave you now, my Alexandra. I have a guest awaiting my attention. But all will work out, I'm certain of that now." He looked around, thoughtfully, and then his gaze sharpened, focusing on me. "There are 3 things you must do to survive what's coming, no matter what. Do not trust your father. Never say his name in the art. And keep your younger sister nearby at all times." "Jenny?" I asked, surprised at the mention of my sister. "Why?" "Not Jenny. But I will see you again," he promised, and kissed me lightly before disappearing. It was the chaste kiss of a cherished friend. Other than a healthy scattering of gentle pecks and a few hotter, heavier kisses at my more needy moments, my relationship with Newen had been mostly platonic. Newen was, and would always be, my first love. But those feelings had been grossly eclipsed by more mature, ferocious versions. For Marcus. I watched the past version of Newen hover protectively around my 5-year-old self for a while, wondering who Newen could have possibly meant by my younger sister, if not Jenny. Eventually, regular, restful dreams replaced the echo. The following morning, I entered Marcus's bedroom feeling anxious and a little ill. I had no idea how to tell him about seeing Newen in the yacht, about everything I now remembered. I started to laugh, a shrill, slightly hysterical sound as I approached Marcus. He was seated at a small, round ebony table by the window on the left side of his bed, watching me. He looked himself, if still a little thinner than usual. His face was carefully composed, expressionless, but there was a pitiless glint to his eyes. Is he mad about something? Oh God, does he already know about my history with Newen? How? Stopping behind the chair opposite him, I opened my mouth, then closed it again. How was I supposed to start? With the truth, I told myself. I took a deep breath, then said, Marcus, I think. He held up his hand, stopping my words. Sit, Lex. It wasn't a request. Hands shaking, I pulled out the chair and sat. Seconds passed, and still, Marcus simply watched me. I cleared my throat, preparing to try again. He beat me to it. I owe you a story. My story. He looked away, focusing on something beyond the window pane. One of my stories, he said, correcting himself. It's not a happy tale, and I don't enjoy telling it, so you'll have to forgive my shortness. His story. He's going to tell me about him and Set. That's what's putting him in such a bad mood. I almost laughed with relief, but managed to contain myself. I crossed my legs and waited, recalling what I knew of the myth. The contendings of Heru and Set is one of the more well-known Egyptian myths, and like many ancient stories, it sounds a little odd to modern ears. It chronicles the struggle between the two gods to decide who would be Osiris's successor and rule over all of Egypt and her deities. Since some of the gods favored Heru and some favored Set, the two were required to engage in a series of contests. At one point, Heru's mother, Aset, commonly known as Isis, attempted to aid Heru, but she backed out in the end, unwilling to hurt Set. This apparently enraged Heru, and he cut off her head. As punishment, Set gouged out one of Heru's eyes, though another goddess replaced it. The competition between the two gods finally came to a head when Set tricked Heru into having intercourse with him. He believed that if he could prove he'd planted a seed inside Heru, the other gods would see him as the dominant of the two and name him as Osiris's successor. Heru, however, was even more clever than the duplicitous Set. When Set ejaculated, Heru caught his semen and later fed it to him disguised as food. The other gods ruled in favor of Heru as the rightful king of Egypt and her deities, and he became a symbol of the divine right to rule. Finally, Marcus began telling me his version of the myth, the true version. My father, Osiris, ruled the Council of Seven for decades, from Nuin's death until his own, he said in his silk and stone voice. He was the last son of Nuin, so the succession of his throne fell to the grandsons. Set and I were the two oldest and most powerful among them. Most of the council thought I deserved to take over because my father had been the last ruler. But Set and one other member of the council believed he was the rightful successor. He argued that he'd been the patriarch of his line for many years and knew how to lead. I argued that my father had groomed me for the position, and that because of his guidance, I already knew everything required of the position. Marcus gave a sad laugh and shook his head. The council ruled in my favor. Unlike the myth, there were no trials or contests, and I became the rightful ruler of our people. However, 2 days after my coronation, Set approached me, claiming false friendship. He attacked me and gouged my eyes, rendering me blind for a time. He said he wanted me to die slowly, losing my life piece by piece until everything was taken from me, like it had been taken from him. I didn't understand this change in him. I still don't. Before my father's death, we'd been the closest of friends. Sometimes we'd even shared lovers. He watched me, searching for some sort of a reaction. Inside, I felt queasy. Outside, I was granite. We became enemies unlike any the world had ever known. Aset, who was my sister, not my mother as the mythology claims, found us fighting, or rather, me dying slowly and blind. She launched herself at Set, distracting him long enough for her servants to carry me away. I'd loved her dearly for hundreds of years, and he killed her. Not me. The myth has that wrong as well. I would never have hurt Aset. I wanted her beside me for eternity. He sighed, deep and heavy with longing. My eyes healed, and I regained my sight the following day, and then I resumed leadership of the Netjerat. I moved my court and the council to Hierarchanopolis and ruled for many peaceful centuries. The humans knew of us in those days and considered us gods for our immortality and abilities to know the past and to predict the future. They worshipped us, just as some still believe they should, and that is the truth behind the myth. Marcus fell silent, letting me digest his words. I'm sort of surprised by the accuracy of the myth. Fighting over Osiris's throne, Aset dying. Your eyes? I said. Thank you for telling me. He nodded. Sometimes the humans get it right. Or mostly right. Though I never understood why they cast Aset as my mother. He pondered aloud. Maybe it made her seem a more sympathetic character? I have to tell you something, I blurted, before he distracted me with another tale or before I lost my nerve. Marcus blinked several times, then raised a single arched eyebrow. I took a deep breath. I'm pretty sure Nguyen could actually travel through time, not just enter the yacht, I said, with one eye squeezed shut and the other barely open to observe his reaction. Pray tell, Lex, what makes you think this? I started to babble. Because he visited me when I was 5 years old, and then again and again thousands of times as I grew up. He blocked my memories every time he left, so I couldn't recall anything about him when he wasn't there. Obviously, a little bit slipped through, my obsession with ancient Egypt and all. He taught me his language, which is probably why I'm so good at deciphering ancient texts. And he used to keep me safe from Set when he would come after me, probably trying to kidnap me. I think Set wanted to raise me as his perfect little obedient daughter and not have me grow up to be, well, this, I said, pointing to myself. Anyway, Nguyen visited me in an echo while I was sleeping last night. He released his memory block, and now I remember everything. I fell silent, holding my breath for a long moment before releasing it. Please say something. This is bad, he said, his voice cold and level. I'm sorry, I whispered. No, he said. It's not your fault that Nguyen... Abruptly, he laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. Gods, Lex, you probably know him better than I do. He was never an easy man to know. I frowned, wondering if we were really talking about the same man. The Nguyen I knew was kind, wise, and gentle. What's bad, Marcus continued, is what's locked in that temple. Now we know why Set wants the Ankh-At so badly. His tiger eyes flashed with rage, or possibly fear. He wants the power to travel through time. Oh my God, I whispered. Then he could change anything. Chapter 23. Mother and Child. Breaking just about every traffic law possible, we sped along the freeway into Seattle and through her soggy streets. Jenny, as it turned out, wasn't my only younger sister. That title also belonged to none other than Genevieve's daughter, Kat, who was my half-sister through Set. Traffic was predictably heavy as we made our way toward Genevieve's shop. The goddess's blessing, further darkening Marcus's stormy mood. He wasn't happy that I hadn't told him about Nguyen as soon as I woke up that morning. Why don't we just not go to Egypt? I asked for the umpteenth time. He'd yet to grant me a response more verbose than a grunt and a shaking of his head. If I don't go, I don't have to choose to obey or defy him. If nobody but the girl child can access the Ankh-At, then Set needs me to be there to get Nguyen's time travel power. So just take me out of the equation. That's exactly what the man who shot me said during his interrogation. Kill the Mezwet. Take her out of the equation. I killed him for those words, Marcus told me, his tone cold. What? When did you see the prisoner? He's already been killed? By you? I asked, aghast. Snickering, Marcus mocked. Poor little Ivanov, still feeling squeamish about killing. I wanted to be there, I said, gritting my teeth. I watched you die. Marcus's hands tightened visibly on the steering wheel, blanching the skin covering his knuckles, but he said nothing. Neither of us spoke for the rest of the drive. Marcus easily parallel parked the car in a spot I was sure would prove too small. With the engine still running, he unbuckled his seatbelt and lunged over the low center console, pressing me back against the passenger seat. Hot and urgent, his lips found mine. He invaded my mouth with his tongue, and when I tried to reciprocate, he tightly gripped the back of my neck and growled. The kiss was about more than lust or passion. It was about possession, about Marcus's need to make me his. In that moment, with each thrust and caress of his tongue, he owned me, and I liked it. I'm beginning to understand the meaning behind she-falcon, Marcus whispered against my cheek. Would you have killed the gunman yourself for what he did, little Ivanov? Do you think you could have? Unable to form the words, I nodded, earning a rough, animalistic sound from the man, pinning me against the seat back. Nguyen's prophecy says nothing about his power being what destroys the world, either in case of your death or your obedience to Set. Only that his power, the Ankh-At, must be accessed and that you obeying Set is the end of mankind, he said, finally answering my question. Set's had enough time to acquire weapons of mass destruction, be they nuclear, biological, or other, and is psychotic enough to hold the world hostage with them. I guarantee he will do something along those lines if you don't continue, especially since you are his only chance at accessing Nguyen's power. We must proceed with the excavation, enter the hidden temple, access the Ankh-At, and get it out of Set's reach. There are no other options. With a huge, resigned breath, I nodded against his cheekbone, and only then did he pull away. Marcus had turned off the car, exited, and was around to open my door in a matter of seconds. He extended his hand and helped me out. Shall we continue on our business then? I laughed, adjusting my coat. You're unbelievable. Just like that. I snapped my fingers. You're all business again. He leaned into me, pressing me against the car, and whispered, Not all business. I could feel the hard length of him nudge against my hip. Damn, you really should do something about that, I purred. He chuckled, a low, rough sound, but didn't say anything. After another moment of smoothing and adjusting clothing, we were making our way up the block to the magic shop. Marcus's arm latched possessively around my waist. His mood had lightened considerably. Tinkling bells announced our entrance into Genevieve's magic shop, earning a "Be right out" from the back room. While we waited, Marcus followed me from shelf to shelf, from table to table, as I examined the many curiosities. He stood far too close behind me, making my hands shake with anticipation of his touch. Jittery, little Ivanov, he whispered, his lips almost touching my hair. He seemed to savor the effect his proximity had on me. Turning my head, I looked up into the black-rimmed gold of his eyes from inches away. I must just be excited about our business, I said pointedly. Are you still excited? When I'm around carmine-eyed temptresses, he said, daring me to close the distance between our mouths. I'm nearly overcome with excitement. Just as I was leaning into him, Genevieve's husky voice intervened. How can I help you? She asked, pulling a dolly stacked high with boxes through the beaded curtain. Marcus barely brushed his lips across mine before pulling away. Ah, Jen, I thought we were closer than that, he said warmly. How can I help you is a little impersonal, is it not? Genevieve immediately let go of the cart, standing noticeably straighter. Marcus, she exclaimed, facing us with a joyous smile. And I'm sorry, but I don't recall your name, she added, letting the curve of her mouth turn faintly bitter as she addressed me. Lex, I supplied. She nodded. Welcome back to the goddess's blessing, Lex. I hope you found your answers. What brings you back so soon, Marcus? Why, it was just a few weeks ago that you were here. Eyes narrowed to slits. I studied Marcus. If he'd visited the shop a few weeks ago, that meant he'd been in town before he'd met up with me after the trial. How long had he been back? How long had he been avoiding me? Marcus stared back, unblinking, though the corner of his mouth rose infinitesimally. Something about my reaction pleased him. I took a deep, calming breath. Are you going to explain what brings you back so soon, Marcus? Or shall I? I asked, only the tiniest edge of frustration apparent. If anything, the corner of his mouth rose further. Genevieve, whose smile had returned to its original exuberance during our exchange, seemed to deflate when Marcus said, No, my darling, I can take care of it. She looked like she'd just sunk her teeth into a furry, rotten lemon. After quickly locking the shop's door, Marcus gave Genevieve a brief update on my entrance into and involvement with the Negerettes over the past few months. It's time, Jen, and we have to make sure Kat's safe. She's an easy target for Set, he told her. What he didn't say was that I needed to keep Kat close, because Newen had traveled through time to tell me so. But she's only a teenager. It's her senior year. Genevieve started wringing her hands. Why would he come after her? Why now? Marcus stepped closer to her and squeezed her upper arms. Jen, he's unpredictable. You know that as well as anyone. He'll use any tool he can get his hands on, and he'll see Kat as a valuable tool because he knows I care about her. And about you. She looked up at him with hope-filled eyes, and I had to turn away. Even though it was clear that she had feelings for Marcus, I didn't like watching anyone's hopes being dashed. I stared through the glass door at the outlines of the two bodyguards who'd positioned themselves outside, pitying Genevieve. Gather what things you both need from upstairs. There's a van out front that will take you to pick up Kat from school, and then bring you both to my compound. Do you understand me, Jen? You must do this, Marcus urged, his voice vehement. While Genevieve packed the bare necessities for her daughter and herself, Marcus and I waited in the shop, standing close to each other, but not talking. I was feeling too pensive for casual conversation. Why didn't he come back to the Heru compound as soon as he was back in town? Why did he visit Genevieve? Again, I wondered if there had ever been something more than friendship between Marcus and the sultry shop owner. Kat had denied it months ago, but a mother wouldn't tell her daughter about her sex life. What if? As Marcus escorted Genevieve to the waiting van, I stayed with the guards. Marcus swiftly returned and walked me to his car. Again, offering silence and letting me lose myself in thought. It wasn't until we were on the ferry back to Bainbridge Island, standing on the starboard deck, that he broke the silence. He was behind me, his arms wrapped around me to insulate me from some of the chill carried by the brisk sea air. "Tell me your thoughts," he said, and I could feel his jaw move against the side of my head. I didn't want to ask the one thing that kept dancing through my mind. I'd never been a jealous person, and I didn't like that my relationship with Marcus was bringing the ugly emotion out. But I also wasn't interested in a relationship based on lies or half-truths, so I asked, "Were you ever involved with her?" "Jealous? What do you think? Should I be?" Marcus sighed and held me more tightly. "Jen and I have been involved since she discovered she was pregnant with Kat and Seth left her. I looked out for them, assuring they had everything they needed. I told you all of this earlier," he reminded me. So? Was that a no? If I said yes, if I told you that Jen and I had shared a bed many years ago, or merely months ago, would it matter? I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself not to cry over something as mundane as past lovers, because Marcus sure as hell had plenty of those. Marcus seemed to read my mind, and though his words stung, his voice was soft. "And what about the hundreds, thousands of women I've had over my long life? Do they matter? Do they change anything?" Thousands? How can I possibly compete against thousands of women? Throat parched, I said, "No, I just..." "Just what?" he persisted. "I hate them," I said, feeling pathetic. "And there it is," he sighed. "You're no virgin, correct?" Discomfited, I replied, Yeah, no, I'm not." "I don't care how many men you've been with." "4, and not one was worth it." "I'd gladly cut the balls off each and every one," Marcus proclaimed with more vicious chill than I'd ever heard in his voice. "But no," he added, "I've never been intimate with Jen." I felt like a 1,000-pound dumbbell had been lifted off my chest. I hated thinking that Marcus had slept with her, and then brought me to her shop and flirted with me in front of her. It would have been remarkably cruel. He was serious, and severe, and very lethal, but I didn't think he was cruel. "Thank you for telling me," I said into the wind. Below, the choppy, gray-blue water of the Puget Sound undulated and foamed, and a little ways off, a seagull flapped and coasted, almost keeping up with a ferry. "Have you looked after all of Seth's abandoned women and children so well?" I asked with genuine curiosity. "How many half-siblings do I have?" "No," Marcus said, and the single word rang with finality. "We're getting close." I let him take my hand and lead me back down a narrow staircase to our car. I didn't know why, but I'd just banged on a closed, dead-bolted, and padlocked door. Marcus really didn't want to tell me something, and I was getting the feeling it was extremely important. It was deal-breaker important. I needed to break through that door. I needed to find a battering ram. Chapter 24. Struggle and Survive. "You have to decide," Neffy told her father in her haughtiest voice. "Cancel the field school or don't, but I need to know ASAP. We're leaving in the morning." Along with Marcus, Neffy, and me, Dominic, Valley, and Alexander had spent the past 3 hours in one of 2 conference rooms on the ground floor of the main house, discussing the varying details of the excavation. Undergrad field school students weren't scheduled to arrive until late May, and since it was too late to rearrange their course schedules with their various universities, Neffy and Dominic had arranged for several dozen Negerettes to join in their stead until they arrived. Now we just had to decide whether the field school students, who were humans, would be joining the excavation at all. Would they still be necessary? Would it be too risky to mix such a large group of Negerettes with humans? Having the small horde of Negerettes accompany me to the courthouse during the trial was one thing, but actually living together for months, the humans were bound to notice and talk and possibly do something unwise, like try to expose the apparently superhuman humanoids living among them to the rest of the world. "Cancel it," Marcus said. "The humans are no longer necessary. They'll just get in the way." "Or," I interjected, "we could have them arrive as scheduled in May, but keep them in a separate field school camp, away from the Negerettes," I snorted softly. "We all know Deir el-Bahri is plenty large enough for 2 camps. And it's not fair to the students to cancel the field school. They're counting on this." Under the table, Marcus's fingers cinched on my thigh. "Do as the Mezwet wishes," he told Neffy. "Finally," Neffy exclaimed. "At least someone can make a reasonable decision. Thanks, Lex." "Neffy, you're so not helping me," I thought, momentarily squeezing my eyes shut. "So, are we finished then?" I asked, and again, Marcus tightened his grip on my leg. Since I was the Mezwet, and Marcus was the head of his familial line and the leader of the excavation to locate the Ankat, Nuen's time travel power, we both were consulted regarding all important decisions. Marcus, who was used to being the sole decision-maker, developed acute stick-up-ass every time I influenced said decisions, even by doing something as small as attempting to end a meeting. Apparently, he didn't like to share control. "For the most part," Neffy said, "we have our Negere workers, field school students, transportation and accommodation arrangements, permits, and bribes taken care of. We may have to do some last-minute rearranging of personnel, but don't worry. I'm sure Dom and I can take care of that, like we've done with everything else," she said pointedly. "Which you've both done very well," I said with a warm smile. Before I could speak, Marcus said, "Yes, now, I would appreciate it if you could all leave me with the Mezwet to discuss a few final matters." Chairs rolled on hardwood, people mumbled, and in a matter of seconds, everyone had left. "What?" I asked, wearily. We hadn't had much time alone since Marcus's return, and I had the anxious feeling that we weren't about to have a sweet little tete-a-tete followed by a kiss and cuddle. "You undermined my command," he said softly, dangerously. "Don't do it again." I straightened, holding my head high. These people swore their lives to me. At your direction, I might add. What do you expect, Marcus? Would you prefer they didn't respect me? Didn't listen to me? Now that you've returned, am I just supposed to step back like a good little Negerette and let almighty Heru take charge? Marcus's lips spread into a razor-sharp grin, and he said, "Most women enjoy it when I take charge." Suddenly exhausted, I ran my fingers through my loose hair and sighed. "I can't do this right now, Marcus. I just can't." There was too much on my mind, too much worry about Set and the nothingness and Ankh-Ot to waste energy on a power struggle with Marcus. I rose and left the room, not stopping until I reached my bedroom. Needing to be alone, I locked the doors and started pacing. I felt physically ill, and it infuriated me that an unresolved dispute with Marcus could affect me so. Is this what a relationship with him would be like? Just one long power struggle? Why did I think I could handle him? We were too dissimilar, products of vastly different times. Could I live with being what he apparently wanted me to be? His possession? Absolutely not. Could I live without him? Yeah, but I really don't want to. A heavy, domineering knock rattled the door from the sitting room, and I heard the handle jiggle. "Lex," Marcus called through the door. "Let me in." I approached the door and rested my hand against its surface, as though I could feel Marcus's frustration through the solid oak. "Lex, damn it!" His final word was emphasized with a hard slap against the door. After minutes of silence, I decided he'd left. I retreated to the oversized bed and curled into a ball in the center. And cried. I was sick of crying, sick of feeling weak. How many tears had Marcus coaxed from my tired eyes? How had he taken control of my emotions so completely? Why had I let him? I didn't want to give him up, but I couldn't be with him if he didn't accept me as his equal. I couldn't change him, make him less, and I didn't want to. But maybe I could change how he saw me. Curled up on the bed, I resolved to show Marcus that I truly was his she-falcon, a woman worthy of his respect, as well as his emotional and physical attentions. With my heart settled, my head was free to spiral out of control. I'd been wrong in thinking Marcus was the cause of my current distress. He was only the tip of the iceberg. Who am I? Alice and Joe Larson's little girl? Daughter of Set? Great-granddaughter of Ivan, leader of the Negerais? Marcus's something? Meswet, prophesized girl child and savior of two species, one of which is oblivious to my existence. Destroyer of the world? Who am I? What happened to Lex, the archaeologist? I liked her. She didn't date much, but she was content with her place in the world. She had friends who cared about her. Did they really? And a loving family. Her life wasn't full of secrets. Wasn't it? Who am I kidding? This is how it's always been. I just didn't know. Which was the real problem. What was really bothering me. If I could return to my happy life, to my ignorant state of mind, would I? No way in hell. So, who am I? Lex. Sometime later, I heard the click of a lock, the opening of a door, and familiar, stealthy footsteps approaching the bed. Dominic. You didn't give him the key? I asked, quietly. Dominic sat behind me on the edge of the bed. He didn't ask, but had he, I would have refused. I rolled onto my back and reached out. Dominic grasped my hand and stretched out beside me. On the fluffy white comforter, we looked like a couple of oversized kids preparing to make a conjoined snow angel. Everything's going to change tomorrow, I said. Hasn't it already? A soft laugh escaped from me. Sometimes I feel like I've known you forever, Dom. I wish I had. My forever or yours? He asked, notes of pain evident in his voice. Turning my head, I examined his profile for evidence of whatever troubled him. Like all Negerettes, his features had been honed to perfection when he'd manifested. His pale skin and midnight hair stood in stark contrast around a sharp, elfin bone structure. He and I shared the same high cheekbones and slightly pointy chin. But it was our father, Set, who he really resembled. I wondered how I hadn't noticed the semblance when we first met in Denny Hall. Both, I said. Will you tell me what Set did to you? Dominic's facial muscles tensed. I don't. It's not pleasant. Squeezing his hand, I said, I'm not sure what our dear father will do to make me obey him, but I'm pretty damn sure it'll be worse than anything I can think of. Why should I hate him? Why should I want to destroy him at all costs? I need to know, Dom. I need ammo. Please, tell me. Dominic shut his eyes tightly, like he was trying to hide from something. Except whatever he was trying to hide from was already inside his head. After a few seconds, his eyelids snapped open, and he stared at the molded plaster ceiling. Finally, he said, I was born in a small village in the Loire Valley in the late 16th century. My mother had been a great beauty at court, and like most of her peers, had been enamored with a handsome Russian diplomat, Set's cover at the time. He wooed his way into her bed, but unlike the rest of the courtiers, she was cunning and mistrustful by nature. While their affair proceeded, she spied on him and discovered she was one of dozens. You see, Set wanted to build an army, so he spent hundreds of years bouncing from court to court, impregnating as many high-born women as possible. Carriers of the Negeret genes are more prevalent in the upper class, probably because we naturally seek positions of power, and our human offspring tend to benefit from that in both status and means. After several months, my mother learned she was pregnant and fled to a small village, where she hid and I was eventually born. Set didn't try to follow her, but I've often wondered if he knew where we were the whole time. Because when I manifested, he came after us. Immediately. He imprisoned my mother in one of his fortresses and cared for her only for the sake of keeping her alive, because alive, she could be used as leverage against me. He threatened to hurt her if I didn't follow his wishes. On multiple occasions, he did hurt her, until I finally learned to obey. He made me into his hunter, his assassin, and set me on the track of Ivan's line. At that time, he'd only been focused on preventing his prophesied destruction, and to do that, he planned to wipe out Ivan and his descendants completely. It was the same reason he forced Senenmut to build the hidden temple in the first place, to lock the Ankh-Art away forever. It wasn't until the 19th century that he realized the girl child would be his key to ruling the world. Dominic shook his head, messing up his usually smooth hair. I did horrible things at his command, but I managed to do some good, too. I helped some of your brethren escape and go into hiding. Dominic paused and looked at me with a sad smile. On the night my mother died from an impromptu, excessive beating, I vowed to kill Seth. As I made my way to his bedchamber, I was accosted by a man who'd been hidden in the shadows. In my time serving as Seth's personal assassin, I'd become highly skilled in the darker arts, lockpicking, breaking and entering, hand-to-hand combat, and, of course, killing. But even I was no match for this man. I held my own against him for a few seconds, but he quickly had me weaponless and pinned on the ground. He asked me, "Are you ready to die, traitor?" I nodded, but requested that he might hold off on my execution until after I'd killed Seth. And he laughed. He told me that perhaps he wouldn't kill me just yet, that he might have a use for me, and we fled the fortress together. He showed me the truth, and I learned of Nuen's prophecy, and that killing Seth would destroy the easiest path to all of his offspring, possible harbingers of the doom predicted in the prophecy. I wasn't quite sure what he meant, but Unable to hold in my curiosity, I asked, "Who was he? The man who stopped you, I mean." Dominic looked at me quizzically. "Heru, of course." "And you've been working for him ever since?" "With him, yes," he said. "Fighting the good fight and all that." "Thank you for telling me, Dom. I can't believe what Set did to you and your mom. I know, Lex. For the first time since my mother's death, I have family again," he told me somberly. "Just try not to destroy yourself in the process of destroying him." "Do you think he'll try to use my family against me, like he did with you and your mom?" Dominic sat up abruptly. "I can't imagine him not trying that. I'm sorry, Lex, I should have thought of it sooner." "Oh, my God," I exclaimed and launched off the bed. "I need to talk to Marcus." In seconds, I'd unlocked the door to the sitting room, opened it, and almost run straight into a 6.5-foot wall of hard muscle, covered in expensive, exquisitely tailored fabric. I took a step backward. "Have you been standing here the whole time?" I asked, avoiding his eyes. "No," Marcus replied with a voice like silk. "I listened as you wept, and then as you fell silent. When I heard nothing for nearly 2 hours, I left briefly to search for Dom and asked him to check on you." "He listened to me cry? He stood out there for hours? Oh, thanks." I finally raised my eyes to his, but he wasn't looking at me. Instead, he was glaring at Dominic, who was still sitting on the bed. "Dom," Marcus said, his voice low with warning. Dominic instantly stood, and I would have been curious about what he'd done to set off Marcus this time, but there were far more important matters on my mind. "Marcus, my family," I said, worry straining the words. Yes. I think it's time for another little meeting." Promptly, the three of us, along with 4 bodyguards, returned to the meeting room downstairs and waited for the others. Carlisle, Josh, Neffy, and Alexander all appeared within 10 minutes of our own arrival. After a long discussion, I made a list of everyone Set could possibly use against me, as he'd used Dominic's mother against him. It wasn't a long list, consisting of my immediate family, my few aunts, uncles, and cousins, Grandma Sue's, a half-dozen friends, Dr. Ramirez, and my cat. I hesitated only a moment before adding Cara to the list. After all, she had only spoken the truth on the witness stand. "Are you sure that's everyone?" Alexander asked. I scanned the list. "Yep." "There must be more people you care about," he insisted. "We need to know every single one. Otherwise, we won't be able to protect them." "That's it," I said, growing self-conscious. I re-examined the short list of people, of the handful of meaningful relationships I'd accumulated over the first 24 years of my life. It wasn't a very impressive list. Why so few? Have I always known I was different? Could others tell? "But this is barely—" "Let it go, Alex," Marcus said quietly. At his friend's words, Alexander closed his mouth and studied me. Whatever he found troubled him, creasing his brow and pulling down the corners of his mouth. "Carlisle," Marcus said, "set up teams to monitor each person on this list. Dispatch them immediately. They are to report back as soon as they make indirect contact. Under only one circumstance are they to engage with their charge: direct threat from Set or his followers." "Yes, sir," Carlisle said as he pulled out his cell phone and began texting ferociously. We spent the rest of the evening brainstorming the possible threats and acts Set might use to coerce my obedience. Until that night, I'd had no idea how many ways a person could be physically, mentally, and emotionally tortured. I felt like I was halfway to cracking under the pressure already, and Set was nowhere in sight. "Lex, did you hear me?" Marcus asked, squeezing my knee. "No," I said, feeling empty. I had the vague impression that everyone was staring at me. "I know you're tired, but you can sleep on the plane. This is important. You need to focus," Marcus urged. I felt him give my knee a shake. It's... I couldn't seem to form a complete thought. Couldn't get a grip on reality. I was stuck in my head, imagining my fingernails being torn out with pliers, or being forced to watch my mom being raped. "Leave us," Marcus said quietly, and I heard the sounds of the others exiting the room. When we were alone, Marcus spun my chair so I faced him. Slowly, his hands slid up my thighs and gripped the swell of my hips, pulling my butt to the edge of the seat. He knelt on the hardwood floor before me, parting my knees and fitting himself between my legs. All numbness, mental and physical, immediately vanished. I became hyper-aware of every part of my body, and his. "I don't think I can do this," I said quietly. He leaned his forehead against mine and whispered, "Of course you can. You're my she-falcon." I smiled faintly, and he mirrored the expression. "This is very important, Lex," he said softly, his voice somber. "If it comes down to physical torture, you must leave your body and enter the Aut. You won't feel the pain there." "But what about my body?" My voice was small, childlike. "It will heal." "It will heal if I stay, too." "Yes," he agreed, "but your mind might not." "Oh." Chastely, he touched his lips to mine. "You are the daughter of two of the most powerful Nezhere lines. You are the Mezwet, but most importantly, you are mine." Tears welled in my eyes, overflowing at the corners. With more tenderness than I'd thought possible, Marcus kissed away each salty droplet. "You are mine, and I command you to survive this," he whispered. I shook with soft laughter. There you go again, ordering me around. Marcus touched his lips to mine, but all of the chasteness of his previous kiss was gone. "Contrary to what you think, I don't want to control you," he said as he pulled away, reclaiming his seat. I scooted back in my own chair and crossed my legs. "Why do I feel like there's a but coming?" Marcus raised an eyebrow. "But I'd really appreciate it if you didn't let other men lie on your bed. I don't want to smell them when I'm in it with you. It should just be the scent of you and me, together." My cheeks flushed. "But it was just Dom. He's my..." Shaking his head, Marcus took a deep breath. "Sibling relationships are different among our kind, Lex." At his implication, I gagged. "Are you saying that brothers and sisters, that Nezerettes are incestuous?" I asked Marcus, appalled. Marcus replied with a question. "Is there incest when the female half of the species cannot procreate? Surely you must have considered that my grandfather..." "Don't say it," I warned, standing and taking several steps away from Marcus. "Is your great-grandfather through Set?" I clapped my hands over my ears and closed my eyes, chanting, "Stop it, stop it, stop it!" "And the same, only a little further removed through your mother." "Why, that would make us..." Turning around, I blurted, "Okay, I get it, loud and clear." I think I'm going to be sick. "I don't think you do," Marcus said, stalking toward me. I stood my ground. How had he gone from tender and caring to such a vicious creature in a matter of seconds? "You're disgusted. You want me, but now You're conflicted. You're concerned with human social norms. Well, guess what, Lex? You're not human. You're Nezareth. Get used to it. And keep Dominic off your bed. Fine, I agreed, and he actually looked surprised. But you have to stop ordering me around. Raising his hand, Marcus gently stroked the side of my face with the backs of his fingers. Before I could lean into his touch, he clamped his hand around my jaw and clenched his own. Fine. Chapter 25. Do and Damn. I grew up in a middle-class, apple pie with vanilla ice cream American home. On Christmas, a holiday that had no religious significance to my family aside from the worship of one exceptionally jolly, exceptionally fat man, our tree always sheltered a moderately generous cache of presents. Frosty and Max, our family cats, would play with any ornaments they could reach, adding new scratches to those left over from years past. We didn't buy new, perfect, and shiny baubles to decorate the tree every year, and we didn't give each other everything we could ever want. We couldn't afford to. And in a sense, it was something I appreciated. Not being handed every little thing I wanted gave me something to work toward. I was sitting alone in an unbelievably soft, beige leather couch on one of Marcus's huge, super luxurious private jets. Marcus had abandoned me to pace while he carried on a heated phone conversation with somebody important, not that I knew who. While staying at the Harrow compound, I'd managed to trick myself into thinking of the chateau and its outbuildings more like a resort than a private residence. But I couldn't ignore Marcus's obscene wealth when it was shaped like a metal tube and was hurtling me through the air at breakneck speeds. One of the few things seers were always allowed to look for in the future aught was a means to make money. Playing the stock market, investing in business ventures, gambling, it was all council approved so long as it bettered Nezareth kind. Briefly, I wondered if Alexander was anywhere near as well off as Marcus. And if he was, why Grandma Suze didn't live in some opulent mansion. Unless maybe she didn't want to? Grandma Suze was a proud, honest woman, a human woman, and I could easily imagine her rejecting Alexander's money as soon as she'd learned the truth about him and how he gained it. However he had gained it, she probably considered it cheating, an unfair advantage over normal folks, or something like that. I'm sorry I woke you, Marcus said as he settled beside me, draping his arm over my shoulders. I rested my head against his chest. It's okay. After a moment, I said, I didn't know you could use cell phones on airplanes. Our plane is different. When he didn't explain further, I glanced up at his face. His lips were pressed into an unusually thin line. What's wrong? He sighed. All of the people on your list are accounted for and are being monitored. Except one. Who? I asked. I could feel Alexander's eyes on me from a dozen feet away. Your sister. I glanced at Kat, who was sitting beside Alexander. Jenny's missing? My brain instantly tried to come up with possible explanations. She could be... maybe she's just... Marcus held me more tightly against his side. We have finders looking for her current location in the yacht. We're doing our best to figure out where she is and if something has happened to her. Something? Like, if she's been hurt or killed? I asked, horrified. He exhaled bitterly. That is unlikely. She's useless to set dead. My chest felt like it had been pulverized by a meat tenderizer from the inside out. He has her, doesn't he? After kissing the top of my head, Marcus released me, and I sat up straight. I think so. Otherwise, we would have been able to find her in the yacht by now. Can I use your phone? I asked, holding out my hand. No, but you can use your phone, he said, placing a shiny new iPhone in my waiting palm. It's already programmed with all of our people as well as everyone on your list. I didn't need pre-programmed contacts to call Jenny, but my hands were shaking so badly that I had to dial her number 4 times before I got it right. It went straight to voicemail. Shit, I hissed before the beep. Jenny, call me back as soon as you get this. It's important, like life or death important. There are some things about you and me that I have to tell you. I love you, Jay. As soon as I hit end, I was dialing another number. Hello? Mom? Hi, sweetie, my mom exclaimed. My chin began trembling at the sound of her voice, an involuntary reaction from all the times she'd comforted me growing up. Hey, Mom, I thought you were flying out today, she interrupted. Are you already in Egypt? Yeah, just landed, I lied. But how was it? I always hate those long flights. My legs get so achy. Yeah, it was long. I'd love to talk, but I really need to know how to get a hold of Jenny. I promise I'll call you back when I'm settled in. Oh, of course, sweetie. Are you going to try to meet up with her? What? I asked, instantly confused. Jenny, since she's in the same neighborhood as you. What? Yeah. I bet she's having the time of her life cruising around the Mediterranean with that new boyfriend of hers. Something in my chest clenched. Please let her new boyfriend not be who I think he might be, I thought frantically. Yep, sounds awesome, I said. But, she forgot to give me a way to reach her. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Oh, good. You girls will have so much fun together. It's just what you need to mend things. Now, let's see. I know it's around here. Did I put it? Ah, here it is. Are you ready? Yeah, Mom, I said, accepting a pen and a small notebook from Marcus. I jotted down the numbers and then repeated them back for confirmation. Thanks, Mom. I'll call you soon. Be safe. That's my line, she said, laughing softly. Be safe, Lex, and have fun. Love you, Mom. I didn't want to end the call. I wanted to keep talking to her forever. I love you too, sweetie. Bye. Bye, I said, and listened as my mom fumbled with the phone, trying to disconnect the call on her end. Taking a long, deep breath, I dialed the unfamiliar combination of numbers. It seemed to take hours to connect, but finally it rang once, twice. Hello, my darling girl. It was the last voice I wanted to hear. I'd suspected, all the while hoping desperately to be wrong, that Jenny was with Set, her new boyfriend. That is so wrong. Where's my sister? I asked, icily. Set chuckled. She's a pretty little thing, isn't she? She lacks some of your, severity. I wonder if Heru is so drawn to you because your eyes are the color of his favorite thing. Marcus was as still as a statue beside me, and Alexander joined us, sitting on my opposite side. And that would be? I asked. I could hear the smile in his voice as he said, blood, as it thickens and dries. Do you really know so little about him, daughter? Perhaps I'll enlighten you when I see you next. Ignoring his taunts, I repeated, Where's my sister? If you've hurt her, we need not be enemies. I think we need be, I said, cutting him off. Where's Jenny? Sunning on the deck, he answered pleasantly. And if you call again or try to contact her in any other way, I'll cut her throat. He hung up. I dropped the phone on the floor and stood. Numbly, I hurried past a handful of negerettes to the large bathroom in the rear of the jet, locking myself inside. As soon as I looked at the toilet, I fell to my knees and vomited. My stomach heaved until it was empty, and then dry heaved a few more times for good measure. Still crumpled on my knees, I flushed the toilet, trying to get rid of the smell. then searched the drawers and compartments in the bathroom until I found what I needed. I took my time brushing my hair, rinsing my face with cold water, and cleaning my teeth with enthusiasm. I remembered the thousands of times I'd gone through similar morning and nighttime routines, shoulder to shoulder with Jenny, as we shared the sink in our bathroom. We'd been so close when we were little girls. How did we let ourselves drift so far apart? Suddenly, I felt overwhelming determination to find my sister, to save her from Set. I had begun mending things with her over the holidays, and I wouldn't let her die without finishing what I'd started. She was my sister. If Set hurt her, I would do my damnedest to make him pay. I emerged from the lavatory with a plan. Marcus was waiting for me just outside, leaning against the opposite wall. I blinked in surprise, then grabbed his hand and pulled him into the rear bedroom cabin and closed the door, shutting out dozens of sets of prying eyes. I led him to the foot of the bed, then sat down. He followed suit. Reaching behind me, he began rubbing my neck, somehow knowing I was developing a monster of a headache. I slouched, letting his fingers work their temporary magic and murmuring, Minutes later, I gathered my courage and pulled Marcus's hand away from my neck. I held it to my lips, kissing each fingertip softly. "Thank you," I whispered, pressing my lips against his palm. Impulsively, I met his gaze at the exact moment that I gently bit the meaty part of his palm and watched his eyes burn gold and black with desire. I had no idea why fortune had favored me with this aphrodisiacal power over such an imposing and undeniably desirable man, but I relished it. It was intoxicating. His responses drove me wild with lust. The fates, it seemed, believed in fair play because his power over me was equally potent. "I'm going into the yacht," I said against his palm before releasing it, "to look for my sister. If she's really with Set, then I may be the only one who can find her, and I have to find her. He'll use her against me, threaten her again, and—" My chin quivered. "Marcus, I don't know if I can resist." Jaw clenched, Marcus said, "Going into the art is unwise. If Set finds your ba while it's in an echo—" I stood and started pacing in the small space. I know. He could hurt me. Maybe even trap me. It's really stupid, but I turned to face him, wrapping my arms around my middle. I'm doing it anyway. I have to. Something in my eyes convinced Marcus that I couldn't be dissuaded. "Then I'm going with you." I shook my head, sincerely wishing he could accompany me. It was harder to enter the echo at the fertility clinic when I had you or Alexander tagging along, and I knew that echo. I think the only way I can find Jenny is if I'm alone. In an instant, Marcus was standing before me and his hands were on me, caressing my face, my neck, my shoulders, my hair. "Don't do this, Lex. We'll find another way." Pressing my lips against his, I kissed him long and tenderly. "I'm going," I whispered. "The only question left is, will you watch over my body while I'm gone?" "Of course." His voice was rough. I smiled, a weak, miserable smile. "Thanks." I stood, surrounded by the horizontal whirl of colors, amazed at how much easier it had been to enter the placeless when, as opposed to the timeless where, of the yacht, than it had been during my finder test with Alexander. I focused on the time of my phone call with Set, the only concrete hold I had on him. But instead of Set, I focused on Jenny, searching the recent past for her. The colors shifted, flying by like they were stars and I was in a spaceship in hyperdrive. Abruptly, the motionless shifting of the yacht ceased. Glaringly bright, the sun shone down on sparkling sapphire water, and gulls squawked overhead. An arrhythmic tap, thud, slap, tap, thud, slap, tap, thud, slap, repeated endlessly. I was on Set's yacht. It was beautiful, though in a totally different way than Marcus's private jets. Marcus preferred tasteful and reserved decor, usually of grays or blacks, while Set veered toward gaudy and extravagant. He wanted to shove everyone's face in his wealth and power. The disparity between the two men intrigued me, considering how close they had once been. I recalled Marcus's admission that they had even shared lovers. What the hell does that even mean? Had they participated in a bunch of ménage-à-trois or ménage-more-than-trois? Shaking my head, I focused on my fear for Jenny, on my devastation at the thought of losing her forever. If I let my mind stray, it would be too easy to accidentally relocate myself in the Ott and end up watching one of the ménage-whatevers, which I really didn't want to do. Finding Jenny was what was important. I turned away from the gemstone ocean and scanned the deck. Sure enough, Jenny was sprawled lazily in a purple bikini near the bow of the boat, and no matter how badly I wanted to warn her of the danger she was in with Set, she wouldn't hear me. I was viewing the past, and she wasn't really there. Strong hands settled on my shoulders and began a slow, deep massage. Smiling, I admonished, "I thought I told you to stay." I trailed off, realizing the person behind me didn't smell a thing like Marcus. Instead of exotic and sweet spices, I was surrounded by a subtle, cool mint, almost like a mojito. "Set," I hissed. "I wondered if you would come, though I thought it would take you longer," Set said, smooth-voiced. "You don't waste time. Has my dear cousin benefited from this element of your character?" "What I do with him is none of your business," I snapped, acutely aware that this was the first time I'd spoken to Set face to face, so to speak. He spun me around to face him. "On the contrary, daughter, what Heru does with my property is every bit my business." "His property?" "Fuck you," I spat. Set smiled, a simple baring of teeth, and scoured my body with his eyes. "It's a little unconventional, even for Negerettes, but if that's what would sway you to my side, I'm sure I could oblige." "Ugh, no, what's wrong with you?" I tried to shove off his hold, but he was far stronger than me. He cocked his head to the side. "I don't want us to be enemies, daughter. What can I say to ease your antagonism toward me?" "Nothing. Your actions have spoken loud enough." "What evil deeds have you assigned to your loving father?" he asked pleasantly. "Joe Larson is my loving father, and he's done nothing evil," I said, verbally slapping Set. "You, on the other hand, stalked me throughout my life, probably hoping to kidnap me, assigned a man to drug and rape me, broke into my apartment with a group of your cult followers, and then kidnapped my sister and threatened to kill her." I glared, trying to stab him with my eyeballs. "Don't you think that's enough?" Set's grasp on my shoulders tightened painfully, but I didn't do anything to indicate my discomfort. I was too worried it would please him. "I am your father. Without me, you wouldn't exist. Don't forget that, girl. And did you consider that perhaps I was just watching you as you grew to keep you safe, and that idiot Mike kept lathering on the drug-laced lip balm until you nearly overdosed? He was supposed to use it to lower your inhibitions only enough that you'd willingly share his bed. And pretty Jenny came with me willingly. She thinks she's in love with Seth McDougal," he explained, puffing up. His excuses were crap, and I told him so. "What about the men who broke into my apartment?" I asked, and he shrugged. "Like I said, actions speak." I watched as something darker than the inky black of his irises, possibly his sanity, slid around in his eyes, sometimes filling them, other times leaving them wild and vacant. Holy crap, I thought, terrified of the man before me. He really is insane. How about these actions? Set said softly. Your beautiful Heru spent over 2 millennia hunting down and killing my offspring, the blood of my children. Your siblings pours from his hands, but you would damn me for merely threatening the life of your sister. You should be damning him. You lie, I cried, and kneed him in the groin as hard as I could. As he crumpled to the ground, I fled back into my body. I was lying on my back on the bed in Marcus's private jet. Opening my eyes, I raised my head and stared at his broad shoulders, at the corded tendons and muscles snaking up his neck, and the line where night-dark hair met golden honey skin. He sat in the same position he'd been in when I first closed my eyes, just beyond my feet at the end of the bed. I found her, I said quietly, but Marcus didn't turn. I sat up. And? She's with him, but she's not hurt. He said she's in love with him. I watched closely for a reaction. Marcus's shoulders tensed. So he showed up. I figured he would. Don't you want to know what else he told me? I can guess, Marcus said, hanging his head. Was it something along the lines of, Heru spent thousands of years killing your siblings? It's true, I whispered, wanting him to deny it. He didn't, and I felt like the world was being ripped out from under my feet and I was falling endlessly into oblivion. My half-siblings, like Dominic and Kat, had been hunted down and killed by Marcus? Why? It's part of the truth, Marcus said quietly. He stood and walked to the door. When you decide you want to know the rest, let me know. Marcus? I said, but he was already gone. Part 3. Dair el-Bari, Luxor, Egypt. Chapter 26. Claim and Bond. As demonstrated by the brevity of my people I care about list, I'd never been one to hand out affection like candy on Halloween. But on the rare occasion that I let someone in, they had a chance to become a cornerstone in my life. Of the people on my list, only my parents, Grandma Suze, Jenny, Annie, and Cara, were cornerstones. Once I'd laid them in my foundation, it took a lot to remove them. Even Cara's honest betrayal on the stand hadn't done it, though her stability had been dramatically loosened. But once they were gone, ripped from the recess that had been finely hewn to fit only them, they were gone for good. It was something hammered into the very fiber of my being. Set's words haunted me. Heru spent over 2 millennia hunting down and killing my offspring. The blood of my children, your siblings, pours from his hands. I couldn't fathom any reason to hunt and kill people simply because they had the misfortune of being fathered by a psychotic, evil man, even if that father was prophesied to potentially lead one of his children to destroy the world. It just didn't make sense. They were still their own people. Just because Set fathered them didn't mean he owned their minds. And I wondered, had I been born 100 years earlier, would Marcus have hunted down and killed me too? Like Set's, Marcus's words echoed in my mind. When you decide you want to know the rest, let me know. He had uttered the emotionless syllables earlier that morning, before we'd even touched down on the sun-drenched runway at Luxor International Airport. It had only taken me the afternoon to decide. I wanted to know the rest. I wanted Marcus as a cornerstone, especially with Jenny still in Set's hands and the impending nothingness on the horizon. I needed someone. I needed Marcus. I emerged from the 10 by 20 foot canvas tent that would be my home for the next several months, taking a moment to stare in wonder at Djeser Djeseru, Hatshepsut's mortuary temple, about a half-mile to the west. Its 3 tiers of columned promenades were lit up for the night, making the enormous temple glow majestically and casting eerie, jagged shadows against the limestone cliffs towering behind it. Tomorrow, I would finally walk up the 2 gradual limestone ramps to Djeser Djeseru's 3rd level and begin searching the upper Anubis chapel for the hidden entrance to Senenmut's underground temple. Sighing, I turned away and headed for Marcus's tent. It was a duplicate of mine, a rectangular canvas structure divided into 2 rooms, a 10 by 10 foot office, and beyond that, personal living quarters of the same dimensions, and had been erected only a handful of paces from my own tent. Together, our 2 canvas homes comprised the center of a tent town. Dozens of smaller tents had been set up around ours in a very neat grid pattern, with a main thoroughfare running east and west, directly between Marcus's and my tents. Beyond the west edge of the mini-city of canvas and sand, an expansive canopy had been set up over several dozen collapsible picnic tables, and 2 long restroom trailers had been parked beyond the east edge of camp. The entire temple complex had been shut down to tourists, and would remain so until August, leaving us free to conduct our work away from prying eyes. As I crossed the sandy main street to Marcus's tent, my 2 bodyguards followed, positioned like splayed wings behind me. I stopped when I reached the curtain-like door, trying to work up the nerve to push through and step inside. A soft, feminine laugh sounded within. I scurried around the corner of the tent, motioning frantically for my guards to return to my own tent. Whether or not they would have obeyed didn't matter, because a slender, caramel-complexioned woman emerged from Marcus's tent, saying, "Want me to stay?" She stuck out her lower lip in a sultry pout. "I haven't been able to think about anything else for weeks." There was no mistaking what she was talking about. Sex. With Marcus. Weeks? Why would she say that unless... I choked on a scream. Had Marcus been with her? Slept with her during our 2 months of estrangement? He did say he was in Egypt. Jealousy, unlike anything I'd ever felt before, washed through me, setting me aflame with rage. My emotions, where Marcus was concerned, tended toward volatility, but this was getting ridiculous. I hated that woman. I wanted to hurt her. I wanted to erase her and whatever carnal experiences Marcus had shared with her from his mind. "Hello, boys," the woman mused, looking each of my guards up and down admiringly. She wasn't Nezareth. She lacked the finely hewn perfection I'd come to recognize as a telltale sign, but she was striking nonetheless. Her bold features were just feminine enough for beauty, but too masculine for anonymity. I watched as she sauntered slowly away toward the enormous parking lot east of the tent town. "What are you doing, Lex?" Marcus asked in my general direction, his voice bland. I stepped out from the shadows and into the moonlight. "Who is she?" I asked with a nod toward the woman. "Sarah," he said, his expression carefully blank. "She's human," I said, which was noteworthy, considering we'd agreed to keep the Nezare camp human-free, aside from Genevieve. "What's she doing here?" Marcus opened his mouth to speak, but apparently thought better of whatever he'd been about to say and closed it again. Without thinking, I turned on my heel and stalked after the willowy woman. "Hey! Hey, Sarah!" I called after her, and she halted. "Yes?" she asked with genuine curiosity. She turned gracefully, examined me from head to toe, and said, "I'm sorry. You seem to have me at a disadvantage. You are?" Her accent was upper crust British, full of education and class. "Lex," I replied. "What were you doing in Marcus's tent?" Accusation clouded the air, as did a growing crowd of Nezarettes. "Oh, look, the Meswet is having a breakdown. Let's watch." I had no idea what I was doing, or why, other than feeling an overwhelming need to claim Marcus as my own. Sarah gave me a knowing look that seemed to say, "Oh, honey, don't even bother with him. He needs a real woman." Out loud, she said, "Why don't you ask him?" "Because I'm asking you," I said evenly. "We had a few drinks," she purred. "And?" "Lex, come on, let the woman go," Dominic said as he carefully approached me from the left. I thrust my hand toward him and growled, "I love you, Dom, but I swear if you touch me right now, I'll kick you in the balls so hard they'll pop out of your mouth." More than a few Negerettes chuckled, and Dominic's lips pursed and twitched. He didn't, however, come any closer. "And?" I prompted Sarah again. As she'd watched the exchange between me and Dominic, concern had formed a faint line between her eyebrows. She was starting to understand. I wasn't just some young archaeologist with a crush on the excavation director. "And we talked," she said primly. "About?" Concerned or not, she was affronted. "About old times, if you must know," she said haughtily. Old times? It was the wrong thing to say. Old times that had been spent in bed together? Maybe they'd been reliving old times. A growing murmur was coming from the crowd of Negerettes. A quick glance around told me pretty much everyone in the camp was watching us. What am I doing? Get a hold of yourself, Lex. Unable to stop myself, I stepped closer to Sarah, and she stepped back. It was like there was an invisible force field between us. It amused some instinctual Negerette part of me, so I did it again. Sarah took another step back. She's afraid of me, I thought, and though I didn't know why, the realization gave me pleasure. "Don't move," I told her, and cocked my head. "I won't hurt you if you don't move." As I approached her, Sarah's wide, wild, chocolate brown eyes burned into mine, pleading silently. She was an inch or two taller than me, but nothing could give her an edge over my all-encompassing fury. I was starting to wonder if heightened emotions accompanied the other intensified sensations afflicting my kind. "Oh, dear God, your eyes," Sarah whispered, once I was only a few inches away. The reaction had become normal from regular humans, and annoying enough that I'd started to wear brown contact lenses when the need for discretion arose. "Somebody get her away from me," Sarah screeched, looking around at the crowd. She's possessed or something. Won't anyone help me? Marcus?" Nobody made a move to step in and rescue the terrified woman. This, whatever it was between the Meswet, a member of the Council of Seven, and some woman, some human woman. Nobody had the right to interfere, and nobody would. I smiled, enjoying her fear, but I needed to find out if she deserved worse than fear. I took another step toward her and leaned in close like I might lay a soft kiss upon her full lips. She shivered as I breathed in through my nose. What the hell am I doing? I thought as I bent my neck to sniff both sides of hers, and then her hair with long, deep breaths. There was no scent of Marcus's tantalizing spice, only her subtle floral perfume, expensive and delicate. Scotch and fear. Marcus hadn't touched her, at least not enough to mark her. "Leave now," I whispered into her ear. "Don't come back. Got it?" I felt the air shift between our cheeks as she nodded. "Good. Leave." As I watched her hurry away, I wondered why my jealous rage wasn't dissipating. I'd taken care of the threat, but I still felt drunk with it. "Don't," I told Dominic as he again started to approach me. At only a few strides away, I could see something in his eyes that looked like sadness mixed with admiration, or maybe envy. I couldn't believe it. Does he think I handled that well? Was that some instinctive Negere thing? The truth behind Marcus's many claims that we weren't human finally sunk in. In my recent identity crisis, I'd been asking the wrong question. I shouldn't have been focused on the who, but on the what. What am I? Not human. Wrapping my wild emotions around me, I approached Marcus. The crowd parted from me obediently, each Najere head bowing as I passed. It had the feeling of ritual. Marcus still stood just outside the door to his tent, arms crossed, and watching me. He hadn't moved a muscle to rescue Sarah. I stopped a few feet in front of him, watching him, waiting. His face was a thin mask of unconcern, barely concealing some unidentifiable, intense emotion. "Back to your tents," he called over my head to the crowd before reaching behind him to hold open the flap covering the entrance to his tent. I ducked under his arm and entered his temporary home. It was the first time I'd actually set foot in his tent. There was a small wooden desk, several folding chairs, and a few trunks set against the canvas wall. An electric lantern hanging at the apex of the ceiling was the only source of light. With a deep inhale, I assured myself that the interior didn't smell like sex. What the hell is up with me and sniffing? I wondered remotely. Marcus followed close behind me. The temperature had been in the mid-90s earlier that day, but it had dropped drastically when the sun went down a short while ago. It was Marcus's heat that seeped into me now. "Satisfied?" he asked roughly. I took several steps away from him, toward the doorway to his bedroom, and peered over my shoulder. Satisfied? I definitely wouldn't describe myself as satisfied at the moment. His chest rumbled and his expression turned predatory. Not human, I reminded myself. "Would you like me to remedy that?" he asked quietly. Looking away, I stepped out of my sandals and let the warm sand beneath the canvas floor mold to my feet. "Tell me why you killed my siblings." From the sound of Marcus's exhale, he hadn't moved. "I killed them because it was my job. I killed them because the majority of the council decreed it and because they refused to forswear their bloodline and swear loyalty to the council. I killed them because they followed Set blindly." I faced him, surprised by his answer. I'd been under the mistaken impression that he'd hunted Set's offspring, killing any and all he could get his hands on. "Ah, I see it in your eyes. You thought the worst. Did you think I killed them as babes in their cradles? Or maybe tore them from their mother's breasts? Or perhaps I just killed the pregnant mothers? No. They were grown. They had a choice. They chose wrong." As a silent, shameful tear slid down my cheek, I asked, "Why didn't you just tell me the truth on the plane? I imagined such awful things about you." He chuckled, but the sound held no amusement. "You thought the worst, and yet you were still willing to claim me as yours. You are unbelievable." I shifted my feet and frowned. "Claim you as mine?" I remembered thinking something similar, but I had no clue where the urge had come from. Who claims another person? Shaking his head, Marcus said, "And you don't even know what you did. I forget sometimes that you weren't raised among us, that you don't know our ways, but it would seem that your instincts have a way of making up for your missing knowledge." He hitched his head toward the direction of my confrontation with Sarah. "What you just did, that was one of several types of claiming ceremonies. In the old ways, you just declared me yours." I did, but I didn't mean to. Too late. It's done. He took a small step toward me, then another. "Do you know what comes next?" Swallowing, I shook my head. "Once the Nejere, or Nejerette in this case, claims her intended,
It's up to the claimed to complete the ceremony by either rejecting or accepting the Nejoret, he explained. Looking at his boots, I asked, how would the claimed reject the Nejoret? By publicly vowing never to speak to her, touch her, or look upon her again. It's the reason claiming is not very common. My eyes flew up to his, searching his face for any hint of his intentions. Will he reject me? After what I'd thought of him, I feared it was a distinct possibility. And how would the claimed accept the Nejoret? I asked softly. A slow, wolfish smile spread across Marcus's face, and his golden eyes darkened with desire. Oh, I breathed. My belly tightened, and my groin throbbed in rhythm with my suddenly speeding heartbeat. Would the Nejoret like her claimed to accept? Marcus took another small step, leaving only a few feet between us. Unable to look away from his eyes, I nodded. Short, quick breaths prevented me from speaking. Tell me you want me to accept. His deep voice, with its complex accent, curled around me, enticing, encouraging. Tell me what you want. Not beg me to accept or even ask me to accept. He wanted me to tell him. He was giving me the control, setting me up as his equal. He took one last step, closing the distance between us. I want you to accept, I said, and miraculously, both my gaze and voice were steady. Finally, he growled, picking me up by the waist and setting me on the desk. Just like that, he took back control. By the time his lips touched mine, he was between my legs, grinding against me. I let out a throaty groan and grasped his firm backside, increasing the friction between us. Marcus kissed me like I was air, and he'd been underwater for years. His jaw forced mine open, allowing his tongue entry to explore. I thought I'd experienced the glories of his mouth before, of his lips and tongue, but I'd been wrong. While he kissed me, his hands traveled over my white linen dress, from my hips to my waist, searing along my ribcage and breasts, until they reached the thin straps at my shoulders. One at a time, I removed my hands from their hold on his rhythmically clenching glutes so he could slip the strips of fabric over my shoulders and down my arms. Only then did he break our kiss. As each part of me was revealed, he worshipped it like I was a goddess, his she-falcon. First my breasts, then my rib cage, waist, and hips received his mouth's devoted attention until, finally, he reached my lower abdomen. He began at my left hip, laying a line of feather-light kisses along the top of my pale blue lace panties until he reached the other side. Lips still pressed against my oh-so-sensitive flesh, he looked up, locking our gazes. His eyes were black wells of desire, his pupils dilated completely. He looked high out of his mind. I felt high out of my mind and wondered if my eyes were as black as his. The heightened emotions he stirred within me, the jealousy and desire and, above all, something that could only be described as love, except love wasn't strong enough, didn't encompass the enormity of what I felt for him. They were addictive. I craved him and the emotions he stoked so desperately that I felt I might die if I didn't get another, stronger fix. It felt unnatural and possibly unhealthy, and I didn't care. I needed him, more of him, all of him, body, mind, and soul. Momentarily lifting my butt off the desk, Marcus inched my dress and underwear over the curve of my hips. He knelt, sliding the fabric down until he'd uncovered every part of me, and a small pile of white linen and light blue lace lay on the floor at his knees. He was utterly transfixed by his examination of my body. Tenderly, greedily, he kissed my inner thighs, leaving a trail of pleasurable electric fire as he moved higher. Brazen moans escaped my throat, growing desperate the closer he came to the junction between my thighs. I'd become so incredibly aroused during the process that as soon as his mouth closed over my most sensitive of places, as soon as his tongue caressed me, pleasure exploded in my core. An intense, electric sensation throbbed outward toward my nerve endings, making me gasp and groan as I shuddered. Marcus rumbled, giving me a long, languorous lick. Marcus, I gasped, tugging at the shoulders of his shirt to bring him back up to my level. He stood, catching his breath when I found the hard length of him and rubbed it through his pants. I need you inside me, please. Now. Marcus, I begged. He'd said I would beg, and he'd been right. Something was happening inside of me, something wild and terrifying, and I seriously feared for my sanity, and possibly for my life, if I didn't join with him immediately. You have no idea how many times I've imagined hearing you say those words, he said, stepping back to pull his shirt over his head. Oh my God. His pants were suddenly on the ground, and he was absolutely, wonderfully naked. My eyes feasted on his pristine masculinity. The lines of his muscles all flowed together in a pattern that screamed of savagery, strength, and sex. I wasn't allowed to stare for long. He resumed his position between my legs, rubbing himself against me and kissing me deeply. What do you want? He asked against my mouth. You, I breathed. Where? Inside me, I said. My pulse was erratic, my need for him all-encompassing. To continue living, to continue breathing, I needed to be one with him. It was the only thing that mattered. With one hand between my shoulder blades and the other pressed against my lower back, he lifted me off the desk and sank himself into my core. Marcus, I exclaimed. Finally, he was inside me, joined with me, where he belonged. I'd been aching for him so intensely that it both satiated and stoked an infinite hunger. Feasting on Marcus only made me want more, need more. Still joined, he lowered me to the ground until my back touched canvas. Watching my face with unrivaled intensity, he slowly moved within me. His eyes scoured my features like he was memorizing me, preparing to immortalize my very expression in stone. He continued the achingly slow pace until I made a noise of frustration, a groan mixed with a growl. I wanted more. I needed more. Ah, that's what I was waiting for, he said roughly and brushed his lips against mine. He pulled away just in time to hold my eyes for his first, powerful thrust. I nearly screamed. Moving with the precision of a calligrapher and the focus of a hunter stalking prey, Marcus was the embodiment of raw, unbridled sexuality. His intensity only increased, and he became the center of my world. He became my world. Nothing existed outside of him and the way he felt, tasted, sounded. With my enhanced Nezarette senses, I experienced sensations unlike anything I'd ever felt. But there was something else, something more, something different. As I cried out and dug my nails into his back, climaxing unexpectedly, Marcus roared above me, his whole body tensing with the strength of his own release. I thought he was finished. I was so wonderfully wrong. Flipping me over onto hands and knees, Marcus re-entered me, strong and solid, his arms wrapped around me, one at my middle and the other reaching higher so he could wrap a gentle hand around my neck. He held me against him,
kissing my shoulder and the side of my neck as he resumed his relentless thrusting. Abruptly, he reached a second, more intense crescendo, driving into me as deeply as possible and holding me against him in a crushing embrace. He touched me with his fingers as he filled me, dragging me with him over the edge and into an abyss of white-hot pleasure. I gasped, oblivious to everything but him. Marcus! Oh, God, Marcus! Even after the spasms subsided, my pulse throbbed under the hand he still held against my pubic bone. I let out a shaky breath. Is it possible to die from too much pleasure? Fuck, woman, Marcus groaned. I mumbled lazily. Hours later, I was straddling his hips as he lay on his cot. He was once again hard and sheathed inside me, but we remained still. We both enjoyed the sensation of being joined, motionless, like we were one being. Elbows on his chest, I was resting my chin on my hands and watching him as he studied me with an unfathomable expression. Is it always like this? I asked. He traced my lips with his thumb before sliding both of his hands down my body, grazing over my breasts, belly, and hips. What do you mean? I've never felt anything like this. I don't think I could have felt anything like this before, I explained. When two Negerettes are together, is it always so intense? Inhaling deeply, he grasped my hips and ground his pubic bone against mine, pushing himself deeper within me. An involuntary groan escaped from my throat, and he smiled lazily. I loved when he smiled like that. It seemed to temporarily wash away all the pain and inhumanity that had built up over his thousands of years. No, he said, definitely not. But how do you... I let the words die unspoken at his wary expression. Never mind. I don't want to know. No, you don't, he agreed. His voice had deepened, grown rougher, and I felt him throb inside me. After another slow grind and my answering moan, he said, whatever genetic mutation enabled us to enter the art also altered us significantly from humans in other ways. Regeneration, sensory enhancement, you know about those changes. But there are other, more subtle differences. Some of our people have been researching a pheromone we release when we're particularly enamored with someone. We seem to have specific receptors that become, for lack of a better word, addicted to a specific Negeret or Negerette's pheromone. We call it bonding. Nguyen's prophecy mentioned bonding. Heru will make her his she-falcon, and she will bind herself to him. Was it referring to an actual physiological phenomenon? I thought it was figurative, but I'd been wrong about so many other things it was feasible that I was wrong about that as well. Marcus's expression filled with amazement as he continued. I didn't expect it to be so intense, but it's the only explanation for... He closed his eyes momentarily and took a deep, blissful breath. It's the only explanation for this. His fingers dug into the soft swell of my hips as he pushed deeper into me once again. Oh, I exclaimed, trembling. I sat up and ran my hands over his tensed abdomen. So, you're not usually such a repeat offender? I teased, shifting my hips in a slow, circular motion. He'd already reached completion 3 times in the past few hours, a feat I hadn't known was possible for a man in a single night. At least, not a human man. But human was something Marcus had never truly been. Groaning, he closed his eyes and tilted his head back as I continued to move on top of him. So incredibly slowly. He was practically panting, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from the enraptured expression on his face. No, Lex, I'm not. At least, not with quite so many repeats.
Convulsively, his hands clenched on my hips, and his breathing turned erratic. He made a guttural noise and raised his head, his blackened gold irises locking onto their red-brown counterparts. I could feel his abs flexing rhythmically under my hands. "Lex," he whispered, letting his head fall back. "Lex." I leaned down and kissed the shallow valley between his pectorals, darting out my tongue to taste his damp, salty skin. When I raised my eyes, I found him watching me. Without breaking eye contact, I again touched my lips to his skin and whispered a single word. Mine.
Chapter 27. Sex and Blood. "Do you think they know?" I asked, peeking through the door of Marcus's tent. The sun had just risen, bringing our sprawling canvas town to life. I should have been exhausted from sleeping only a few hours, but I wasn't. I was exhilarated. Chuckling, Marcus wrapped his arms around my waist and buried his face in my neck. "Little Ivanov, they heard." I groaned, and Marcus's chuckle turned into a full-blown laugh. His breath tickled my skin as he inhaled and exhaled deeply. "We need to shower. You smell like you just had marathon sex." Funny. I wonder if that's because I just had marathon sex. I leaned against him, already wanting him again. The hyper-aware, hypersensitive bonding thing would take some getting used to. Everywhere he touched me felt infinitely more sensitive than it had the previous day, and I couldn't resist touching him at every possible opportunity. "It just may be," he said, nibbling the curve between my shoulder and neck, "but I don't want anyone else smelling you like this." He inhaled again. This is mine." "There's a slight problem, then," I told him. His attentions to my neck continued, giving me goosebumps. "We have to pass pretty much everyone on the way to the showers, and they all have noses, so—" He smiled against my skin before letting me go and poking his head out of the tent to bark some orders to my guards. Minutes later, we stepped out into the bright light of the new day. The camp appeared empty, aside from my guards, who were standing about 10 tents away. Marcus had cleared us a path. We stopped by my neighboring tent so I could grab some clean clothes and toiletries, and then we headed to the shower trailer, beyond the west edge of camp. We showered together in the large, handicapped stall, washing each other liberally. We were nearly finished when Marcus slipped his hand between my legs. "Marcus, you're defeating the purpose," I gasped as his fingers found my most sensitive place.
"Apologies, little Ivanov, but seeing you like this..."
He removed his hand, and within seconds had my back against the wall, my legs wrapped around his hips.
"I just can't resist."
We agreed to wash our own bodies after that, to prevent wasting all the water, Marcus had said. I'd laughed. Finally, hand in hand, Marcus and I emerged from the trailer, clean and fully clothed. I wasn't prepared for the dozens of Negerettes who offered us generous bows and congratulations as we walked back up the main drag to our tents. Marcus, on the other hand, accepted them graciously, almost as though he'd expected the reaction. "I've never had so many people excited about my sex life," I murmured, hoping only Marcus was close enough to hear. He shot me a look that told me I was being unbelievably dense. "Oh," I blushed, realizing my folly. Apparently, I was still thinking like a human. "It's because I claimed you and you accepted, isn't it? So, what does that mean?"
"In human terms, we're married,"
he explained, stopping at the entrance to my tent. I gaped up at him. Like having children, I had pretty much given up on the idea of ever getting married, instead opting to gallivant around the Mediterranean, searching for remnants of the ancient, forgotten past. Besides, Marcus was pushing at least 5,000, while I was pushing only 25, and we were married? Oh my God, what are my parents going to say? He kissed me on the cheek and whispered, "I'll have some of the guards move your things into my tent along with a larger cot. Tonight we can further explore the more personal details of our marriage, if you'd like." Regardless of my mental woes, I smiled, feeling my body tighten in anticipation. "I'd like," I said quietly. I was pretty sure the whole marriage thing had yet to really sink in. Marcus pulled away, his eyes burning with promise. "Gather what you need for the day. I'll meet you here in 5 minutes." He walked toward his tent with purpose. Ducking inside my own canvas home, I took a few humongous breaths. Much had changed since I'd left the previous night, and I couldn't help but lose myself in the unbelievably pleasant memories. "Lex," Marcus called from outside. "Hurry up, I'm famished." Laughing at myself for getting lost in daydreams, I picked up my excavation bag and hurried out into the warm desert air. "We thought maybe," Neffy began, but she was silenced by a sharp sound from her father. "It's her choice," she snapped in response. She was sitting across from me at one of the green fold-out picnic tables underneath the canopy at the west edge of camp. Dominic sat beside her, and Marcus beside me, while we ate a breakfast of oatmeal and fruit salad. "What is my choice?" I asked, shooting Marcus a suspicious glance. He needed to learn that he couldn't run my life by omitting certain significant pieces of information, mythic Egyptian god or not. Ignoring her father's furious glare, Neffy explained. "When I was growing up, shortly after Senenmut presented him with the tablet containing Nuen's lost prophecy, she pointed her chin at Marcus, left my mother and me because Set threatened to take my life if he stayed. He didn't know why Set made the threat, but he knew Set would carry it out because of what happened with Aset, Isis, and he knew Set would hold his word and not kill me if he left." Her full lips curved down in a frown. "Set does have a sense of honor, twisted as his mind is. Anyway, my mother was furious. Maybe because having Heru as her husband was part of what kept her in power as the mighty pharaoh Hatshepsut. So she took up with Set instead. My father made Senenmut stay behind to watch over for me and keep me safe in his absence, but my mother coerced him into obeying Set, if only to ensure that Set would stay with her so she could retain her power." God, she sounds like a real gem of a mother, I thought sarcastically. Sighing, Neffy continued. "In the guise of my mother's stepson, Set forced Senenmut to work as his own personal architect, designing and constructing a handful of projects throughout the land. We now know that one is the very temple we're searching for, though nobody but Set, Senenmut, and the workers knew about it at the time. And Set cloaked all echoes relating to the temple long ago, before anyone knew to look for it in the art. Not to mention, he killed all of the workers upon its completion, including Senenmut." A deep sadness stirred in Neffy's eyes, and I instantly knew that she had cared deeply for the ancient architect. It wasn't until we found Senenmut's second tablet in his mother's coffin that we had some idea of where Set had hidden the chest containing the Ankh-At. Squinting, Neffy looked up at the expanse of tan canvas sheltering us from the morning sun. "And that was maybe around 50 years ago that we found the tablet." She shook her head, swishing her thick black ponytail. "The point is, none of us can break through his cloak, but you can, because you share his DNA and you're a manipulator. None of his other children, at least not the ones on our side, can manipulate the art. But if you can slip through his cloak and learn the exact location of the entrance in the upper Anubis chapel, it would save us from having to tear the whole thing apart in our search. I wanted to help, but I was scared. As the Mezwet, I was supposed to be strong. I was supposed to save my people and the world. But memories of Set and his poisonous words plagued me. And he had Jenny. What if I did something to anger him and he took his rage out on my sister? But what if we managed to find the hidden entrance, enter the temple, and somehow open the chest containing the Ankh-At, Nuen's power, and gain control of that power before Set could coerce it from me? Surely, once I'd accessed Nuen's power, over time, defeating Set would be easy. No Set, no nothingness. Safe world. It was ideal, and oh so close I could almost reach out and touch it. I'll do it, I said, determined. Marcus's hand clenched on my thigh, but he let my decision stand. When? I asked. Neffy's eyes darted back and forth between us. How about now? She suggested. Now? Here? Marcus spat, turning all of his attention on me. He murmured, You can do this later, Lex. We have time. I leaned in, giving him a very steamy kiss, and whispered, Be back in a few. And then I was gone, enmeshed in the absolutely whenless where for the first time. It intrigued me that the Aht's kaleidoscope colors flowed ceaselessly up and down, as opposed to the round and round of the whereless when I'd grown so familiar with. Shifting my focus slightly to the upper Anubis chapel, I thought about Set. Really, really hard. And eventually, the world slammed into place. I stumbled forward several steps, listening as the ground didn't crunch beneath my feet. When I finally righted myself, I noticed two robed men standing before me. One pale-skinned, Set, the other tan. Set tapped on a limestone wall, speaking in what sounded like the same beautifully sibilant language I'd heard Marcus use several times, Middle Egyptian. It was so similar to Nuen's language, just not quite the same, like Spanish versus Italian. You should know better than this by now, Set said from behind me. I knew it was the real Set, his Ba, not the echo of a past version of himself like the Set I was watching interact with a man I assumed was Senenmut. I groaned. He's right. I really should know better. I did know better, but people were depending on me. I'm looking for the entrance. I thought you wanted me to find it so I can access the Ankh-At, I said. That way you can try to command me and all. Set laughed. I want you to find it in the right state of mind. Are you in the right state of mind, daughter? I refused to turn around. Be my daughter, my true daughter. Join my family in purpose as well as blood. You and I, we can do great things together, he cooed. No, I said, we really can't. Join me. Obtain the Ankh-At for me. Obey me, he urged. Never going to happen, I told him as I watched the other Set, the one from millennia past, argue with a golden-skinned man. I'll destroy your precious state of Washington, Set said, and then I'll never obey you, not ever. I'll have nothing left to lose, I told him. Oh God, what if he really does it? His hand latched around the back of my neck, squeezing so hard he forced my spine to arch. You think that? I'm not so sure. Suddenly, Set was in front of me. He backhanded me, hitting the left side of my face, and I sprawled onto the ground on hands and knees, spitting blood and saliva. I'd never been hit before. Not really. The shock almost overwhelmed the pain. For about a second. Kicking me in the gut, he said, "Take a look, daughter. See exactly what it is you have to lose." I was suddenly crouched on hands and knees in my canvas tent, gasping for breath. The world was dead silent around me. Too silent. Did Set send me back to my body? How'd I get back to my tent? I groaned. God, I hurt. Taking a deep, painful breath, I called out, "Marcus? Dom? Valley? Sandra?" Dead silence. I pushed myself up to my feet and swiped my swelling mouth with the back of my hand. It came away smeared with blood. "Hello? Anyone?" I called, passing through the wide-open doorway and into the dry heat of Deir el-Bahri. In the glaring midday sun, I hadn't noticed the debris piling on the ground in front of my little doorway. I tripped, stumbling several steps before sprawling out on hands and knees again. My palms were quickly becoming badly scraped, with sharp little rocks slicing into my flesh. "Damn it," I grumbled, looking behind me to see what I'd tripped over. It was Dominic. My Dominic. "Oh no! No, 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 Dom! Dom!" I scrambled the few feet to his motionless body. "Help!" I yelled. "Someone help!" Even if the greatest doctor who'd ever lived had heard, it wouldn't have mattered. Dominic's open eyes were vacant, his face white and bloodless. I reached out, but snatched my hand back almost instantly. I couldn't bear to touch him. Jerkily, I crawled to Marcus's tent, but after a quick peek through the open doorway, I knew it was empty. Slowing down my panicked brain, I forced myself to remember where I'd been before I'd entered the Aut, before I'd encountered Set. At the tables under the canopy, eating breakfast with Marcus, Dominic, and Neffy. Standing, I raced through the middle of camp. When I reached the west edge and saw what lay just beyond one of the tents along the perimeter, I skidded to a halt. It was another person. Familiar chestnut brown hair fanned over the fine bones of a feminine, middle-aged face. Her arm was outstretched, fingers reaching toward the crumpled body of a stocky man. Crouching at the woman's side, I extended a shaking hand toward her to brush the hair away from her face, but stopped short. There was no question. I thought maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe it just looked like her. Maybe it was someone else, some other nameless woman, someone else's mom, not mine. "No!" I wailed, pounding the earth with my bloodied palms. I reached for her, needing to feel her in my arms. I had to let her know I was there for her, even if it was too late. But my hands were stopped short. By something. By nothing. By aught. The realization that I was in an echo hit me soundly in the chest. I sat back, taking in my surroundings. Questions swarmed my brain, buzzing, humming, flapping. Is it real? What kind of echo is it? Is it the past? Did something awful happen right after I entered the Aut? Or is it the future? But why would my parents be here? I remembered Alexander once telling me that temporary, false echoes were allowed for training purposes. Is it a false echo? Did Set fabricate this place? Can he even do that? Marcus had told me that Set was the most talented manipulator of Aut, so I figured if anyone could create such a detailed, horrific false echo, it was him. Terrified, I fled from the echo. Or I tried to. After a brief, jarring sensation, I ended up right back where I'd been, on the ground before my dead mother. I couldn't leave the echo. Somehow, Set was keeping me there. I was in a cage composed of Aut. His cage.
"Lex, there you are. Are you all right?"
I spun on my knees at Marcus's voice. Marcus. Sanctuary. Haven. Marcus, My words were cut short by the splattering of warm wetness on my face. Blood welled out of a hole in Marcus's forehead, and he fell to his knees. All realization that I was in a fabricated echo evaporated. Marcus, my Marcus, lay dead in front of me. His blood was pooling on the ground, inching toward my splayed fingers. No! I screamed. Keening, ancient, and instinctual, I rocked on my knees beside the body of the man I loved. My essence simmered down to one thing: despair. Anything but him. Anyone but him. Ah, daughter, I should have known, Set said with satisfaction, then winked. Got you. Minutes, hours, days later, I trembled beside another bloodied, dead Marcus. How many? Why? Just do what I say. Obey me, and I won't kill him again, Set explained for the 100th, 1000th, millionth time. Why is that so hard for you to understand? Because if I obey you, mankind will be destroyed, you bastard. My perpetually bloody mouth opened in a grim smile, and I spat out some pinkish saliva. Splatters landed on his designer shoes. Maybe I just like the sound of your voice when you're pissy, I cooed. You little whore, he howled, kicking me in the abdomen. I curled into the fetal position, but it didn't stop him. Aiming for my back and legs, Set kicked me until I could no longer think. There was only pain. Sometime later, I heard the voice of an angel. Lex, why are you on the ground? It was Marcus, again. I needed him to hold me, to tell me everything would be okay, to remind me to survive. I needed him to remind me why I should want to survive. Don't look at him, Set commanded. Right, I thought. If I look at him, he dies. If I disobey you, he dies. Against my every instinct, my every desire, I squeezed my eyes shut. Lex, little Ivanov, come here, Marcus said, sounding worried. Tell him you hate him. Tell him he means nothing to you, Set ordered. But I love him. He means everything to me. No! A gunshot, the heavy sound of a body hitting the ground. Both had become so familiar that they were like my heartbeat and the whoosh of air slipping in and out of my lungs. Again, and again, and again, forever. Lex, why won't you look at me? Marcus asked, sounding heartbroken. Because I can't. Because you'll die. I can't watch you die. Not again. Please, Lex, tell me what's wrong. I'll do anything. I love you, Marcus exclaimed. Tell him you hate him. Tell him he means nothing to you, Set ordered. With a deep, horrified breath, I croaked, Marcus, I hate you. You mean nothing to me. Now, look at him, Set directed. I turned and nearly fell to my knees. Marcus, in all of his masculine glory, was weeping. Why, Lex? Marcus asked, his golden eyes burning accusation into mine. I can't, I gasped. Touching, really, Set said urbanely. Now come give Daddy a kiss, and make it count. Never, I hissed, and watched a bullet tunnel through Marcus's skull. Closing my eyes, I bowed my head at the death of my latest Marcus. I never wanted to watch him die again. I would trade the world for him. It was what Set wanted, for me to be willing to trade something for the world, for there to be some price high enough to buy my obedience, for me to make that decision on instinct every time. He'd succeeded. "I'll give you some time to think," Set said before vanishing. But I didn't need time to think. He'd broken me. He'd won. Anything for Marcus. The world for Marcus. I would obey. Chapter 28. Marcus. If anyone even mentioned the solstice or the nothingness again, Marcus was going to lose it. He gripped the edge of his desk with both hands, waiting for his daughter or one of the men sitting on either side of her to speak. His head was throbbing, and his hands would have been shaking if not for their death grip on the desk. Bonding withdrawals. If he didn't get them under control soon, the withdrawals would be the death of him. Literally. Neffy opened her mouth, took a deep breath, and exhaled loudly. "This is ridiculous. The solstice is in a week." "I don't care," Marcus shouted, flipping his desk over as his rage and pain converged within him, erupting outward. Various pens, papers, and books went flying. He was sick of talking about things that didn't matter. Finding her Ba was all that mattered. Marcus didn't care that his refusal to leave his tent and its priceless occupant for more than a few minutes forced his people to come to him whenever they needed to speak with him. He was used to people coming to him. He didn't care that everyone treated him like he had lost most of his mental faculties. He didn't care about the excavation, or the nothingness, or the destruction of the goddamn world. Nothing mattered but the woman lying in Atked on his cot, their cot. She'd been like that for nearly 3 months. He'd never heard of anyone remaining in the suspended physical state for so long, and he couldn't help but imagine every passing second damaging her body. Theoretically, she could survive for years in Atked without food or water. Theoretically, to her body, only a few hours had passed. Theoretically, if she woke at that moment, she would feel like she'd taken a several-hour nap. Theoretically. Apparently unperturbed by his outburst, Neffy brushed a few stray papers off her lap. "We have to do something," she grumbled, looking to Alexander and Dominic for support. Marcus glared at her for a long time before looking away, unable to bear the weight of her pitying expression. He couldn't stand to look at anyone for more than a few seconds. They all felt sorry for him, and he hated them for it. They were wasting their energy worrying about him when they should have been finding a way to help her. Lex. "Find her," he growled. "That's doing something." "And if she's not anywhere, if she can't be found, if she's just gone?" Neffy asked, and Alexander and Dominic held their breath. Marcus's volatility became more dangerous each day that passed without Lex's Ba returning to her body. It was the pain, and not just the emotional devastation at the possibility of losing her forever, but the tormenting, ever-increasing physical pain of bonding withdrawals. Unlike kicking a regular addiction, Marcus's need, his craving for her bonding pheromones would only get worse. Only 2 things could stop the pain: Lex returning to her body and becoming one with him in the most intimate of acts, or his death. Standing, Marcus strode the few paces to the tent's second room and sat beside Lex on the edge of the wide cot. She lay on her back, slender and pale and, as far as his eyes could tell, healthy. Neffy examined her every day to make sure nothing was amiss, and he washed her every night so she would be comfortable. Gazing down at her, Marcus ran his fingers along the silken strands of mahogany hair that splayed across the off-white pillowcase. She looked so peaceful, with her eyes closed and lips barely parted, so unlike her usual focused expression. Marcus imagined her face with a faint line between her eyebrows, and her eyes narrowed in thought, or accusation, or determination. He closed his eyes for a long moment, swallowing his rising despair. Gently, he brushed his thumb across her soft, rosy lips, again trying to press them together. But she refused to keep her mouth closed. He traced his fingers over her chin, down the steep slope to her slender neck, and lower until his palm rested over her heart. And he waited. A minute. 2. 3. Thud-thump. He tried to speak twice before he could form the words. His mouth was too dry, his throat constricted. "If she's gone," he said hoarsely, "then nothing matters anymore." Marcus heard a rustle of fabric as Nephi stood. "Father, leave me," he said quietly. "Dom, you stay." He didn't look behind him to watch Nephi and Alexander's hasty exit, but the scuffle of shoe soles on canvas and the brief burst of less stagnant air told him that they had left. It would be difficult, what he was about to do. Difficult and cruel, but also necessary. "Come here," Marcus said to the only other conscious person in the tent. Dom had been his right hand, functioning as his protege for centuries, and Marcus trusted few above him. What he was about to do might destroy everything between them. The Frenchman moved instantly, stopping at the head of the cot. He stared down at Lex's porcelain face, his pale, sharp features etched with longing. Slowly, Marcus slid his hand down the shallow valley between her black, linen-covered breasts, letting it settle in the curve of her waist. "She's perfect, is she not?" The choking sound that escaped from Dominic's throat confirmed his suspicions. Dominic was in love with Lex. With his Lex. It was the last thing he wanted to hear, but it was what he needed to hear. "What would you do to bring her back?" Marcus asked, deceptively calm. "Anything," Dominic whispered, his accent heavier than usual. "Why can't you find her?" "I've told you, Tell me again," Marcus ordered. Exhaling his frustration, Dominic explained. "Every time I get a sense of where he's holding her in the art, it's as though I'm blocked by a wall. I can't get through. I can't even see what's on the other side. I'm just not strong enough." "So, what would make you stronger?" Marcus asked. "More of Set in my veins. Sharing half of his DNA just isn't enough," Dominic said, caustically. "It's like there's a scale I can't quite tip enough in my favor to break through." Marcus turned his head abruptly, focusing on the man standing beside him. "And if I could increase it? If you entered the art, joined with someone who could tip a ratio of Set DNA in your favor?" "Hypotheticals get us nowhere," Dominic responded. "It's not hypothetical." Dominic shook his head slowly. "But that would mean... Dieu! Set reproduced with his own human offspring." His severe features twisted in disgust. Marcus nodded, equally appalled. It was one of the most horrific crimes their people could commit. But for once, he was glad of his ancient, misguided friend's heinous faults. Set, having reproduced with his own carrier daughter, might very well save Lex. "Only once, that I know of," Marcus said. Dominic was suddenly alert, displaying the razor-sharp intensity that had drawn Marcus to him when they first met centuries ago. "Who? Where?" Marcus looked back down at Lex, flexing his fingers into her tantalizingly soft flesh. "She's here," he rasped, "with her mother." "With her mother?" Dominic asked, clearly surprised. Only the very young still had mothers. Since Negerettes couldn't bear children, every Negere's mother was a human carrier.
What aren't you telling me? She hasn't manifested yet. You would force her? Dominic asked, horrified, without an ounce of hesitation or remorse. But the question is, will you? Marcus asked. It was a horrible, dreadful thing to ask of Dominic. Forcing any Negerais to manifest by thrusting them into the Aut essentially froze the Negerais' body at its current state of physical maturity. If the Negerais or Negerette were too young, he or she would die. If the Negerais or Negerette survived, his or her body would remain perpetually on the cusp of adulthood. In terms of Negerais crimes, forcing someone to manifest was second only to incestuous procreation with your own human offspring. But it wasn't as bad. It was acceptable. It had to be. For Lex. Dominic only hesitated for a moment before answering, Yes, I'll do it. For Lex. How old is the girl? 18. You're certain she'll manifest? That she's truly Negerette? Dominic asked. If she weren't, attempting to force manifestation would be a death sentence. Marcus nodded. She's already showing the signs of pre-manifestation. Who? Katarina Dubois. Jen's daughter. Merde! I didn't realize Jen was... How did you discover she's Seth's daughter? Dominic asked with morbid curiosity. I had her DNA tested as soon as I learned Seth had impregnated her. Had to know if she was an Ivanov. Marcus said. She wasn't. I see. Get the child to agree and I'll do it. Dominic looked nauseated as he spoke. Get her to agree and we can find Lex. Done, Marcus said, rising from the cot. Wait here. He strode from the tent with an undeniable purpose. The ache in his head spread throughout his body as he walked. It was always worse when he moved. Sir, a man chirped from Marcus's right as he marched through the camp. No. But Marcus thrust his arm out, effectively clotheslining the Negerais. Less than a minute later, he reached Genevieve and Kat's tent and ducked through the small doorway. Marcus, Genevieve exclaimed, rising from her seat. The desk in front of her was filled with empty and half-empty bottles. She'd continued her role as purveyor of the mystical and occult, mostly rubbish, as soon as they'd set up camp. I still haven't found anything that can draw her back to her body, she said. Marcus doubted she'd put much effort into her search. Where's Kat? Kat? Why? I need to ask her a question. Genevieve narrowed her eyes. Which would be? Marcus took a deep, calming breath. He had neither the time nor the patience for this. I'd like to ask her if she would be interested in taking up a position on the excavation. Genevieve's dark eyes had always reminded him of Seth, but he'd frequently wondered if he saw what he expected, rather than what was really there. Those midnight pools slanted hotly. Doing what, exactly? And don't you dare say excavating. Purposely, Marcus let his emotional restraint break. He could use it. He could use Genevieve. She was a woman, and he'd always been able to manipulate women. I need her help, Jen. With Lex. How could my daughter possibly help you with your woman? If Dominic brings Kat into the Aut, they can break through Seth's barrier and get to Lex. It's the only way, Marcus said, letting his voice hitch. But Kat's not ready. She's too young. She can't even do it yet. If she lets Dom take her into the Aut, he can make it work, Marcus explained. She inhaled sharply. No, I know what you're talking about. Forcing. You won't do that to my daughter. Marcus clouded his voice with as much genuine emotion as he could muster. Jen, I need you. You and Kat, you're the only ones who can help me. I'll die without your help. Her anger wavered.
but it quickly reformed under the strength of motherly protectiveness. Absolutely not. Will she die without my help? Kat asked from behind Marcus. Unbelievably, she'd eavesdropped on their conversation without Marcus noticing. Marcus turned slowly, settling his desperate gaze on Kat. Eventually, yes. Am I really the only one who can help? She asked. Genevieve began. Kat, go back to— No, Mom, this is my business, not yours. She ignored her spluttering mother and addressed Marcus. Well, am I? Yes, I would be forever in your— Oh, please. Kat rolled her eyes. Get over yourself already. I don't want you to be forever in my anything. I'll do it. For Lex. I like her. She's strong. She doesn't let you push her around with all your I'm such a haughty stud god crap. Plus, she's my sister. I'd like to have her around again. It took Marcus a few seconds to wade through her language, but eventually he stared at her, awestruck. You'll do it? Seriously? Didn't I just say that? I thought you guys were big on, verbal agreements or whatever. At a loss for words, Marcus closed the short distance between himself and the teenage girl and hugged her. She was slender, like Lex, and easy to lift until her feet dangled uselessly. Thank you, he said fiercely, before setting her back down. Breathily, Kat said, You can totally do that anytime you want. Kat, her mother screeched, I forbid you from— You can't stop me, Mom. Marcus won't let you, she told her mother. The girl was as fierce as a wildcat. Genevieve turned her dark, furious eyes on Marcus. If this harms her in any way, I swear to you. I know, Marcus said. Kat, Dominic awaits us in my tent. Come. Now? Kat asked. Her eyes were wide, making her look younger, but not afraid. Was I unclear? Yes, now. Fine, don't get your tighty-whities in a bunch, Kat stated hotly. I don't know how she puts up with you. She deserves, a medal or something for Messiah Girlfriend of the Year. You'd better treat her well. She swept out of the tent with Marcus and Genevieve close behind her. Chapter 29. Lost and Found. Standing at the edge of the illusory camp, I stared out at Hatshepsut's unreachable mortuary temple. Set had made the impenetrable perimeter of my prison large enough for a variety of death scenes, but cramped enough to taunt me with views of places I couldn't reach. The temple ruins and surrounding cliffs glowed an eerie orange under a perpetual sunrise. I hugged myself, holding completely still and silent. How long have I been trapped in here? It felt like years. At the sudden, abrasive crunch of footsteps, I squeezed my eyes shut and held my breath. Soon, Set would strike, belittle or command me. The order was unpredictable, though all three were inevitable. Duh! An unexpected male voice exclaimed, quickly followed by the softer, shaky words of a woman. Oh, gee, is it always like that? It was like an acid trip. Not that I've done acid or anything. Holy shit! How many? Are all of those bodies Marcus's? Oh, I think I'm gonna puke. I wrapped my arms around myself more tightly, taking slow, deep breaths and trying to ignore the new, confusing twist to Set's torture. Dominic hadn't been present for at least several hundred death cycles. I wished Set would just show himself, so I could let him know he'd won, that he'd broken me to the point of obedience, and the torment could stop. Lex, the false Dominic said, only feet behind me. I hunched in on myself. Why Dom? Why now? Are you okay, Lex? Dominic asked, concern lacing his words.
What's wrong with her? I heard the female voice. Cat, I realized. Ask in front of me, but I refused to open my eyes. Dominic, his sensuous accent inflaming my turmoil, joined Cat in front of me. Lex, why won't you answer? Look at me, Lex. Open your eyes. No, you're not real, I whimpered. Oh, Lex, he whispered. What did he do to you? Your face. It's not just her face, Cat said. Look at her arms. Her legs. Oh, Dieu, Dominic groaned. He's not real, I reminded myself out loud, trying to ignore the mental image of the man who had quickly tunneled his way into my heart, becoming my closest friend. He's not real. He's not real. Do you think she's broken? Cat asked. I don't know. Lex, Dominic said again, and my eyes flashed open when I felt his gentle fingers on my elbows. I stumbled backward, gaping. You're not real. You can't touch me. Shock, more than anything else, made my eyes widen and dart around frantically. Where is he? He's here. I know it. Dominic approached me again, wrapping his long, graceful fingers around the hand I'd flung out as a shield. Feel me, Lex. I'm real. Trembling, I let him pull me in close and wrap his arms around me. His lean body hummed with tension, like a live wire. Dom? My voice was breathy and too high. Are you really here? Yes, I promise. He held me tighter, trapping my hands against his chest. I balled the soft cotton of his shirt in my fists and succumbed to violent, uncontrollable sobs. Had his arms not been around me, I would have collapsed to the ground, a broken heap of the woman I'd once been. Guys? Kat said from inches behind me. I hate to interrupt this love fest, but shouldn't we, get the hell out of here? 'Cause if this was a movie, the evil dude would totally show up right now. Well put, Katerina. My body went rigid at the sound of Set's voice, smooth and contemptuous, and I groaned against Dominic's shoulder. Merde, Dominic hissed. At feeling one of his arms release me, I held onto his shirt more tightly. Set chuckled. My 3 favorite children visiting all at once. Now tell me how you broke through my— No! His wail echoed as the world melted around us, dissolving into a frenzy of erratic colors that blinked in and out of existence. The art felt dangerously unstable as it swirled, as though we'd been caught in an endless, violent wave. Abruptly, the disorienting motion ceased, and one blessed realization overtook my entire consciousness. The absence of pain. For once, my body felt whole. My ribs and abdomen didn't ache. My hands weren't sliced with 1,000 cuts. Amazingly, my mouth neither tasted of blood nor felt swollen. Eyes still closed, I smelled the spicy, alluring scent surrounding me, and my pulse sped. That was something Set had gotten wrong. He hadn't been able to recreate Marcus's enticing aroma, nor his electric presence. I felt Marcus squeeze my hand, his warm, real fingers sending a thrill of sensation up my arm. Lex, Marcus whispered, and I moaned at hearing the richness of his voice. Lex, can you hear me? He sounded anxious, eager, desperate. Marcus, you smell good, I murmured. Are you all right? He gently ran his finger along my forearm as he waited for my response. Smiling, I whispered, You're here, and opened my eyes. It was bright, too bright to focus right away. Why wouldn't I be all right? My question cut off as soon as my vision cleared and Marcus's concerned face came into view. He was leaning over me, his beautiful, blazing eyes searing into mine. My entire body tensed, and I sat up, ripping my hand out of his grasp. I instantly turned away from him and pulled my legs up,
hugging them to my chest. A low keening tickled my ears, and I realized, belatedly, that it was mine. The sound rose and fell with my rhythmic rocking motion.
Lex, what's wrong? Why won't you look at me? Marcus asked. Don't look at him, Set's voice replayed in my head.
No, I whimpered. I won't.
Please, Lex, tell me what's wrong. Tell me what he did to you. Just look at me, Marcus ordered, his words increasingly frantic. Tell him you hate him. Tell him he means nothing to you.
No, I wailed, rocking with increased intensity. You'll die. He'll kill you. You'll die. Hands were on my shoulders, stilling me, and I knew they were Marcus's from the pleasant thrum their touch invoked in my blood. So she really is broken, Kat said. Should we, slap her or something?
Absolutely not, Dominic nearly shouted. She's been beaten enough already.
Set beat you? Marcus asked, hoarse. Nobody but me seemed to hear him. Fine, whatever. Don't hulk out on me, dude. I'm just saying, maybe Marcus should back off. Seems to me like he's the one driving her batshit.
You should probably stop talking now, Dominic advised.
Well, he should probably leave her alone. He's making her worse, she huffed.
Dear little sister, this is quickly becoming none of your business. Perhaps you should take your leave, Dominic suggested, his voice cold.
Screw you. And you too, Marcus, Kat screeched. I totally made a flippin' huge sacrifice for her. My boobs are never getting any bigger. Of course she's gonna freak out at the sight of him. There was a mountain of dead Marcuses in that Echo prison thing. So if you two could take a break from the ultimate douchebag competition for a few minutes and let me have some girl time with Lex, maybe she'll calm down. Marcus's hands withdrew from my shoulders, but I remained still, staring at the tan canvas wall of Marcus's tent.
What do you mean, mountain of dead Marcuses? He asked, sounding shaken. Dominic spoke defensively. I was going to tell you as soon as...
Kat, I said softly. My single word cut through the explosive atmosphere, diffusing it immediately. Yeah, Lex? The girl's voice had utterly transformed from that of a pissed-off teenager to that of a caring friend. When I spoke, it was to the tent wall. What are you talking about? What huge sacrifice? Kat sat on the cot beside me, facing the opposite direction, her hip flush with mine. They needed me to go with Dom into the Ott. It was the only way to break through the barrier to get to you. Turning my head, I rested my cheek on my knee and met her rich, brown, almond-shaped eyes. But you're too young. I know. It's called forcing. Now I'll go through all the usual manifestation crap like you've been dealing with, just a little earlier than expected. What's that have to do with your boobs? I asked, feeling like I wasn't seeing the whole picture. I'm frozen, like this. Sure, I'll get all the healing awesomeness and be uber glam and whatever, but I'll always look 18. Oh, Kat, I said, reaching for her slim hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. I'm so sorry. She nudged my knees with her shoulder and rolled her eyes. Seriously, don't worry about it. I'm gonna be one of a kind, a super hot teen chick for thousands of years, she preened. I wondered if she'd have to deal with the shitty adolescent mood swings forever. It would pave the way for an exciting life, if nothing else. But it was a high price to pay. Thank you, I said, trying to hold back the guilt and self-loathing that were suddenly coursing through me. Did she sacrifice her maturity for nothing? Were they too late? Hey, Lex, she soothed, misreading the cause of my souring mood. It's okay, really. It was my choice. I'm in your debt, okay? Whatever happens, I owe you. Big time. I told her. Deal? She gave me a genuine grin and agreed. Deal.
Wonderful,
Marcus said, his voice deep, smooth, and razor sharp.
Now, someone tell me what the hell happened to Lex over the last 3 months and why she can't stand to look at me. That is, if it's not too much trouble.
3 months? What? How is that possible? I felt like I'd just woken up from a nap, not from a 3-month coma. I had no feeding tube, no catheter. I gave my shoulder a sniff. I didn't smell different than I usually did, and my mouth didn't taste like anything had crawled inside and died, so what's the deal? Taking a deep breath, I released Kat's hand and slowly rotated on the cot, noting how surprisingly normal my muscles felt. I wasn't weak or stiff. I just felt like me. I dangled my legs over the edge of the cot, next to Kat's, facing the center of the tent. I was looking at the canvas floor, at 2 pairs of men's work boots, one set of reddish-black leather, the other light brown. They belonged to 2 of the people I cared about most in the world, and I was terrified to look at either of them. He killed you, I said hollowly, studying their khaki trousers. He killed everyone I love at first. My mom, Dom, you, everyone. And then he focused on you, Marcus. He'd switch it up every once in a while, tossing in Jenny or Grandma Suze or Alexander or anyone. But after a while, it was just you. Over and over and over. It felt like forever. If I didn't do what he said, he'd shoot you in the head. If I looked at you without his permission, he'd kill you. If I said the wrong thing, you were dead.
What was the right thing? What did he make you say to me?
I had to tell you that I stifled a sob, that I hated you and that you meant nothing to me. I told you I was disgusted by your touch and that you should go be with other women. And I told you I never wanted to see you again. Hundreds of times, maybe thousands. I lifted one shoulder in a weak shrug. If he didn't believe it, he'd shoot you. You always ended up dead. I've never been a good liar. Tears streamed down my face as I waited, staring at their legs. Silence, thick and palpable, filled the tent. Marcus was the one who finally broke it.
Dom, Kat, leave us.
Why? What are you going to do to her? Kat screeched, scooting closer to wrap a protective arm around my shoulders. You can't be mad at her. She didn't mean it.
I'm not. I just need to talk to her. Alone.
As Marcus spoke, it became evident that his patience had waned to a fragile thread. Come along, Kat. I am sure your mother will want to know you're back and not damaged. The darker shoes, Dominic's, stepped forward, and he reached his hand out for Kat, latching onto her wrist. He pulled her up and dragged her toward the exit. Before leaving, he said, "Can I speak with you for a moment outside?" I assumed he wasn't talking to me. "I'll be in my mom's tent if you need me, Lex," Kat called from outside. She and Dominic were closely followed by Marcus. Staying as silent as possible, I focused on my heightened sense of hearing. I hoped Marcus and Dominic didn't move too far away from the tent, so I could catch whatever it was that Dominic wanted to say to Marcus, that he wouldn't say in front of me. "Just give her time," Dominic said quietly. "She seems more or less okay. She'll probably come around eventually."
Probably? You mean might not? You'd like that, I'm sure, but I can't accept that.
Though his voice was also quiet, Marcus sounded strained. "If she's not ready to be around you, that's all there is to it. You can't make her be the way she was before."
"No, you don't understand," Marcus growled. "I have to get rid of her aversion, for her sake as much as mine. She's been in Otked so the effects have been slowed for her. But if she goes much longer, she's going to start having withdrawal pains, and then there was a choking sound, and when Dominic spoke, his voice sounded tight, like he might be sick. Are you saying you and you've bonded? Yes. But it's been months. You must be in agony. People have died from the withdrawals. All true, Marcus said. Well, that explains a lot. You've been acting. I'm fully aware of my behavior. Are we done? Yes, Dominic said, though he sounded hesitant. Did you listen? Marcus asked as he re-entered the tent. I watched his boots as he moved closer, stopping with their toes inches from my bare, dangling feet. Yes. Kneeling on the canvas floor, he took my hands in his. I won't force you to do anything, little Ivanov, but if you can't even look at me, in a few hours you're going to be in unimaginable pain. Why? He exhaled heavily. Not much is known about bonding, at least not scientifically. There are no fully bonded couples living today, only some partials. But one thing is certain, bonding withdrawals are both painful and deadly. If one half of a bonded couple dies, the other follows shortly after. You said you've been in pain? For months? Since the day you didn't come back from the yacht. Marcus, My words ended abruptly when I raised my eyes to his. Simultaneously, I fought the instinct to look away and was drawn to the raw pain tightening his facial muscles. Every possible feature seemed pinched and strained, and his golden eyes glowed feverishly. I don't know how to make it stop, I wailed. God, Marcus, I feel like a dog slobbering at a bell. I don't want to be afraid to look at you, and I hate hurting you, but As I drank in the masculine perfection of Marcus's tensed face, I realized that Set had given me the one Pavlovian response I needed to overcome his adverse psychological training. I felt the need to look away from Marcus because I didn't want to hurt him. For months, looking at him without permission had meant his death. But that aversion would hurt him, too. It was hurting him. He was, as Dominic had said, in agony, but I had the ability to take the pain away. That knowledge was the most effective and welcome aversion override I could have wished for. I love you, but are you sure you want this? To be bound forever? It might not be too late to stop. I don't want to make you do it just because of the pain, I said, feeling suddenly self-conscious. Too late or not, pain or not, I want this, you, more than I've ever wanted anything, Marcus said, his voice huskier than before. His words filled my chest with a warm, joyous glow and shot electricity straight to my core. It was the only confirmation I needed. Scooting to the edge of the cot, I parted my knees and hooked my fingers through Marcus's belt loops, pulling him between my legs. Let me help you, I whispered, running my hands up over the front of his button-down shirt. The thin fabric did little to conceal the hard ridges of muscle shaping his torso. With wide eyes and parted lips, Marcus raised his hands to my shoulders. He slid his fingertips over the sensitive skin along my collarbone. Legs. Let me make the pain stop, I begged softly. My nimble fingers were undoing the buttons on his shirt from the top down. Woman, he rumbled in his silky bass. Let me speak. His cross tone warred with a combination of passion and pain burning in his eyes. I winced, pausing on the last button. Sorry. Holding my gaze, he said, I love you, Lex.
He filled his words with countless layers of meaning, and my lips spread into a warm smile. He looked flabbergasted. "That's it? A smile?" Laughing softly, I glanced down to finish unbuttoning his shirt. "Don't worry. You're getting more than a smile. It's not like it's the first time you've told me." Marcus's hands, lightning quick, shifted to the sides of my head and tilted my face back up. "Yes, little Ivanov, it is." "No, Marcus, it's—" "Oh." I closed my eyes to hold back the sudden and furious welling of tears. It was the first time the real Marcus had told me he loved me. Set had taken something invaluable from us, the right to express our feelings in our own time. It was something that could never be replaced, and I hated him that much more for stealing it. "Lex." "Hmm?" Featherlight, his lips brushed across first one cheekbone, then the other. "Little Ivanov." "Yeah?" I whispered, my furious sorrow diminishing immediately. Burying one hand in my hair, Marcus turned my head, so his breath came close against the skin between my ear and jaw. Each time his mouth barely touched me, tendrils of fiery pleasure burst to life beneath my skin. The thumb of his other hand skimmed my lips, and my breath came out noticeably shaky. "I love you." His thumb slipped between my lips, tasting faintly of salt as he wet it with saliva from my tongue. The damp fingertip ran softly from one corner of my lower lip to the other and back. "And only you." Tightening his grip on my hair, he tilted my head back, giving him easier access to my neck. He inhaled deeply as he nibbled an electric line to my right collarbone. He licked along the graceful arc of bone in one smooth motion, from shoulder inward, ending by kissing the hollow at the base of my throat. A delicious ache was building within me, and a soft moan escaped from my parted lips. "I want you," he said. The fingers of his free hand mirrored his tongue's path, eventually trailing down to my breastbone and slipping under the low neck of my dress. I whimpered when he ignored my breasts, instead pressing his palm against the center of my chest and smiling against my neck. "Only you," he whispered. He raised his head from my throat, removed his hand from my chest, and released my hair. Holding my eyes, he lowered his hands to my knees and slid them up under my dress. The intense hunger in his eyes did as much to prepare me for him as his touch. There was a tearing sound. Marcus had literally ripped my underwear off. As soon as they were out of the way, I heard the metallic clang of his belt and the sound of his zipper. "And all of you," he finished, gripping my hips firmly. He pulled me off the cot and onto him, both of us grunting as we joined. While the initial intense sensation of holding him within me still pulsed from my core, Marcus embraced me tightly and sat back on his heels. So urgent was our need for one another that his quick, rough pace brought me to my peak remarkably soon. And when he buried his face in my neck and groaned, embracing me desperately, I flew away. Throbbing fire exploded in my belly and spread outward with nearly unbearable force. I was falling, soaring, unraveling. I lost myself and became someone else, the impossible combination of two souls, two minds, two bodies, but one being. I bound myself to Marcus, wholly and completely. Slowly, as conscious thought returned, I became aware of Marcus's soft words. He rocked me gently, murmuring ancient, beautiful words that I couldn't understand, pulling away enough to see his face, to read it for lingering signs of agony. I found only peace.
Better? I asked. Lazily, Marcus smiled, his eyes like molten gold, and he let out a deep, satisfied hum. Slipping my hands under the shirt he still partially wore, I ran my fingertips up and down his back, savoring the way he shivered with my touch. I love you, Marcus. He chuckled and brushed his lips softly against mine. Marcus? I took a deep breath. You said I was trapped in the Aught for months. What's the date? He tensed, turning to stone even as he held me, and dread took root in my chest. Leaning back, I asked, how many days do we have left? His jaw clenched once, twice. The solstice is in a week. My heart felt like it stopped beating entirely. A week until the solstice. A week until the nothingness takes over the Aught. Sometime between then and now, I decide the fate of the world. Not good.
Chapter 30. Enter and Unlock. I can't wait to see the chest, I said, pulling on some olive green cargo shorts I'd found in one of the trunks set along the wall opposite the cot. Marcus, still half naked and lounging on the floor, watched intently as they slid up my long legs. Luckily, Marcus had moved my things into his tent while I'd been trapped in the Aught, so I had everything I needed at my fingertips. I found my favorite black bra deeper in the trunk and slipped it on. Is it big? Gold? Covered in jewels? Marcus stood, shed the remainder of his clothes, and stretched his toned body, graceful as a cat. I was really enjoying the view. The chest is hard to describe. You'll see. Not if you don't put some clothes on, I said, giving him a pointed look. Or are you planning on giving everyone up at the temple a show? Smirking, Marcus quickly dressed his lower half in thin, camel-colored trousers. As he shrugged into a white linen shirt, his face turned serious. Promise me something, little Ivanov. I raised my eyebrows. Take it slow once we get in there. The nothingness doesn't take over the Aught for another week. We don't have to rush opening the chest. I recited part of the first verse of Nuen's prophecy aloud. She will acquire the Angat, or mankind will wither under the weight of the nothingness. Sooner's better than later, I said, and my mood suddenly soured. You know, I can't believe Set's my father. He's such an evil dick. I huffed, yanking on a black tank top over my head. Marcus finished buttoning his shirt, leaving the top 2 buttons undone, and reached for his boots. He wasn't always like that. He was a good man once. I shrugged while tying my own dark hiking boots. Silently, I recited the next part of the prophecy. She will obey Set and destroy mankind, or she will defy Set and mankind will prevail. She will decide, and either mankind or Set will be destroyed. The world's screwed, I thought, and scowled. Sighing, Marcus finished with his laces and closed the distance between us, wrapping me in his protective arms. Breathing in his delicious, spicy scent, I tried to forget about Set, the prophecy, the Ankh-At, and the nothingness for a few seconds. I just want to stay with you, in here, forever, I whispered. Marcus pulled away slightly, then lowered his face to mine, kissing me tenderly on the lips. Come on, little Ivanov. The others are waiting. He threaded his fingers through mine and led me out into the dry heat of the late afternoon. As we neared the western boundary of camp, Sandra and Valley trailing close behind, I asked, So, how'd you guys find the super-secret entrance? I frowned. And what about the other one, the main entrance your geologic studies found? Decoy. As for the... Upon reaching the perimeter that had functioned as my prison wall in Set's fabricated echo of the camp, I hesitated. Lex, what's wrong? Concerned coded Marcus's deeply melodic voice. It's just that... Taking a deep breath, I raised my foot and crossed the invisible line, breaking down another of the barriers Set had constructed in my mind. It's nothing. Marcus's eyes tightened with worry, but he didn't speak. He knew Set well enough that he could probably deduce the causes of any odd behavior I displayed after being held captive. I'm fine, I said, comforted by his concern. I tugged him along, and we continued the half-mile trek across superheated sand toward Jessar. After a few minutes, I said, Marcus? He glanced at me quizzically. Why don't I feel worse? I mean, why don't I feel like I've been comatose for 3 months? Didn't anyone explain Alt-Ked to you? I shrugged. Only briefly. Sighing, Marcus said, Alt-Ked decreases the body's metabolic rate to a near stop. All functions, cardiovascular, respiratory, digestive, slow, drastically. You don't require food or water for many months, maybe even years. You were in the Alt for months, but your heart beat about as many times as it normally would in a couple of hours. Huh, I said, thinking it was just another unbelievable item to add to the list of insanity that had become my life. As we stepped over a short, crumbling limestone wall and into the lower terrace of the temple complex, I took a deep breath, slowly releasing it with contentment. I'd yet to actually enter Hatshepsut's mortuary temple, and the thrill of approaching such a majestic structure rushed through me in waves. Blessedly empty of tourists, the temple, with its 3 levels of columned porticos and terraces, looked like a giant prize-winning sandcastle, or an enormous beige wedding cake. You know, it's always going to be crazy to me that you were Hatshepsut's consort. I mean, she was a pharaoh, one of the most famous, and you had a kid together. I glanced at him, wondering if she'd given him more than one child. I can never do that. He squeezed my hand. It was a long, long time ago. She was an interesting woman. She grew quite obese during the second half of her life, or so I heard. I was already gone by then. It must have killed you to leave, I said, recalling Nephi's story of how Set had forced Marcus to leave his family. Marcus smiled bitterly. It was painful. I was very attached to Nephi. She was a firecracker of a young girl, as I'm sure you can imagine. But not Hatshepsut? You weren't really attached to her? Our arrangement was more political than romantic. I chewed on my lower lip for a moment. Well, at least you've had many, many, many years to make up for lost time with Nephi. True. The single word sounded hollow, and I knew Marcus's mind had traveled to times long past. How many years would it take for the familiar structures of my life to devolve into ruins and be hidden by time's relentless efforts? How would I deal with my contemporary time becoming the distant, ancient past, as Marcus already had? I bumped Marcus's shoulder with my own. So, you never did tell me how you guys found the hidden entrance. Marcus laughed, and the genuine amusement it contained made me smile. I wish you'd seen it. It was unintentional. Dom, Alex, and Nephi were arguing in the sanctuary of the Upper Anubis Chapel. Dom said something about your capture being Nephi's fault, and she shoved him into a 3,500-year-old wall. Its decoration crumbled to the ground, revealing a solid limestone doorway. So, was there a secret latch to open it or something? Marcus looked at me askance. I thought you were a professional, a real archaeologist. Oh, shut up. It would seem you've watched too many movies, he teased dryly. Well, how do you get the huge slab of stone out then? Very carefully, little Ivanov. Okay, I said, equally irritated and amused by his useless evasion. I wonder why Set didn't just tell us how to get into the temple. I mean, he wants me to open the chest and get the Angat for him, right? Shaking his head, Marcus said, "After the council chose me as their leader over him, Seth changed. His mind no longer works like yours or mine. His logic is impossible to understand. Why did he choose to hide the Angat here, in the heart of our homeland? Why not far away? Why did he change his mind from wanting to prevent the prophecy, prevent your birth, to actively working toward it?" Shaking his head, Marcus said, "So why did he draw us a map leading to the temple entrance? Maybe he wanted it to be just you and him, not to have other Negerettes surrounding you, Negerettes who would help you defy him." Pursing my lips, I pondered his words, rolling them around in my head. I was certain of one thing: Set's unpredictability made him a whole lot scarier. I shivered. As we walked up the centralized ramp leading to the temple's third level, I could see a handful of people mingling along the square columns and the few remaining statues of Hatshepsut. Nephi, Dominic, and Alexander were among them, along with at least a dozen more Negerettes. I was moderately surprised to find Kat standing beside Dominic, bouncing excitedly on the balls of her feet. The mortuary temple's expansive, sand-colored portico reminded me of the wide front porch on a southern plantation home, or it would have, if any plantation home had ever been built entirely out of limestone in a dusty desert with lumpy tan cliffs jutting up behind it. It was a bit of a stretch, but I'd always had an active imagination. I was eager to greet my friends, especially my youthful grandpa, but I was equally as uncomfortable, fully aware that they knew I'd been back for well over an hour and had spent most of that time in Marcus's tent. The fate of the world was hanging in the balance, but we had to take a sex break while everyone else waited for us. No, really, we had to. Leaning in close, Marcus whispered, "Dom will have told them what you've been through and about the bonding. They'll understand." I looked at him sharply. "What, are you a mind reader now?" The confirmation that they knew what we'd been doing only amped up my chagrin. Inches from my ear, Marcus chuckled, sending shocks of remembered pleasure dancing along my skin. "Hardly. You were just being exceptionally expressive." Oh, I could feel my cheeks growing hot. Damn, being bound to him made the most benign interactions feel like foreplay. Softly, Marcus pressed his lips against my cheek, feeling cool against my flushed skin. "Alex might throttle me if I don't hand you over within the next 5 seconds. Letting go of Marcus's hand, I approached Alexander. He stood beside one of the 7 remaining, mostly intact statues of Hatshepsut, still decorating the fronts of the columns. Looking equally as regal, though the statue was easily twice his height, he wore a solemn expression as I neared, and closed the distance between us in 2 large strides. His arms enfolded me in a sturdy, comforting hug. "Dear granddaughter, I am so sorry for what Seth has done to you. Ivan and the rest of the council have sworn to forsake the swift release of death in his case. He will suffer for a very, very long time." While part of my mind danced a merry jig at the thought of Set suffering an eternity of torture, I wondered if it would ever come to pass. Likely as not, the rest of us would end up being the victims of a hell inflicted by my father, and it all depended on me. Oh, joy. I really hated him. "Thanks, Alexander," I said, giving my grandpa a final squeeze. "I really appreciate the, sentiment." After we broke apart, I received greetings and hugs from the others, including a promise from Kat to kick that phony god's pretty ass if he ever stepped out of line. She hadn't been talking about Set. "Can we show her now?" Nephi asked, breaking through the good-humored reunion. When Marcus nodded, Nephi reached for me, and clasped her hand around my wrist, tugging me out of the cluster of negerettes. Setting a quicker pace than I'd expected with her shorter legs, she dragged me through the blocky entryway to the upper courtyard and immediately turned right, following a tall limestone wall. Multiple rows of polygonal columns were arranged evenly near the perimeter of the rectangular courtyard, broken off at various heights. Some still held vestiges of their ancient decorations, haphazard chunks emblazoned with faded amber hieroglyphs and depictions of the ancient gods. Freeing my wrist from Neffy's sharp-nailed grasp, I stopped with a slight stumble. "Thanks, Neffy, but I can walk on my own." "Sorry," she said, shooting a wary look over my shoulder. I knew what she was watching, or rather, who. I could feel Marcus's proximity, even before his arm slipped around my waist. "I'm just a little excited." "A little," Dominic said, sneering as he passed her. Neffy jogged for a few steps to reclaim her position as guide, and we followed. "You see, Lex, for weeks we haven't been able to make any progress because we needed you," she called over her shoulder. "We've explored every part of the temple and have found the chest containing the Ankh-At. It's pretty hard to miss, really, but, like Nuen's prophecy says, no person except for the Meswet shall be able to access the Ankh-At. You're the only Meswet there is, and with you here, we'll finally be able to open the chest and get to the Ankh-At." "I just can't believe it's all finally happening," she exclaimed excitedly. I guess she's not worried that I'll cave in, obey Set, and destroy the world. She led us through a small doorway, leading into an open-air chamber. In its center stood what had once been a sun altar, a large square platform of decaying limestone. In singles and pairs, we followed Neffy diagonally across the debris-strewn ground to an even smaller opening in the opposite wall. My heart sped in anticipation of finally being able to enter Senenmut's secret temple. Begrudgingly, I admitted it was equally Set's secret temple. Our clustered train of negerettes narrowed to a single-file line, so we could all pass through the slim doorway into the enclosed sanctuary of the Upper Anubis Chapel. Vibrant colors covered the walls of the long room, as well as its smaller annex, which was accessible by a petite doorway near the back left corner of the sanctuary. The sight of them sent a thrill through me. Seeing them in the modern time, thousands of years after they were first created, was totally different than seeing their pristine perfection in the yacht. For me, the beauty and magic of being an archaeologist was in uncovering what was hidden, in being the first to see or touch something in thousands of years. Dominic stood aside at the end of the sanctuary, allowing me to enter the annex directly behind Neffy. A piece of my archaeologist soul shattered when I saw the long wall on the right, its decoration completely destroyed. However, the cavernous rectangle of glowing light in the center of the ruined wall more than made up for it. It was the entrance into the hidden temple. Archaeology is a destructive process. My Archae 101 professor's voice echoed in my head. I could almost see him standing on the raised dais, explaining that the world's beloved Pompeii would be completely destroyed the next time Mount Vesuvius erupted, all because we'd uncovered it, exposing it to the world. But it's worth it, right? While we waited for Neffy to unlock an iron gate blocking the previously hidden opening, I looked behind me at Marcus. One glance at the negerettes packed into the sanctuary behind him, and unexpected claustrophobia bloomed inside me. Even with the clear ropes of LED lights strung along the ground, and only 3 of us actually standing in the annex, I was feeling suddenly uncomfortably trapped. Picking up on my distress, Marcus ordered, "Everyone back to the camp but Dom, Alex, and Neffy." As they shuffled out, he added, "I want guards on the chapel entrance." Seconds later, Marcus's eyes fell on Kat's slender, tan figure. She was standing in the sanctuary. "Why are you still here, girl?" "Because Dom promised I could come with you guys, man." She sounded every bit the sullen teen, but a diamond-hard vein ran through her words. She's got backbone, that's for sure. Dom should be careful of what he promises. Marcus's jaw was clenched, and he was staring straight at Dominic. But if he's up to babysitting, he turned back to Kat. Accompany us, by all means. I rolled my eyes, exasperated that he'd entered his bossy, former god state of mind. Cut it out, Marcus. This is neither the time nor the place for a pissing contest. Given half the chance in his current state of mind, he would argue the most unimportant matters to the ground. I flinched at seeing the cold look he turned on me, watching as its iciness thawed, and, with narrowed eyes, heated to inappropriate levels. This isn't the time or place for that either, I hissed, feeling exceptionally uncomfortable about the 4 sets of eyes watching us. The, gate's unlocked, so shall we enter? Neffy asked, tentatively. Yes, I breathed, utterly thankful for her interruption. Please. Where ground met wall on either side, more LED ropes lined the passageway, illuminating everything surprisingly well. The persistent white light seemed eerily out of place within the rough-hewn corridor. There were chisel marks covering the walls, running from the ceiling down to the floor, like streaming water. Passing through the entrance behind Neffy, I could easily touch both walls and the ceiling without extending my arms completely. My heartbeat sped up with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety as we burrowed further into Deir el-Bahri's limestone cliffs. This is totally better than air conditioning, Kat whispered. The temperature was dropping noticeably, an immense relief. The sound of her soft words bounced off the walls until they faded out of existence. Somebody, likely Dominic, shushed her. Reaching behind me, I found Marcus's hand and gave it a quick squeeze, hoping he would hold his tongue. Neither patience nor tolerance was among the skills he'd honed during his long life. After several minutes of moving at our slow pace, we reached a point in the passageway where it abruptly branched into 4 separate corridors. 2 were perpendicular to the main passageway, while 2 more evenly split the way going forward, creating a crisp corner straight ahead. This is odd, I said quietly, as Neffy stopped at the intersection. She turned around and nodded sedately, clasping her hands in front of her. Without further direction, I wandered down the passageway on my left, running my fingers along the walls as I went. The chisel marks were different there, running horizontally instead of vertically. I estimated the offshoot to be half as long as the main corridor, maybe 50 meters, and was intrigued to find that my arms were far more outstretched when I neared the end than they had been at the beginning. In the light from the LED ropes, I could see that a niche was cut into the wall at the end of the passage, twice as tall as it was wide. Reaching out, I traced the 2-foot-tall ankh carved into the limestone at its center. My fingers started at the bottom, followed the straight stem of the symbol up until it split into an upside-down teardrop, worked their way around the curve, and ended by tracing the perpendicular line crossing the symbol at its midpoint. Life, I whispered. It was beautiful in its simplicity, both in shape and meaning. Looking behind me, I was surprised to find that Marcus hadn't followed. Instead, he was locked in a hushed, extremely intense conversation with his daughter. In Middle Egyptian, I headed back up the passage, rejoining the fiercely whispering pair. They cut their words short as I neared them. Something wrong? I asked, quietly. Neither Neffy nor Marcus said anything, and I figured Marcus was trying to hide something from me, again. Frustrated, I brushed past them, heading down the nearest corridor, one of the middle passageways. The limestone walls of the faintly curving passage had been polished completely smooth, making them seem impossibly modern. With the pale, artificial light from the LED ropes, I could easily have been in an elegant hotel or a contemporary monument. When I paused and looked over my shoulder, I found that I was far enough down the corridor for its curvature to hide me from the 5-way intersection. Footsteps, quick and determined, preceded Marcus as he came into view. Upon seeing him, I turned and continued down the passageway. Sooner than I'd expected, he clamped his fingers around my upper arm, stopping me mid-step. "What exactly is the problem, Lex?" "That you're hurting my arm," I told him. In the unnerving white light, his golden features appeared pale, gray. I must have looked ghostly. Face blank, Marcus watched me. He didn't loosen his grip. He didn't glower. He just stared, passive. I looked down at the floor, noticing it was just as smooth as the walls. "You're hiding something from me. Last time you did that, you left. And before that, I had to discover what I am on my own. So what is it?" I asked, my voice small. I raised my eyes to his. Finally, he released my arm. "Whether or not you should be allowed to open the chest today, Neffy thinks you should. I don't." "Why not?" He sighed and reached out a hand to brush the backs of his fingers across my cheek. "I just got you back, and we don't know what opening the chest will do." "I see," I said, frowning. "But you don't have a problem with me seeing it, do you?" Shaking his head, Marcus took hold of my hand and pulled me back into motion. His mood instantly shifted to that of a little boy approaching the shimmering, present-strewn tree on Christmas morning. He led me down the passageway, the curve growing increasingly severe the further we walked. My mental blueprints of the temple were developing into an exciting, familiar shape. "Does this corridor meet up with the other?" I asked eagerly. "Yes." "So it's shaped like an ankh." "Then where's the—" On the outer wall, a short way ahead, a spot of light brighter than that of the LED ropes came into view. It was oddly shaped, reaching from floor to ceiling, and symmetrical with irregular waves and points on either side, and it was warmer than the harsh white luminescence of the LEDs. After a brief moment, I realized it was the reflection of light through a doorway into a more brightly lit area. My pace slowed as I savored the delicious anticipation. 6 steps nearer, huge carved shapes took form on the inner wall. At first, I thought it was just a column, one of the 2 framing the doorway, with its relatively featureless length and jutting protrusion a foot from the ceiling. 4 more steps, and the base of the column started to look less like a base and more like a huge paw with finger-length claws. Another step, and my eyes traveled up a 5-foot-long foreleg to a strong canine shoulder, sinuous neck, and long, downward-curving muzzle. After 5 final steps, I was standing before the monstrous statue, horrified. It was an enormous Set animal, like the tattoo on the back of the necks of Set's human followers, one of a pair. It was seated, looking like a gigantic greyhound with the snout of an anteater. With its partner 5 feet beyond, it seemed to hold sentry over the doorway, or what was beyond. I briefly glanced through the doorway. At least, the glance was intended to be brief. "Oh my God," I whispered, stepping between the statues and into a breathtaking chamber. Vibrant, almost violent swirls of color covered the walls and ceiling of the cavernous space. As I traced the line of the nearest wall, all the way around the room and then overhead, I realized it was one continuous surface. The chamber was, in fact, a dome, with a floor that looked to be around 40 meters in diameter, and curved proportions that I would have wagered measured into a flawless, geometric half-sphere. It was the least Egyptian and most architecturally astounding sight I'd ever seen. How Senenmut had hollowed out a 20-meter-high dome in the heart of the limestone cliffs with Middle Kingdom technology was beyond me. Maybe he cheated by peeking into the future for help. "Eat your heart out, Brunelleschi," I whispered as I drew closer to the wall near the entrance. "And Michelangelo," I added, observing the fine detail of the seamless mural, inlaid into the millennia-old paint, adding delightful chaos to the decoration, were colored stones, gems, and glass beads. Each matched the color in which it was set, but stood out by shimmering in the warm glow of the modern bulbs that had been placed evenly around the chamber. I was actually a little surprised that the floor wasn't decorated as well, though the highly polished limestone did a good job of reflecting the dizzying colors. It's just like in the art. My reverent words drew Marcus into the chamber. Yes, he whispered, stopping close behind me. Senenmut was far beyond his time, even for a Negerais. Set did our kind a great disservice by killing him. A little louder, he said, Nephi, you may join us now. I reached out my hand, but before my fingers could brush what looked like a very large, irregularly wispy strip of gold inlay in the brightly colored wall, Marcus caught my wrist. I wouldn't, he said softly. His breath tickled the back of my neck, and I shivered. It's quite fragile. The only reason it didn't crumble off 1,000 years ago is that there was no airflow, and no real temperature or moisture fluctuation. But now, I really hate that, you know? We're destroying it just by being here, I said, sounding wistful and a little despondent. You wanted to be an archaeologist, little Ivanov. You have to take the good with the bad. Marcus's voice changed as he moved away, toward the center of the floor. Would you rather beautiful ancient things remain hidden, or share their glory with the world? Or would you prefer to just see them in the art? You must remember that nothing lasts forever. Not even us. I pondered his words, but said nothing. It's beautiful, is it not? Nephi remarked as she entered the domed chamber. Josh has come up with a very interesting preservation idea. He plans to use a specially prepared spray adhesive to glaze and protect the dome. Aren't we just sealing the entrance back up? I asked, turning to her. She nodded. But the damage, I fear, is done. Frowning, I turned toward the center of the chamber, toward Marcus and what I'd been ignoring. A 3-foot-high circular dais had been left by the workers when they carved the chamber into the solid limestone. Resting on the raised platform was the object that could be nothing other than the chest containing the Ankh-At. The thing was a study of opposites, ancient Egyptian and modern, clear and opaque, moving and still, always, and a single moment. It looked like somebody had taken a beautifully carved Old Kingdom chest, set it on fire, and then frozen time and transformed the entire jumble into crystal. It was hypnotizing and disturbing, and the single most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. In its presence, I completely forgot the stunning dome overhead. Oh, wow. My voice was hushed, awed. Marcus turned away from the chest and watched me, his expression expectant. Because he was looking at me, he couldn't see what happened to the chest as I moved closer. It began to glow. Oh, I said, but lost the capacity for words as the chest's internal light shone brighter, extending to the upward-reaching tendrils. It called to me, almost hummed, sending a hair-raising tingling sensation all over my body. Seeing the glow reflected on my skin, Marcus murmured, What the... He's never... Nephi said at the same time that Alexander exclaimed, Deus, it's glowing. Marcus grabbed my forearm. Lex, I don't think you should do that. Faintly, I heard him, and the hand I'd been reaching out to touch the glorious monstrosity paused inches from its surface. I felt like I was locked in a bubble of frozen time. I could hear and see everything going on around me, but I couldn't join. I was set apart, but I'd always been separate, apart from the rest of the world. I just hadn't known. I just hadn't remembered. and at the moment, I just couldn't speak. A long moment of silence was broken by a muffled crack, and then another. Marcus released my wrist and turned away, probably to look for the source of the noise, but he didn't account for the freedom letting go would give me, and I didn't have the self-restraint to stop myself. My fingers inched forward and brushed the surface of the iridescent, glowing chest. Instantly, the temple disappeared from my muted awareness, and the unbearably beautiful glow became everything. It was everywhere. Every when. Nothing existed outside of it. I was it, and it was me. Encapsulated in its warmth and comfort, I never wanted to leave. Finally, for the first time in my life, I was at peace. Chapter 31. Once and Again.
My dear Alexandra,
The richest, most melodious voice said, in a language I only understood because Nguyen had taken the effort to teach me years ago.
I see it is time, but then it has always been time. Always and never.
Nguyen? I asked, and though my voice was hushed, it echoed all around me. I spun in place, taking in the crystalline beauty of everything. It was as though I was in a small cavern, fashioned entirely from quartz, the barely opaque walls resembling the frozen stream of a waterfall. Stepping toward the nearest surface, I watched in awe as everything within the chamber shifted with me, like it was an exoskeleton. Nguyen, where are you? I asked, in his language. Glancing up at the ceiling, I was almost surprised not to find any stalactites. I added, where am I? The Aunt?
Why, dear Alexandra, you are in a time of my own creation. While only your Ba can enter the At, your entire being is here.
I spun again, facing the direction his voice had come from, but Nguyen was nowhere in sight. How did I get here? I asked into empty space.
By my power, of course,
Nguyen's disembodied voice answered.
I left the tiniest sliver buried deep within you the first time I visited you. When I solidified your role as the Mezwet, it awakened when you touched the chest.
To my complete and utter shock, Nguyen stepped out of the wall. He didn't step through the wall, as if it were composed of nothing more substantial than smoke, but seemed to emerge from it. It was almost like he was made from the wall, his shape taking on form and color as he broke free from its hold. Hundreds of questions whirled in my mind, but Nguyen's presence made them impossible to grasp. He stood several steps away, resplendent in exotic, ancient robes of white, gold, and teal. He was naked of jewelry, but then, beside the brilliant colors swirling around in his eyes, any precious metals or gemstones would lose their splendor. As he moved closer to me, I couldn't help but notice that, unlike me, he wasn't anchored to the chamber. He moved, and the walls stayed put. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again, I said, sounding teary. My God, I forgot how much he looks like Marcus. Nguyen reached out and cupped the side of my face with his hand.
I didn't know until a few moments ago. I just left you in the At watching yourself play as a child. It was never certain you would make it this far. Indeed, it was not the most likely outcome.
Leaning into his hand, I frowned. But the prophecy, your prophecy, it said I would get into the chest.
No, dear Alexandra. It says that you and only you could get into the chest, not that you would.
As I lost myself in his luminous, multicolored eyes, he continued,
There were other routes I could have taken, other bloodlines I could have pursued. That would have produced a mezwet with slightly higher odds of making it this far.
What? I asked, pulling away from his hand. Suddenly, I felt cold and alone. So it didn't have to be me? You could have chosen to dump all of this torture and pain and danger on someone else? Newen watched and, smiling, nodded.
Yes, that is precisely what I'm telling you. And though I gave you a life with pain and danger, I also led you down a path toward the purest, strongest connection possible between two sentient beings. Very few have experienced such intense, beautiful emotions. Most would tear the world apart just to feel such a thing for a few moments. You and Heru may have it for eternity.
May, I repeated. Set will kill him if I don't hand over your power. And then what? Then I have nothing. Then I die too.
Ah, but that is precisely why I chose you over all the other possible mezwets. There may have been others who were more likely to make it this far, but few had any real chance of successfully navigating what comes next,
he explained cryptically. This doesn't make any sense. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Yes,
he said calmly.
You have some idea.
I fidgeted, shifting from foot to foot, and watched the cavern move with me. You mean the choice from the prophecy? To obey Set or defy him? Is that what you're talking about?
Newen nodded. That's part of it.
Wrapping my arms around my middle, I turned away from him and hung my head. If you're counting on me to reject Set's demands at all costs, you bet on the wrong horse, I said softly.
I did not make an unwise wager. Everything that has happened between my time and yours has happened to bring you and Heru together. You had to be created, his perfect match, to ensure the strongest bonding possible. The two of you are essential to the past, present, and future. Of all the possible Nejare-Nejaret pairings, only the two of you have a chance at succeeding.
He paused his confounding explanation and rested a hand on my shoulder.
I know what you fear, Alexandra.
I turned my head to look into his kaleidoscope eyes, and he squeezed my shoulder.
You are not afraid that Set will threaten Heru's life. You expect it. What you fear is that you may lose him, no matter your choice.
Breathing in a slow, deep breath, I bowed my head. How did he know? Even if I agreed to hand the Ankh-At to Set, there was no reason to believe my father wouldn't just kill Marcus anyway. Once he had Newen's power, he could travel to any time and take out anybody he pleased by simply ensuring that person was never born. What would prevent him from doing that to Marcus? And then there was the actual power transfer to think about. Was the Ankh-At something physical? A talisman of sorts that contained the power? Or was it the power itself? Would Newen give me a power-containing object, or would he imbue me with it directly? How would I pass it on to Set? Would he have to kill me to take the power, thus killing Marcus too? What's going to happen? I asked, my voice small and childlike.
I only know all possible futures, not which one will truly come to pass.
Newen's resignation and hints of sadness worried me. At least, can you tell me, I began, but had to take several heaving breaths before I could finish the thought. Is there a chance that everything will work out okay? That the good guys will win and we'll all live happily ever after? Nguyen said nothing for a while, and I thought I had my answer. Finally, he spoke.
If you weren't the best possible chance for everything to work out the way I need it to, I would not have chosen you.
You mean?
I mean exactly what I said,
Nguyen interrupted.
In truth, I wish I could tell you more. I'm sorry, Alexandra, but doing so ruins your chances of succeeding. Here.
He pulled an object out from the neck of his robes and held it up before me. About the size and shape of a sand dollar, a brilliantly glowing pendant hung from a long silver chain. It shone with wispy, ever-changing swirls of every color, just like Nguyen's eyes always had. I quickly glanced up into his eyes, and though they were a remarkably luminous shade of amber, they were now just normal eyes.
I thought silver fitting for your coloring,
he said, with uncommon reserve. Letting my hands drop to my sides, I breathed. Is that?
The Ankh-Ot, my power? Yes. You must take it and return to your time. The medallion is fashioned from the essence of the Ot. It will feel odd when you touch it,
he warned, draping the power-filled amulet around my neck. What do you mean? Oh, I said as soon as he tucked the dangling disc into the neck of my tank top. I was suddenly overwhelmed by a rush of softly tingling electricity. What?
It's the power. It's entering you,
he explained. But what if I don't want it? I screeched, frantic and uncomfortable.
Irrelevant. You need it. Are you ready to return to Heru?
He asked. I don't know how, I told him, fearing I would be stuck in the court's prison for eternity.
Just walk into the wall.
I can't. It won't let me, I said, remembering the way the chamber had moved with me.
It will now,
Nguyen said, giving me a gentle push toward the wall. To my utter amazement, the cavern stayed in place as I moved. What did you do?
Nothing. You must return to Heru now, my Alexandra. You're still anchored to your own timeline, and events there are reaching a critical point.
He moved me even closer to the wall, and I noticed that it glowed with a soft iridescence. Will I see you again? I asked as my fingers pressed into the warm, comforting substance.
If everything works out, you will,
Nguyen said, pushing me further into the malleable wall. As my entire body was enveloped in the iridescent glow, once again, the overwhelming feeling of peace settled over me, mixing with the tingling feeling of Nguyen's power. Distantly, I heard Nguyen say,
when you return to your time, you must give the amulet to Heru, so he can absorb the male half of my power.
I floated in a state of baffled calm for what felt like eternity, and then suddenly, everything changed. The peaceful, iridescent glow gave way to artificially lit, bright colors. The gentle warmth gave way to cool, dry air. The soft hum gave way to angry voices, to yelling.
Where did she take it?
Shouted the man nearest me. Set. He stood on the other side of the now blackened chest, his back to me. He was pointing two pistols at two different people. A young woman was huddled on the ground near his feet. She was shaking with silent sobs, her face frozen in terror as she stared down the barrel of one gun. Oh my God, Jenny. Several paces beyond Set, Marcus stood with his hands outstretched, placating my enraged father. The second gun was aimed at his forehead. Nezurettes could recover from many things, but a gunshot to the head wasn't one of them. Nephi, Alexander, Dominic, and Kat were all being restrained by black-clad men, knowing that few humans could match a Nezure in speed, strength, and skill. I assumed the men were Nezurettes as well. This is just swell. Miraculously, nobody had noticed my abrupt arrival. I removed my hands from the chest's apparently charred surface, and for the first time in all the chaos, noticed that the tingling had stopped. Is the power transfer complete? Shouldn't I feel different? Did it even work? I yanked the amulet out of my tank top by its chain and stared. It still swirled with luminous colors, but lacked the reds, yellows, and oranges it had once contained. Interesting.
If you don't tell me where she went, I'll kill her sister. And if you still refuse to answer, I'll kill your daughter,
Set said, boiling with raging hysteria. I'd really prefer it if you didn't, I said, my voice strong, resonant. It had the desired effect. Every set of eyes snapped to me. I latched onto Set's, black as onyx, holding them without fear. You want Newin's power? I pulled the chain over my head, held the glowing amulet in my hand, and raised my arm. Catch. Set's expression changed from shock to excitement as I spoke, and then to pure, unbridled fury as he saw the trajectory of the amulet, of Newin's power. It arced over him and landed with a faint thump in Marcus's hand.
No!
Set screamed.
You little bitch, how dare you! Traitoress! Ungrateful whore! That's mine!
Before I knew what was happening, he raised his left hand, which had dropped, and shot Marcus directly between the eyes. It was my turn to scream. But I didn't. I just stood, numb with shock, as Marcus's body went limp and crumpled to the floor. Far slower than I expected, his blood spilled out and pooled on the polished limestone, glossy and thick. But Newin told me to give it to Marcus. Marcus isn't, how can he be dead?
Now it's mine.
Set's poisonous voice broke through my shock. Marcus is dead? I watched Set stroll over to Marcus's limp body and exchange one of his guns for the shining amulet, plucking it from Marcus's limp hand. His face turned rapturous as the other half of Newin's power oozed into him, the male half. Marcus is dead? Screaming, I launched myself at my father. My rage and sorrow were so great that I no longer had room for anything else. I had one purpose, to destroy him. He didn't see me coming. He couldn't see me coming. 1 second I was standing next to the chest, screaming. In the same second, at the exact same moment, I was in front of him, tearing the remaining pistol from his grasp. It was impossible, how I'd moved, but it didn't matter. Not when I carried Newin's power in my body. Tendrils of the fabric of the Ot swirled around me like smoke. A part of me. How? Set didn't have time to finish the question. I shoved his gun against the side of his head and pulled the trigger. I didn't even watch him fall. I just yanked the amulet from his hand and turned. Suddenly, in another flash of rainbow smoke, I was kneeling beside Marcus. I'd moved too fast again, going directly from one place to another, completely skipping everything in between. Marcus, my Marcus, he can't be dead. Kneeling, I rocked beside his body. I felt hollow, numb, wrong, broken. It was familiar. I'd done this thousands of times before. But he wouldn't come back this time. No other version of Marcus would suddenly appear. Marcus was gone. I won't let him be dead. I needed him. I couldn't live without him. My body would literally die, deprived of his bonding pheromone. But beyond that, I didn't want to live without him. The sorrow was too much. I was drowning in the missing. Death would be a relief. I would prefer death. Staring at his body, hearing my moaning wail, I realized I was wrong. I would prefer life with Marcus to death without him. I had to do something else. I had to do something. Lucky for me, I could do something else. I screamed. Like ripples on the surface of a pond, time wavered around me and stilled. I screamed again. Everything shivered. Slowly, in flashes, the scene changed. The people around me acted out the past 30 seconds in reverse. They were jerky, like the unnatural movements of a reanimated corpse. Set stood. Marcus is still dead. Set replaced the amulet in Marcus's hand. Marcus is still dead. Marcus regained his feet, his face surprised as he stared at the amulet in his hand. Marcus is alive. That was when things had been going well. That was the perfect moment. With a shiver, time halted again. I spared a moment to stare at Marcus, to watch his features once again alight with life before dealing with the pressing issue. Set's pistols. I had to do it right. I didn't know how I was controlling the power, or if I could even do it again. If I only had one chance, I couldn't waste it. Tentatively, I approached Set's immobile form. His arms had drooped from their earlier positions when he thought I was tossing him the Ankh-At. One pistol was at his side, the other aimed at the floor in front of him. Trying to remove the weapons was futile. They were locked in his time-frozen grasp. Attempting to shove Marcus out of the bullet's future trajectory proved equally impossible. I glanced back at myself, or where I should have been, behind the shrine, and was momentarily stunned. I was gone. Had I displaced myself in the timeline? Could only one of me occupy a specific time at once? But then, amidst the confounding thoughts, an idea flickered into existence. Once time restarted, everyone would expect me to be there, by the shrine, exactly as I had been after I'd tossed the amulet to Marcus. But if I stood in front of Set and knocked the gun out of his hand before he processed my change in position, I might be able to save Marcus, to change the future. Standing in front of my father, I wrapped my hands around his wrist and pushed down. When I released my hold on time, the world resumed. Set was definitely surprised, his hand only raised partially. Unfortunately, he still pulled the trigger. He just didn't shoot Marcus in the head. The crack of the gun firing shocked me so much that I barely felt it, at first. I took a single breath and let it out with a horrible wail as lightning bolts of pain shot through my abdomen.
Lex,
Marcus shouted, lunging toward us in time to catch me on my way to the polished limestone floor.
I'll take that,
Set said, but I couldn't spare a thought to figure out what the hell he was talking about. Marcus had torn off his shirt and was holding it against my stomach, making the pain more intense. Around us, the domed chamber was full of harsh voices and rushing bodies. People were fighting and shouting out in pain.
Let's go,
Set yelled. Jenny, come.
No,
My sister shouted. Fuck you, you bastard! Lex! Jenny, I gasped between clenched teeth. I refused to look at my middle, which felt like it was on fire. I couldn't let Set steal my sister again. Shh, Marcus murmured, hovering over me. I heard Set mutter, not worth the trouble, then shout, move, you imbeciles, just before Jenny scooted to my side. Oh God, Lex, my sister exclaimed, touching my face and leaning close. She looked up at Marcus. Is she going to be okay? A soft clink barely registered as I stared into Jenny's frightened eyes. The second clink caught my attention enough to draw my eyes away. As my gaze flitted around the huge chamber, I noticed little pieces of the dome's beautiful decoration raining to the floor. They were followed by larger pieces of what looked like very ancient, very hard plaster. The shouting and gunshots had disrupted the stability of the dome. Marcus, I rasped, but he didn't turn his attention to me. He was watching something I couldn't see. Marcus! That time he did look. We need to leave, Now. A large, heavy-sounding chunk crashed on the floor a few feet away, spraying the three of us with dust and debris. Marcus got the point. He scooped me up and shouted,
Dom, get the others out of here. This place is coming down.
Without looking back to make sure his order was followed, Marcus sprinted out of the chamber and along the curving ankh-shaped passageway. He didn't stop when we made it to the chapel. The ground trembled with what I assumed was the collapse of the entire dome. Whatever Senenmut had used in his grand creation had been pretty damn heavy. Marcus and I made it out into the evening air only seconds before the rest of our crew, and they were followed closely by a groaning rumble and a thick poof of dust.
Dom, Alex, check if Valley and the others are alive and bring them back to camp. Neffy, come with me,
Marcus ordered before he started jogging, me still cradled in his arms. I was woozy and in a whole lot of pain. Where's the amulet? I managed to ask between shallow breaths. Did you bring it out?
No,
Marcus said.
Seth took it.
Crap. Was it still glowing when he took it?
Yes.
But the power, some of it went into you, didn't it? I asked.
I think so.
Flooded with relief, I passed out. Part 4. Council Headquarters, Florence, Italy. Chapter 32. Introductions and Celebrations. Turning my head on a pillow, I groaned. My skull felt like it was stuffed with cotton candy, the kind that's a fluffy swirl of pink and blue, with hard little chunks of sugar that didn't quite make it all the way to the cotton stage. Because of the cottony confection seemingly filling my head, it took me several long moments to realize my abdomen didn't hurt at all. God, I love regeneration, I thought lazily. Cracking one eyelid open, I peeked at my surroundings. Everything in the room was gilded or flowery or carved in an extravagant manner, and everything was compact. It was like the maker of each piece of furniture had been trying to make up for its petite size by adding an overabundance of decoration. I rolled over, half expecting to find Marcus asleep beside me. I was more than a little disappointed to find the other side of the bed empty and tidily made. Where's Marcus? Where am I? Sitting up, I shook my head to clear the webs of cotton candy. I twisted, dangling my legs over the side of the bed so the balls of my feet brushed a soft, crimson and gold Persian rug. I slipped my bare feet into gray, velvety slippers and found a floor-length silk robe draped over a chair by the window. It was a monochromatic crimson, so deep it almost looked purple. As I donned and tied the robe over a long, black satin nightgown that most certainly did not belong to me, I peered through a crack in the gold brocade curtains. The view gave no hint as to my current whereabouts. I was looking down upon a beautifully manicured garden that could have been in upstate New York just as easily as in England or France. Of one thing I was certain, I was not in Egypt. Walking around the room, I searched for hotel stationery or any other sign of my current location. There was nothing. I would have started panicking, but I saw several of Marcus's elegant suitcases in the corner on the opposite side of the bed. Marcus is with me. Marcus is safe. Marcus is alive. Stop it. It never happened. I shook my head, forcing away the images of Marcus. The real Marcus, dead, with a bloody hole in his head. I buried them in an imaginary titanium time capsule in my head, along with the memory of shooting my father, which also hadn't happened, at least not in this timeline. No, not my father. Set. With a deep breath, I forced a smile and opened the bedroom door. My lips pursed when I heard the sound of cheerful voices drifting down a long, dimly lit hallway. The voices carried with them the sound of clinking dishes, silverware, and glasses, along with the most delicious smells. basil and oregano mixed with tomatoes, bread, and cheeses in an unmistakable blend. Italian food. Am I in Italy? My stomach growled loudly, pulling me down the lavishly decorated hallway toward a curving stairwell and the promise of food. My robe was several inches too long, pooling on the floor when I paused and fluttering around my feet when I walked. I felt elegant in it, almost like a noble woman in a medieval king's court. All thoughts of clothes and anything else disappeared when I heard his voice.
Hope that it's all over, and if it's not, we will hunt him down until it is.
Marcus. Alive. Soft cheers rose, and glasses clinked, and people laughed as I started down the stairs. When I reached the bottom, I froze. Due to the curvature to the stairway, the view through the wide doorway leading into the dining room had been hidden. In fact, it wasn't a dining room at all, but an enormous banquet hall filled with long, extravagantly set tables, seating several hundred people. Based on the diner's sleek beauty, it looked like they were all Negerettes. They were also all suddenly staring at me. I recognized almost nobody in the crowd. "Hi," I croaked, coloring as I realized I was wearing nothing but a nightgown, robe, and slippers, while they were all dressed in evening finery. At the far end of the room, a man stood from what was undoubtedly the head table. It took me only a moment to recognize him as Marcus. But it was a Marcus I had never seen, wearing a pale gray tuxedo of the finest cut and emitting an air of irrefutable authority. He rounded his long table and slowly strode between the others like a jungle cat. His keen eyes were locked on me, glinting slyly to match his quirked mouth, and he walked with undeniable confidence. He drew most of the attention away from me. Not a single woman was glancing my way by the time he reached the center of the room. I was starting to wonder if Marcus purposely toned down his charisma when he was around me, so I wouldn't feel overwhelmed. At the moment, he wasn't putting an ounce of effort in that direction. Crap. Did the regeneration make me look sickly again? I ran fingers through my hair, wishing I'd at least put it in a ponytail before leaving the room, but resigned to let it hang in loose, tangled waves. With narrowed eyes and pursed lips, Marcus reached me. He walked a slow circle around me, examining my every inch. Pausing with his back to the crowd, he murmured,
"In that delectably thin robe, and with bed-moused hair, you put the rest of these Negerettes to shame, little Ivanov. I'm of half a mind to take you back upstairs and act out some of the very inappropriate things I'm imagining. But I'll save that for later."
He smirked wickedly and raised a single eyebrow.
"Are you ready to meet your admirers?"
Based on the catty glares being thrown in my direction by most of the women, I thought admirers was a gross overstatement of the crowd's opinion of me. "Now?" I whispered, fully aware that every single person was staring at us and that bailing was pretty much useless. Marcus's smirk widened into a grin. "Okay, I guess," I said, unsure. He took a step closer and leaned in. I thought he was going to kiss me, there, in front of everyone. He didn't. Instead, he veered to the left, finding my ear.
"Do you feel all right? I can have food sent up to the room if you don't feel up to this. You've only been out for 8 or 9 hours. We didn't expect you up yet."
I shivered at feeling his breath rustle my hair. "I'm fine," I whispered.
"Good,"
he said, pulling away. To my surprise, he did pause to lightly brush his lips against mine, chuckling when he heard me squeak. The room was filled with a hushed murmur as he pulled away. Men and women alike were whispering to each other behind their hands. Apparently, claiming and bonding in a small camp was one thing, but such a small public display of affection before a formal assembly of Negerettes was another. Marcus took my arm, placing my hand on his forearm, and presented me to the room. Staring out at the vast array of exquisitely dressed, gorgeous people, I felt completely inadequate.
May I present to you all the Mezouette, Alexandra Ivanov, great-granddaughter of Ivan and daughter of Set,
he boomed. I half expected the crowd to explode into applause and cheers, though for what, I don't know. It didn't. It was so quiet, I was pretty sure every person could hear my stomach growling as Marcus led me down the center of the room toward the head table. We took the same path he had used in his approach, and by the time we reached the table, an additional, intricate place setting had been laid out between Marcus and Neffy's plates. Sitting in the chair Marcus pulled out for me, I tried to ignore the scrutinizing eyes prodding me from every direction. I made a valiant attempt to focus on Neffy's words as she explained that I'd only missed the first course and that my hair didn't really look too bad and that the regeneration hadn't made me look too sick and that my sister was fine, resting upstairs. But my stupid Nezarette hearing perked up as various women throughout the hall made audible judgments. She's pretty enough, I guess, but she still looks humanish.
Did you see her eyes? Blood red is fitting for one of Set's line.
It's just her ancestors that make her the Mezouette. I'm sure there's actually nothing special about her.
Wasn't she just shot in the stomach this morning?
That's pretty quick to be completely healed, and she doesn't really look like she just regenerated.
Poor Heru having to train such a child in the delicate arts,
said a husky French voice.
When I was with him, I always gave him something new and exciting. Whatever he wanted, I did, along with some things he didn't know he wanted until I did them to him. He will never be satisfied with a girl like her. Eventually, he will come back to my bed.
She laughed suggestively, and I found her in the crowd, staring at Marcus with so much heat, it looked like she was trying to set him aflame with her eyes alone. Marcus, I discovered irately, was returning the stare, albeit devoid of the excessive lust hers held, but still. My blood boiled. Who was this woman to declare such a thing loud enough for the large gathering of Negerettes to hear every word? How dare she? I ought to. Without warning, I winked out of time and space in a swirl of smoky colors and reappeared before the spiteful hussy. Shouts of surprise and gasps followed my abrupt change of position. While tendrils of Ott were still floating around me, making me look like some sort of furious rainbow fairy, I slammed my hands on the pale yellow tablecloth in front of the woman and hissed, "Listen up, you French whore. You may have been with him in the past, and you may have had to practice bedroom Olympics because, without amazing feats of wonder, being with you is just too damn boring." Taking in her beautiful silver blonde hair, pale blue eyes, and creamy skin, I sneered. But that's the thing with bonding. With me, just the touch of my fingertips on his skin is better than anything you might have done to him. You're a forgotten memory. I licked my lips and added, "Enjoy your dinner." Straightening, I tried to flash back to my seat at the head table. Nothing happened. I tried again. Nothing happened. Again. So, I smiled at the people sitting on either side of the scandalized French Negerette and turned to glide back up to my table. I was more than a little relieved to find Dominic approaching, several paces away.
"Might I escort you back to your seat, Miss Wet?"
he asked, doing a valiant job of hiding his amusement. My plastered-on smile melted into something genuine, and I nodded. "I'd like that, Dom, thanks." He took my arm and led me away, smiling and nodding at certain people as we passed. Low enough that only I heard, he whispered,
"If there is one thing we can be certain of, it's that we'll never be short on entertainment when you're around."
Ha ha, very funny. Letting his French accent grow heavier, he murmured, I was being completely serious. Grinning, I settled back into my seat. Thanks, Dom. Rescuing you is quickly becoming my calling. Marcus cleared his throat. Dominic had been there to save my sanity when Marcus left, and it had been Dominic who'd rescued me from Set, not Marcus. For some reason, a new tension had developed between the two men, and it seemed to be increasing. Dominic slipped away, graceful as a dancer and deadly as a viper, to his seat on the other side of Nephi. Leaning in, Marcus whispered, I love it when you do that. What? Embarrass myself in front of hundreds of people? No, he said. I love watching you assert your claim on me. The second time was just as good as the first. Maybe better. It makes my hunger for you fathomless every time. He reached for my hand and guided it under the tablecloth to his groin, so I could feel the evidence of his hunger. I blushed and withdrew my hand before we caused a scene. Oh, well, that's what every girl wants to hear. But you're not every girl, are you? There was a slight, unexpected edge to his tone. I think you just showed us all that. Cringing, I thought about how I'd just inadvertently used Nguyen's power to shift from one place to another, as I'd done in the temple, when Marcus had died. Right. About that. Yes, Lex. Let's talk about that. He shifted in his chair, letting the server place a bowl of creamy yellow soup in front of each of us, and demanded, Tell me everything that happened in the temple. I raised my eyebrows at the haughtiness in his words, and he added a delightfully sensual, Please. So I told him. Almost everything, leaving out the part about tweaking the timeline, about him dying, about killing Set. I whispered as quietly as possible, hoping only those nearest to us could overhear. It doesn't quite make sense, Marcus said after I finished. If Nguyen held all the power himself, why did it need to be split into male and female halves when he passed it on? I know, I agreed. And why did he have to pass it on in the first place? He looked perfectly healthy at first, but near the end, he seemed a little, I don't know, wane. It was like getting rid of his power made him weak. You were there. How'd he die? Frowning, Marcus said, It took some time, but he gradually weakened until he died. There was a woman, the Nezareth wife I told you about before. She took care of him until he drew his final breath. Some believed she somehow caused his death, maybe poisoned him. I don't remember much about her, other than that she was his only Nezareth wife, and that I knew she hadn't harmed him, that she had loved him as we all had. Nobody knew how old he really was, so I just thought his wasting sickness might be what happens once Nezareths reach a certain age. Do you think he might have died because he gave up his power? I blinked rapidly at the welling of tears in my eyes. Did giving me his power kill him? Did I kill him? Marcus shook his head. He gave us his power, Lex. Us. And Nguyen never did anything without a very good reason. So if he gave us his power, and that killed him, it was what had to be done. Some of my worry eased as I stared into his golden tiger eyes. And then I registered his words. Us? Are you saying you definitely have the male half? But you said the amulet was still glowing when Set took it. It was still glowing, he interrupted, but it was faint. I'm certain I absorbed some of the male half, though I have no idea how much or what that really means. So Set at least has some of the power too. I frowned, thinking, has anyone checked on the nothingness? He nodded. It's still there, but a little less dense, like a fog that has thinned. Damn, I said with a sigh. Maybe controlling the nothingness is part of Nguyen's power? Maybe that's the part that Set absorbed? Marcus snorted.
I honestly haven't the slightest idea.
Do you think Set knows about the two halves? That I have half of Nguyen's power roiling inside me? I asked.
Probably. He did see you do your disappearing act in the temple.
He squeezed my thigh under the table before picking up his spoon.
Eat. You must be famished.
I was hungry, but not starved like I'd been the last time I'd used my regenerative abilities to heal. I'm surprised I don't look like I'm 80 years old, I joked. When he said nothing, I became suddenly worried and asked, I don't look 80, do I? He laughed.
No, little Ivanov.
You just look tired
and hungry. Eat.
I took a spoonful of soup, and then another, and then another. Oh, wow, this is amazing.
Enjoy it. We've got 13 more courses of amazing, he told me, and my eyes widened.
Out of nowhere, I laughed. It was bubbly and throaty and full of happiness.
Care to share?
Marcus asked, glancing at me sideways. I just realized something. We have more than half of Nguyen's power. Set has less than us. I grinned, my eyes full of wonder. We're going to be okay, aren't we? Marcus brushed a stray strand of hair out of my eyes.
Yes, my darling. I think so.
Epilogue. Set.
Heru thinks he knows. He runs around with my daughter, mine, and he thinks he knows how this will all turn out. But Heru has always thought just a little too highly of himself. Where he captures power through strength and charisma, I use knowledge. He thinks he knows everything he needs to know, so he doesn't seek. I seek. Listen. Learn. Know. I know about her. I know about him. I know about the power. And I know about Nguyen, what he is and what he's planning. I know. So I have the power.
Thanks for listening. You've reached the end of Echo in Time, but the story is far from over. This has been Echo in Time, Echo Trilogy, Book 1. Written by Lindsey Sparks, writing as Lindsay Fairley. Narrated by Dana Day. Text copyright 2013 by Rubis Press. Production copyright 2018 by Rubis Press. All rights reserved.